Today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. The Shafia family escaped the chaos of war in search of a fresh start in Canada. Hailing from Afghanistan, a country where tradition often dictates one's destiny and family honor can outweigh personal freedom, they seemed like a typical immigrant success story. Mohammed Shafia had achieved financial stability, maintained a large household with 2 wives and 7 children, and appeared to be living the Canadian dream. But beneath that image of success lay a strict household, ruled by discipline, fear, and control. Eventually, this hidden reality would unravel into one of the most disturbing and tragic criminal cases in Canadian history. Mohammed Shafia was born into a poor family in Afghanistan. His father passed away when he was just 2, leaving his mother to raise the family alone. From a young age, Mohammed understood that survival meant hard work and resilience. Without access to formal education, he began working early, starting with small chores around the house before moving on to appliance repairs. Over time, he discovered that buying and reselling goods could be profitable. He quickly expanded his trade, dealing in electronics, furniture, and cars, and constantly sought new ways to grow his business. Lacking formal education, he relied on his instincts and sharp business sense to seize every opportunity. As his financial situation improved, he decided it was time to start a family. Rona came from a respected and well-off background. Her family valued traditions but also ensured their daughters received an education. She was raised in a nurturing environment, yet her future was already determined. Like most young women in her social circle, she was expected to marry whomever her parents chose for her. When her parents announced that she would be marrying Mohammed Shafia, she had no say in the matter. She accepted their decision as an obligation. The wedding was a grand affair held at one of the finest hotels in Kabul, with hundreds of guests in attendance. To the outside world, it was a union between 2 honorable families, but no one asked Rona what she truly wanted. After the wedding, her life changed drastically. She was now expected to obey her husband, manage the household, and fulfill all of his expectations. Years passed, but no children were born into the marriage, and Rona's position in the family became uncertain. In Afghan society, a woman's worth is often tied to her ability to have children. Mohammed grew increasingly frustrated, and rumors about Rona's inability to conceive began spreading among relatives. Over time, his frustration turned into cold indifference, creating a distance between them that only grew wider. After 7 years in a marriage without children, Mohammed made the decision to take a second wife. Tuba was younger, more obedient, and most importantly, able to give him heirs. As soon as she became his wife, she gave birth to their first son, followed by another child. With each passing year, her influence in the household grew, while Rona was pushed further into the background of family life. Mohammed Shafia established strict rules in his household, where everyone was expected to follow his will. No one dared to challenge him, and any disobedience was met with humiliation or physical punishment. He controlled the finances, made decisions for all family members, and demanded absolute respect. The women in the home existed strictly within the boundaries he set. Tuba didn't just support these rules, she reinforced them. She fully embraced the role of the primary wife, completely overshadowing Rona. Her authority in the house became absolute. She managed the children, the finances, and even Rona's fate. Over the years, her treatment of the first wife became even harsher. She isolated her, limited her interactions with the children, and denied her even the most basic personal freedoms. Hamid, the eldest son, became an enforcer of control over his sisters from an early age. He was raised in an environment that upheld strict patriarchal traditions, where men were the leaders and women were expected to obey without question. His father instilled in him the belief that it was his duty to watch over his sisters, ensuring they followed the family's rules and reporting any perceived disobedience. The sisters, Zainab, Sahar, and Giti, lived under constant surveillance. Any attempt to defy their father or Hamed resulted in punishment. They weren't allowed to make friends, leave the house freely, or even choose their own clothing. Mohammed didn't see them as individuals with their own aspirations. He saw them as an extension of the family, expected to uphold his idea of honor. When the family moved to Canada, many assumed this would give the children a chance at a better life. But even a change in country didn't alter the way the household operated. If anything, the control became even more rigid. Mohammed was aware that his children were now in an environment where women had rights, so he tightened his grip to maintain authority. The daughters began to realize that life outside their home was different from what they had always known. They saw their classmates interacting freely, choosing their own clothes, making decisions about their futures. But inside their own home, nothing had changed. Hamed became even stricter. He monitored his sisters to ensure they didn't adopt Western habits. He checked their phones, observed their behavior at school, and reported everything to their parents. Rona had hoped that moving to a new country would change her circumstances, but her fate remained the same. She didn't know the language, had no legal documents, and no job. Without a passport or financial independence, she remained entirely under the family's control. Canada did not bring the Shafia family freedom. It became a new territory, where their old rules still applied. Zainab, the eldest daughter of Mohammed Shafia, was the first to openly defy her family. Despite the strict control imposed on her, she secretly began a relationship with a young man named Ammar. He was older, of Pakistani descent, and most importantly, not someone her father would ever approve of. Their connection started with passing notes, then evolved into email exchanges, and eventually led to secret meetings. Zainab knew how dangerous her actions were. At home, she was constantly watched by Hamed, and even at school, she couldn't feel safe. Yet her love for Ammar made her willing to take the risk. When her father left for a business trip, she saw an opportunity and invited Ammar to the house, believing no one would find out. Hamed Shafia accidentally noticed a pair of unfamiliar shoes in the hallway. Immediately realizing there was an outsider in the house, he wasted no time reporting it to his parents. Ammar managed to escape, but Zainab faced severe consequences. She was physically punished and confined to her room for several months, forbidden from stepping outside. While she remained in isolation, Sahar tried to fight for her independence in a different way. She didn't engage in open rebellion, but gradually distanced herself from the traditional expectations imposed by her family. At school, she removed her headscarf, wore makeup, and dressed in ways that were strictly forbidden at home. She also formed a close bond with Ricardo, a young man from Honduras who was the complete opposite of the kind of husband her parents would have chosen for her. Sahar longed for freedom and seriously planned her escape. She and Ricardo discussed leaving for another country where her family wouldn't be able to find her. Her idea was to make it seem like she had gone to Honduras, while in reality she planned to cross into the United States. But one unexpected moment shattered her plans. One evening, she was having dinner at a cafe with Ricardo when she suddenly noticed her brother watching her from another table. He didn't say a word or approach her, but his presence alone sent a chilling message. She was now in serious danger. When she returned home, she braced herself for the worst. Her father already knew everything. There were no discussions, only punishment. After enduring physical aggression, she was forbidden from even attending school. Realizing that escaping could put her life at risk, Sahara understood that getting away from her family would be far more difficult than she had imagined. Amid all this turmoil, Geethi, the youngest of the sisters, expressed her defiance in a different way. She didn't try to run away or pursue a secret relationship. Instead, she acted out at school. Her aggressive behavior, frequent absences, and open defiance of teachers became her way of resisting. She wanted someone to notice that something was deeply wrong in her home. She was called to the principal's office, followed by a meeting with social services, but when her parents were invited to discuss the situation, they claimed that Geethi's behavior was the result of negative Western influence. They assured the social workers that they would handle the matter themselves. The daughters' attempts to resist the strict family rules only made their situation worse. Their father and brother became convinced that they had lost control over them, and that meant they had to be punished. The conflict between the sisters and their family had reached a breaking point. Their fate was now sealed. When Zainab, Sahar, and Geeti tried to break free from their family's control, they knew the risks involved, but they never expected that the very system meant to protect them would prove powerless against the authority of their father and brother. Zainab was the first to seek help after months of refinement. She realized that her only chance for survival was to leave for good. She escaped from home and found refuge in a shelter for women in crisis. For the first time, she felt safe, but her disappearance did not go unnoticed. Hamed immediately contacted the police, claiming that his sister had been kidnapped. He accused her friend Ammar, hoping to have him arrested. When the police located Zainab, she told them the truth. She had left on her own to escape her family. Law enforcement did not force her to return home, but they also failed to provide her with real protection. After seeing what happened to her sister, Sahar tried to find her own way out. She was too afraid to go directly to the police, but she made a call to Child Protective Services. She spoke about the harsh restrictions, the constant threats, and the fact that she feared for her life. The caseworkers listened, but in the end, they decided that intervention wasn't necessary. Since she was close to turning 18, they offered her temporary shelter, but that only meant one thing. Once her stay was over, she would have to go back home. She knew that, if she returned, the punishment would be far worse than anything she had endured before. Terrified, Sahar declined their help. In that moment, she realized the system could not protect her. Rona was the only one who truly understood how much danger the sisters were in, but she was powerless to stop it. She too lived in constant fear. She knew that Mohammed and Tuba no longer saw their daughters as obedient members of the family. They saw them as a threat to the family's honor, and she understood that any attempt to intervene would be useless. After everything that had happened, it became clear within the Shafia household that the daughters no longer followed the rules imposed on them. They had crossed the line. They had openly rejected the traditional way of life. Their actions were seen not just as defiance, but as a serious threat to the family's reputation. Muhammad couldn't allow rumors about his defiant daughters to spread among acquaintances. In Afghan culture, such stories traveled fast, and the family risked losing respect. What angered him the most was that their open disobedience was happening in Canada, a country where he couldn't control his daughter's surroundings the way he could back in Afghanistan. But to the family, the biggest threat came from Zainab. She hadn't just disobeyed, she had run away. That was unacceptable. She was living on her own, making her own choices, no longer following her father's rules. To them, this was the ultimate betrayal. Tuba knew that forcing her to return wouldn't work, so she devised a way to bring Zainab back willingly. She called her daughter and convinced her that their father had changed his mind. She told her that he had given his blessing for her to marry Ammar, and now they could officially be together. On May 18, 2009, a religious wedding ceremony took place at an Islamic center. The next day, Zainab had her hair styled and decorated her hands with henna. Her uncle drove her to a restaurant, and on the way, he made one final attempt to persuade her to reconsider the marriage, but her response was firm. That freedom, however, was short-lived. None of the groom's family members attended the ceremony. Ironically, they also disapproved of the marriage. Tuba was in tears, overwhelmed with embarrassment. She collapsed, fainting from the humiliation. People poured water on her, trying to revive her. Seeing this, Zainab threw herself into her mother's arms and said, "If you're against the marriage, I'll walk away from him." Zainab requested a divorce, and Ammar agreed. "I can't bring shame to my family," he said. The cleric declared them divorced right there in the restaurant. They had been husband and wife for only 24 hours. After the annulment, Zainab's relationship with Ammar Wahid deteriorated significantly. Under intense pressure from her family, she was forced to cut off all contact with him. Her movements were monitored, her interactions controlled. Ammar tried to stay in touch, but her relatives made it impossible. Eventually, their relationship ended completely, adding even more stress and emotional turmoil to Zainab's life. Zainab realized that she would never be given true freedom. She lost all hope of gaining independence. After this event, tensions between Zainab and her family escalated even further, ultimately leading to tragic consequences. This was the point of no return. If their father had previously hesitated, hoping his daughters would eventually recognize their mistake and conform, he now saw that they had no intention of returning to the family's rules. Hamid insisted that waiting any longer was not an option. In his view, betrayal could not be forgiven, and women who had tarnished the family's honor had to face consequences. He believed their father had been too lenient for too long, and if they didn't act immediately, the family's reputation would be in serious jeopardy. The decision was made. Their daughters would no longer have the right to live. Now, the only thing left was to plan how to carry it out. Muhammad didn't want to draw attention. He knew that a crime like this couldn't be impulsive. It had to look like an accident. And so the planning began, leading to an unthinkable tragedy. Preparations started weeks in advance. Muhammad, Tuba, and Hamed carefully discussed how to execute their plan. One of the key steps was acquiring a second vehicle, a Nissan Sentra. Officially, it was purchased for convenience, but in reality, it was intended to play a crucial role in what was about to happen. To avoid suspicion, they decided to organize a family trip to Niagara Falls. This would create the appearance of a family trying to reconnect after conflicts and tensions. A vacation together would give the impression that everything was fine and that they were working to mend their relationships. Zainab, Sahar, Geeti, and Rona had no choice but to go. Even if they had doubts, resisting their father's decision was pointless. From the beginning of the trip, they felt uneasy, but none of them could have imagined that this journey would be their last. Everything went according to plan. For several days, the family visited tourist attractions, took photos, and engaged in casual conversations with strangers. It was all carefully orchestrated so that later, no one would suspect there had been any hostility between them. In the early hours of June 30, 2009, two vehicles, a Nissan Sentra and Lexus RX, left the Kingston East Motel and headed toward the Kingston Mills Locks. Inside the Nissan Sentra were Zainab, Sahar, Geeti, and Rona. The exact driver at that moment remains unknown, but it was most likely Zainab, as she was the eldest and had a driver's license. They were being followed at a short distance by Muhammad, Shafia, Tuba, and their son Hamid in the Lexus RX. They kept enough space between the vehicles to avoid drawing suspicion. When the Nissan Sentra parked near the locks, Muhammad Shafia stepped out of his car and approached the Nissan. Zainab either voluntarily moved from the driver's seat or was forced to exit. Tuba then took the wheel of the Nissan, staying inside with the victims. This was done to keep them from suspecting anything. Seeing their mother beside them, they felt no immediate danger. Meanwhile, Mohammed and Hamed returned to the Lexus and drove to a nearby motel, where they planned to create the illusion that the family was simply stopping for the night before continuing their trip. At the motel, they woke the manager and rented 2 rooms, but their responses about the number of guests were inconsistent. They couldn't decide whether there were 6 or 9 people in their group, which raised suspicions. After dropping off the 3 youngest family members, Mohammed and Hamed got back into the Lexus and returned to the locks. As soon as Tuba saw their headlights in the darkness, she quickly got out of the Nissan and ran toward them. This was the signal. The time had come. At this moment, the women inside the car were still alive, unaware that they were trapped in a deadly situation. What happened next could only be partially reconstructed during the investigation. It remains unclear whether the victims were harmed inside the car or outside of it. However, forensic evidence revealed crucial details. 3 of them, Rona, Geeti, and Zainab, had sustained head injuries, likely inflicted to render them unconscious before they were submerged. Sahar, however, appeared to have resisted. There were no signs of head trauma on her body, suggesting that she may have remained conscious longer than the others. One by one, the victims were either drowned in the water or placed inside the car after losing consciousness. Their bodies were then repositioned in the Nissan. The front seats were reclined to accommodate them. At this stage, Mohammed, Tuba, and Hamed began staging the scene to make it appear like a tragic accident. Their plan was to send the vehicle into the water, making it seem as if it had rolled in by mistake. One of them started the engine, shifted the car into neutral, and exited, expecting the Nissan to roll into the canal on its own. But something went wrong. The car got stuck on the edge of the concrete ledge. The front wheels had gone over, but instead of plunging into the water, the vehicle remained suspended in place. This was a major setback. If anyone had appeared at that moment, they would have been caught at the scene. One of them reached through the open driver's window and turned off the ignition. They realized that the Nissan wouldn't go into the water without additional force. The only way to complete the plan was to use the Lexus to push the Nissan into the canal. They got into the Lexus, accelerated, and rammed the Nissan from behind. The impact was strong. The SUV's left headlight shattered, leaving fragments at the scene. With that final push, the Nissan Sentra plunged into the water, taking the 4 women with it. Believing their crime was now complete, they began covering their tracks. They attempted to pick up the broken pieces of the Lexus headlight, but couldn't gather them all. Then they quickly left the scene and returned to the motel to create the illusion that they had spent the night there and knew nothing about the disappearance. Early on the morning of June 30, 2009, a Kingston canal worker noticed something unusual beneath the water. He could see the roof of a submerged car. The man immediately contacted the authorities. Emergency responders and divers arrived at the scene. When they pulled the vehicle from the water, they discovered the bodies of 4 women inside. None of them had attempted to escape. There were no broken windows, no signs of anyone trying to open the doors. It wasn't long before authorities identified the victims: 3 sisters and their relative. Zainab Shafia was found in the front passenger seat, her head tilted forward. Her black cardigan, soaked after hours underwater, was on backward. Her younger sister Sahar was in the back of the sunken Nissan Sentra. Geeti's lifeless body floated above the driver's seat, one arm resting on the headrest. Rana was hunched in the middle of the back seat. She wasn't wearing a seatbelt. None of them were. The initial inspection of the car immediately raised questions. The vehicle was in first gear, but the engine was off. The keys were still in the ignition. The seatbelts were unused, which was strange. People instinctively grab onto something in an emergency, but here there were no signs of struggle. At the same time, 3 people walked into the Kingston police station: Mohammed Shafia, his wife Tuba, and their son Hamid. They reported that 4 women were missing. Their story was simple. The women had taken the car keys during the night and left without permission. They claimed the most likely explanation was that they had tried to run away, but something had gone wrong. At first, the story seemed believable. The family explained that Zainab and Sahar had often shown defiance and clashed with their parents. If they had indeed attempted to run away, they might have panicked, lost control of the vehicle, and accidentally driven into the water. However, the first pieces of evidence quickly cast doubt on this version. First, the location of the car. The Kingston Canal was not a road, a highway, or even a place where someone could end up by accident. It was a controlled waterway system, and reaching it without knowing the area was nearly impossible. Second, the condition of the bodies. If the women had been alive when the car entered the water, they would have undoubtedly tried to escape. But there were no signs of struggle, no scratches on the windows, no attempts to open the doors. This led investigators to question the family's account. The theory of an accidental crash was beginning to fall apart. At the same time, detectives started reviewing statements from the staff at the motel where the Shafia family had stayed. It turned out that no one had seen the women leaving the building. Surveillance cameras did not record them exiting. The suspicions deepened. Police continued their investigation without rushing to conclusions, but even at this early stage, it was clear this was not just a tragic accident. It was a carefully planned crime, staged to look like one. During questioning, Muhammad, Tuba, and Hamed struggled with details. At first, they claimed the women had left during the night, but when asked for the exact time, none of them could provide a clear answer. Their statements about when they supposedly left kept changing. Hamed insisted that he had been asleep and hadn't heard anything, while Tuba claimed there had been noise in the house that night. Later, she added that she had woken up and seen the women leaving, only to contradict herself by saying she didn't remember. Mohammed initially stated that he had been in a different motel room at the time, but security footage showed otherwise. Police conducted a thorough examination of the car found in the water. At the scene, they discovered fragments of broken headlights. However, these fragments did not belong to the submerged vehicle. This meant that another car had been present and could have played a role in the incident. Forensic experts took a closer look at the front of the family's Lexus SUV. The damage patterns on the vehicle matched the broken fragments found at the scene. Further analysis revealed that the Lexus had dents and impact marks consistent with a collision with another car. These findings confirmed a new theory. The victims had not simply been left in the vehicle, they had been deliberately pushed into the water. Investigators knew they needed stronger evidence. They decided to place a listening device in the Shafia family's vehicle, hoping the suspects would incriminate themselves. A few days later, the police got exactly what they were looking for. The recordings captured conversations in which Mohammed openly expressed satisfaction with what had happened. He stated that his daughters had brought shame to the family and that honor had been restored. Tuba supported his words, saying they had done what was necessary. Hamid, meanwhile, repeatedly insisted that their actions had been justified. These recordings became key pieces of evidence. They proved that the crime had been premeditated and that the family had deliberately taken the lives of 4 women. The evidence left no room for doubt. The police were now ready to make their move. Mohammed Shafia, his wife Tuba, and their son Hamed were arrested on July 22, 2009. That day, they had no idea that law enforcement had already gathered enough proof to charge them. The family was preparing to fly to Dubai, but they were taken into custody just before departure. Mohammed never saw it coming until the last moment. He believed that the deaths of his daughters and Rona had been successfully staged as an accident, but the investigation had stayed one step ahead. When they were read their charges, first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder, they tried to remain composed, but their expressions told a different story. The trial began in January 2012. It lasted 3 months and drew enormous public attention. Prosecutors presented undeniable evidence that the crime had been meticulously planned. The most damning evidence was the recorded conversations in the family's vehicle. In them, Mohammed proudly stated that his daughters had gotten what they deserved, while Tuba and Hamid fully supported this sentiment. These recordings shattered any remaining doubts about their guilt. In addition to the recordings, physical evidence was presented. Investigators demonstrated that the family's Lexus had damage consistent with a collision involving the Nissan Sentra. Experts confirmed that the SUV had been used to push the victim's car into the water. Witnesses were called to testify, social workers, teachers, and friends of the sisters, who revealed that they had spoken about the harsh treatment they faced from their father and brother. Many knew they lived in fear, but no one could have imagined it would end in such a horrific way. During the trial, Mohammed showed no remorse. He insisted that the court had misinterpreted the situation and continued to claim that his daughters had brought shame to the family. Tuba, who initially portrayed herself as a grieving mother, later changed her strategy and began denying any involvement. Hamed attempted to present himself as a victim of his father's influence, but the recorded conversations completely dismantled his defense. After 15 hours of deliberation, the jury delivered its verdict: guilty. Mohammed, Tuba, and Hamed were sentenced to life in prison, with no possibility of parole for 25 years. They appealed, hoping the ruling would be overturned, but the court upheld the conviction. Their crime was classified as an act of so-called honor-based violence, a cold and calculated crime carried out in the name of control and tradition. The family that had once sought to preserve its honor lost everything. Their names became synonymous with cruelty, and the Shafia case remains one of the most horrifying examples of such crimes in Canadian history. After the arrests of Mohammed, Tuba, and Hamed, the remaining Shafia children were left in a difficult situation. As they were still minors, they could not be left without guardianship. Canadian authorities placed them under state protection. Social services took responsibility for their well-being. Their identities and locations were kept confidential to protect them from public scrutiny and potential retaliation from extended relatives. Some family members in Afghanistan attempted to intervene, demanding that the children be returned to their biological relatives, but Canadian law shielded them from such claims. The younger Shafia children were given the opportunity to grow up away from the harmful environment they had known. They changed their names and started new lives, but their past was forever marked by a devastating tragedy. The fact that their parents and brother committed such a crime became a permanent shadow over them, something they could never fully escape. Their current whereabouts remain unknown, but one thing is certain: they were given a chance at a different life, unlike their lost sisters and Rona. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. It was late at night, and the streets of Lawrence, Kansas were quiet, lit only by scattered street lamps and the occasional passing car. A young woman stepped out of her house with urgency. She clipped a leash onto her dog, hurried them both into a parked vehicle, and within seconds the car disappeared into the night. For most, it might have looked like a late-night errand or a simple drive, but for her, it was the moment she had waited for 4 long years. That night, she wasn't running away. She was finally running toward freedom. Today, we take a closer look at what happened that night and the life that led up to it. Lawrence, Kansas is a small town of under 100,000 people. Known for its college town charm and strong community spirit, it consistently ranks among the top places to live and study in the Midwest. It's a city where families grow roots, students chase dreams, and crime is minimal. But this story shattered that calm. Beneath the town's quiet reputation lay a secret, one that would only come to light after this young woman disappeared. To understand why this night meant so much, we need to go back to a life hidden behind closed doors. Back to a girl who looked ordinary, but carried the weight of something much deeper. And once the truth began to unravel, Lawrence would never look at one of its own the same way again. On January 15, 2014, a young man contacted the local police department to report a disturbing, suspicious noise at his neighbor's house. Officers were dispatched to the address provided, however, no one answered the door, and the house was empty. They surveyed the surrounding area, and through the glass door in the backyard, they spotted a silhouette resembling a person lying down. And once inside, the police confirmed that it wasn't a mistake. The silhouette indeed turned out to be a person on the living room floor. They were faced with a horrifying scene. A middle-aged man lay in a pool of dry blood. His hands were bound, and his throat had been cut so deeply that he was nearly decapitated. What was just a routine check turned into a criminal investigation, the motives of which needed to be determined. The identity of the deceased was quickly established. He was 52-year-old Harold Sasko, a local entrepreneur and owner of a chain of pizza restaurants. Harold was born on September 11, 1961, in Florida, and was the 10th child out of 12 in his family. His relatives described him as a responsible and organized person who was always a leader in everything. Harold worked hard from the age of 14, dreaming of becoming a successful entrepreneur and owning his own business. After studying for about 2 years in college in Oklahoma, Harold worked as an administrator in a chain of pizza restaurants in Texas, where he learned management and was able to save money to achieve his goals. In the 1990s, the Sasko family moved to Kansas. Here, the enterprising Harold opened his own pizzeria. The business was successful, and within a short span of time, Mr. Sasko opened another pizzeria in Topeka and won acclaim in Lawrence. But who could have done this to the respectable man? Or could Harold have had a dark side to his personality that warranted what happened to him? Investigators quickly established that Harold Sasko had been living with 19-year-old Sarah McLean for the last few years. However, she was not found at home and could have been the second victim of a brutal attack by a mysterious criminal. Sarah could have been the last person to see Harold alive, but where did the girl disappear to? In order to find the missing Sarah and uncover the mystery of the relationship between an adult man and a young woman, investigators had to piece together information about the complicated and secretive relationships that had been kept under wraps in the deceased Harold Sasko's home. Sarah Gonzalez McLean was born in 1994 in Topeka, Kansas. She was a normal child, energetic, cheerful, sweet, and smiling. The girl was interested in everything new and fearlessly tried new hobbies. In her teenage years, she faced harassment from a neighbor and her mental state was shaken. Sarah was very scared by the harsh behavior of the adult man. She felt helpless during this time. Disputes between her parents became more frequent, which aggravated the situation at home and had a detrimental effect on the girl's state. She had to grow up early to try to understand adult difficulties. But the immature psyche of a teenager did not yield the desired result, and Sarah began to drown her problems in alcohol. But the addiction to drinking did not bring relief, and Sarah, having a nervous breakdown, wanted to end her own life. After the attempt, she was hospitalized, where she underwent treatment in a psychiatric clinic. For some time, Sarah dreamed of leaving her parents' home where she was suffocated by the toxic atmosphere with parents who could not divide their property. During the divorce, she started saving money to rent a room and move out. During a period of despair, Sarah met an adult man who calmed her and boosted her confidence. That was Harold. He ran a mentorship program for youth where he met Sarah, who got a job at one of his restaurants. By the age of 16, she was already taking orders at the pizzeria counter and diligently saving money for her dream. During this time, Sarah was quite happy. She left the hated home for a place where she felt needed. She made friends and established a relationship with Harold. In turn, he became a second father to her, providing the love and attention she sorely lacked. One day, in a confidential conversation, Sarah honestly told him about her problems, and they moved him. Harold offered Sarah to move in with him temporarily until she found separate accommodation. Sarah's mother was against it, but the girl was adamant. After enrolling in college, Sarah moved in with her mentor. It was a forced measure which Sarah believed should not last long. Harold paid for her education. They established a friendly relationship and grew close as father and daughter, and for a long time that was indeed the case. Interviews with neighbors and witnesses showed that Harold was a pillar of support for Sarah after the difficulties she had experienced in her family. She found refuge with an adult friend. Harold was both a mentor and a friend to her. Despite their significant age difference, after Harold Sasko's demise, the police needed to find Sarah McLean as quickly as possible, as she could be in danger. Blood tests showed that all the blood belonged to the deceased, indicating that Sarah was alive and could indeed have been abducted. During the search, it was discovered that Sarah's biological father had reported her missing much earlier than the news of Harold's demise became known. But the police had been inactive, assuming teenage maximalism and her frequent departures from home. Detectives believed that the young woman might also have been a victim of an attack. Her search continued. However, the investigation considered various theories of the attack and crime. One of them was robbery. During the house inspection, it was found that some valuables and items had been stolen. Closets were partially emptied. Money and weapons owned by Harold were also stolen. There was disorder everywhere. Most of the items had been thrown out of the closets. After compiling lists of the stolen items, it became clear that only Sarah's belongings were missing. Her tablet, phone, and car were found on the parking lot at the house. For the investigators, this confirmed that the young woman had been abducted. Mr. Sasko's dog, Oliver, also disappeared without a trace. But why would the abductor take the dog? The disappearance of the dog puzzled the investigators, and they noted that Harold's car was also missing from the parking lot. The license plate was checked in the database, and the police began actively searching for the car by tracking all the recordings from the city's surveillance cameras where the car could have been spotted. They managed to determine the direction of the suspected criminal, but the blurred frames did not allow them to identify him. Information about the stolen car with the possible criminal was distributed to nearby posts along the possible routes, but no clarifying information was received. While waiting for information about the car's movement, the investigators did not waste time. They actively questioned Sarah's friends and acquaintances, hoping to get more information about the unusual cohabitation of the young woman and the mature man. At that time, Harold Sasko had been married 3 times but was divorced and lived only with Sarah. The fact that a 19-year-old woman was living with a 52-year-old man as friends was peculiar, but no other information about Sarah and Harold's relationship could be obtained. No one had ever seen them as a couple. Sarah had her own room in Harold's house. Could it be that this mature, well-to-do man really became a second father and mentor to the young lost girl? It really seemed to be the case. Harold Sasko was viewed as a kind and sensitive person, and a benefactor. His colleagues also confirmed no closeness between the boss and the employee. The investigation was at a standstill. After a critical 48 hours, Sarah McLean had still not been found. Investigators were puzzled, but continued their search for the young woman. 3 days into the search efforts, an unexpected phone call to Sarah's parents' home turned the detectives' theory upside down. The awaited call was brief. The caller waited for an answer and then hung up violently. The police, anticipating a call from the suspected abductor, managed to trace it quickly. The caller's location was identified as a 24-hour store at a gas station in Bishop, Texas. Immediately heading to the location and reviewing surveillance footage, the police were shocked to recognize a female figure very similar to Sarah. The woman freely entered the store, made purchases, made the call, and then left in Harold's car. Could it be possible that Sarah, whom the police were searching for as a victim of abduction, was actually the criminal and had fled, taking her beloved dog with her? On January 25, 2014, rangers in Everglades National Park in Dade County, Florida, found Sarah McLean sleeping in the parked car with Oliver, Mr. Sasko's dog. Upon searching the car, several knives, an axe, and Harold's pistol were found. On February 1, 2014, after she waived her extradition hearing in Florida, Sarah was transported back to Kansas, where officers placed her in the Douglas County Jail. The car was seized and sent for inspection. Forensic analysis confirmed that the bloodied knife found was the weapon used in Harold Sasko's demise. But what led to such a brutal crime? During Sarah's interrogation, it was revealed that their relationship initially mirrored that of a father and daughter. He took care of her and told everyone she was his stepdaughter to avoid unnecessary questions. Sasko was aware of Sarah's difficult relationship with her parents. He knew she had been brutally assaulted by a man who had left her with cigarette burn scars. She had tried to end her life and was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder and depression. Harold promised to take care of her, but the supposed sanctuary included unrestricted access to marijuana and alcohol. Cocaine and ecstasy were also available. He charged her rent, and she bought her own food. He gradually gained control over everything she did. After living together for about 6 months, Harold confessed his love for her. Sarah rejected him, but he persisted in his advances. Eventually, he demanded intimacy as a condition for her to stay with him. Harold took her salary, claiming it as compensation for what he spent on her upkeep daily. He threatened to sue her if she left. Harold degraded and insulted her daily. One day, Harold told Sarah that she was not attractive enough, and men preferred women with more voluptuous figures. With such an appearance, he said she would never find true love and would never be appealing to men. Sarah objected but felt she had no choice. He paid for her to have a nose job and buttock implants. After these surgeries, Sarah's debt to Harold increased by $10,000. 0 cents. Her last paycheck from the pizzeria was $265. 0 cents. He demeaned her and demanded total submission. Out of desperation, Sarah began drinking alcohol and using psychotropic substances. When Harold demanded intimacy, if she tried to resist, he would hold her down. Taking advantage of Sarah's weakened state, Harold repeatedly forced himself on her, and she eventually entered into a relationship with him at his insistence. Sarah fell into a state of depression, from which she sought to hide under Harold's supposed protection. She became increasingly restrained and withdrawn. She suffered from victim syndrome and was afraid to leave him or tell anyone. She saw only one way out of her moral confinement: ending her partner's life. Sarah confessed that she made the decision 5 days before the act. On January 14, Harold came home late in the evening and started working on the sound system. At one point, he asked Sarah to bring him a beer, knowing that if he drank, he would force himself on her. She decided to act. She added crushed sleeping pills to the beer, which she had prepared in advance. After some time, Harold lost consciousness. Sarah tied his ankles and wrists with zip ties. Then she took a hunting knife and inflicted a deep wound on his neck. During the interrogation, Sarah confessed that at one moment she reconsidered her decision to take his life. But Harold was already bleeding out, and she felt she had no choice but to finish what she started with renewed fury. She continued to stab him in the neck with relentless force, nearly decapitating him. Then Sarah took a shower, packed her belongings, and left in Harold's car, taking Oliver, the dog she had cared for. First, she headed to Texas, then to Florida to see the ocean. That's where the Rangers detained her. The trial for the demise of Harold Sasko began on March 5, 2015, at the Douglas County Courthouse. In his opening statement, prosecutor Charles Branson told the jury that Sarah McLean had meticulously planned Harold Sasko's end. Lawrence Police Detective Robert Brown testified for the prosecution, showing that before the act, Sarah McLean had made Google searches using the phrase "vulnerable places on the neck." She confessed to inflicting knife wounds on the victim and then cutting his throat. When the detective asked her why she ended Mr. Sasko's life, she replied, "I wanted someone to die because of these words." The trial focused on her ability to form the intent to commit the act. However, in a private meeting with the judge prior to the trial, prosecutor Charles Branson stated that it would be inappropriate for the jury to hear about Harold Sasko's cruel treatment of Sarah McLean, and he intentionally omitted this information. He believed that the details of the accusations would be inappropriate at the trial stage because they would merely elicit sympathy for the defendant without any supporting evidence. Branson did not want the years of domestic abuse to become public knowledge. Defense attorney Carl Cornwell agreed with the restrictions on presenting evidence of cruel treatment, which he could have introduced in court. Instead, he tried to convince the jury that Sarah was mentally unstable and unable to fully comprehend her actions. Carl Cornwell argued that Douglas County Judge Paula Martin should send the accused Sarah McLean to a state hospital rather than prison, and if a prison sentence was to be decided, sentence her to 25 years due to her mental illness. However, prosecutor David Melton criticized the defense's portrayal of Sarah as a victim. He added that a psychological evaluation at a large state hospital, an impartial entity, showed that McLean did not meet the criteria for dissociative identity disorder. The district judge reported that she had been found to have borderline personality disorder with antisocial tendencies. The report also stated that Sarah McLean exaggerated the symptoms of her mental illness. In his courtroom address, the prosecutor added that the crime was not committed by a little sweet girl, but by a methodical and far-sighted criminal who had planned it in advance and intentionally left her mobile phone behind to avoid being tracked. In his closing statement, prosecutor Melton said that in his legal career, he had never encountered something so reprehensible and brutal as the crime committed against Harold Sasko, and therefore the defendant deserved a sentence ranging from 50 years to life imprisonment. Some crimes are so evil, so horrendous, that they warrant harsher punishment. Melton argued that Sarah could have chosen a different method, such as suffocation, overdose, or poisoning Sasko, but the fact that McLean forcefully penetrated Sasko's carotid artery with a long knife spoke to the horror of the act. Addressing the court, the prosecutor repeatedly emphasized that she chose a knife because she wanted to prolong the experience of the act and likely enjoyed it greatly. After considering the arguments, psychological assessments, requests from relatives, and letters to the court, Martin ultimately decided that there is no evidence to support commitment to a psychiatric facility instead of prison, and that the act was committed in a disgusting, barbaric, and brutal manner. Douglas County Judge Paula Martin sentenced Sarah Gonzalez McLean to 50 years in prison. She must serve at least 50 years before becoming eligible for parole, at which time she will be nearly 70 years old. After the sentencing, Sarah apologized to her own family and Harold Sasko's family. Sarah has appealed the sentence based on the provision of ineffective counsel. In the meantime, the defense lawyers began preparing a clemency petition and uncovered necessary evidence of abuse and the dark side of Harold Sasko that had not been presented to the jury during the trial. It turned out that during the search for Sarah, a significant number of crucial clues were overlooked. After all, the investigation's attention was occupied with investigating a crime against life, not proving domestic abuse. An examination of Harold Sasko's phone confirmed that he had repeatedly shown interest in child-explicit material. He downloaded hundreds of videos to his phone and visited X-rated sites discussing children, teenagers, and zoophilia. At least 20 times, he visited websites where men were intimate or appeared to be intimate with women who seemed to be asleep. The police found a camera and flash drives on a desk in Sasko's bedroom. A detective stated that the images found on the flash drives showed that Sasko and Sarah McLean were just friends who spent time together. The defense attorneys were not allowed to review the files. Sarah was shocked and confused when the evidence of harsh treatment was not presented in court. She did not give up on proving that at the moment of ending her aggressor's life, she saw no other way to save herself. On March 20, 2015, after deliberating for just 4 hours, the jury found Sarah Gonzalez McClain guilty of first-degree premeditated homicide with aggravating circumstances, unaware of the months of harsh treatment that preceded her dreadful crime. Now her lawyers hope to get her out of prison, convincing the governor to pardon her, which is a long-term attempt to correct what they consider an injustice. In 2021, the newly elected district attorney of Douglas County, Susana Valdez, struck a stunning deal. The sentence for Sarah McClain was reduced by half in exchange for waiving the right to appeal. The case of Sarah McClain is one of the most confusing and recurring institutional failures where, in the pursuit of justice, the truth remains sidelined. Currently, Sarah Gonzalez McClain remains incarcerated at the correctional facility in Topeka, Kansas. The earliest she can be released is in 2039, but strangely enough, prison gave Sarah a chance to heal. In her only interview, she admitted that being locked up was the biggest relief for her. She found time to reflect on what had happened. She wrote letters to God trying to cope with her shame. In prison, she trains Labrador and Golden Retrievers for service in an organization based in Washington, Kansas. Sarah says that the dogs have healed her more than she could have ever imagined. In her statement, Sarah said that since she's been in prison, she's dedicated every day to becoming better, not just for herself, but for her family and society. I will continue to ensure that everything that happened was not in vain, as I am no longer the young woman who felt hopeless and didn't know what to do at the scene where Harold Sasko's life was ended. The word freedom was written on the wall in blood, a word the investigators initially struggled to decipher. During questioning, Sarah replied that she wrote what she felt after committing the crime. Paradoxically, it was in prison that Sarah Gonzalez McClain found her freedom. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. These two little boys were the perfect reminder that sometimes the greatest danger doesn't come from outside the home, it comes from within it. On the night of November 26, 2001, a quiet street in Cantonment, Florida, was jolted awake by the sight of flames rising into the sky. A frantic 911 call had alerted firefighters to a house fire, and first responders rushed to the scene, expecting to find a tragic accident, perhaps someone trapped inside, or a last-minute attempt to escape that had gone horribly wrong. But what they found inside the burning home was far more disturbing. On the floor of the living room lay 40-year-old Terry King. His body was twisted, lifeless, and badly beaten. His head had been bludgeoned with such violence that his skull was shattered. The fire, it turned out, had been intentionally set, but not to harm him. It was an attempt to erase the truth. Terry King hadn't died in the blaze. He had been murdered. And as investigators would soon discover, the people responsible were the very ones who should have been safest in his care, his own sons. But as investigators processed the gruesome scene, they quickly realized something even more disturbing. Terry's two sons, 13-year-old Derek and 12-year-old Alex, were nowhere to be found. At first, the situation seemed like an unspeakable tragedy. A father dead, his children possibly kidnapped, or, even worse, trapped inside the burning house. But the truth that unfolded over the next few hours was something no one could have expected. When authorities located Derek and Alex nearby, the boys didn't run. They didn't cry. They didn't even hesitate. Instead, they calmly confessed. They had taken a baseball bat, crept into their father's room while he slept, and repeatedly beat him until his skull caved in. And then, as if that wasn't horrifying enough, they set the house on fire in an attempt to erase their crime. At first, their reasoning seemed simple. They claimed their father was too strict, that his punishments were too harsh, spankings, rules, a home with too many restrictions. That was why they did it, they said. But something about their confession felt off. Their words were rehearsed, their emotions strangely absent, and then, just as quickly as they had admitted to the crime, they changed their story. Now they said they weren't acting alone. A new name surfaced. 40-year-old Ricky Chavis, a local man who had been a family friend. According to the boys, Chavis had manipulated them, convinced them to kill their father, and after the crime, took them in, washing their bloody clothes and coaching them on what to say. He had given them a place to stay, a place where they wouldn't have to follow rules or face their father's discipline. But when pressed for details, the story changed yet again. Suddenly, Derek and Alex claimed that they never killed their father at all. Ricky Chavis had done it. They insisted he had beaten Terry to death, then forced them to take the blame. Each new version of events contradicted the last, leaving investigators struggling to separate truth from lies. But then a chilling revelation came to light, one that would shake the case to its core. Alex revealed that his relationship with Ricky Chavis wasn't just that of a family friend. According to him, Chavis had manipulated him into believing they were in love. He described a twisted dynamic where Chavis, a grown man, had taken advantage of him, convincing him that they shared something special. With every revelation, the case became more unsettling. Was this the story of two boys rebelling against an overly strict father, or were they victims themselves, manipulated by a predator who had used them to carry out his own dark agenda? Before we begin to dissect every inch of this case, let's take a moment to understand the King family. First, Terry Lee King was born in Florida on April 17, 1961. He met Janet Little at a young age, and by the time Terry was 23, the two had started living together. They went on to have two sons, Derek, born in 1988, and Alex, who followed just 14 months later. Life wasn't easy for the young couple. Financial struggles weighed them down, and by the time their boys were just toddlers, things took a turn for the worse. Their relationship fell apart. But even after breaking up, Terry and Janet continued living under the same roof for about 2 years. During this time, Janet gave birth to twins fathered by another man. Despite their split, Terry attempted to co-parent all 4 children with Janet, trying to make the best of a complicated situation. But raising 4 young children with limited resources became overwhelming. Desperate for a solution, the couple turned to the Heritage Christian Academy, a church-run institution that provided shelter for struggling families. The director introduced them to the idea of open adoptions, assuring them that their children would live with new families while still staying in touch with their biological parents. Believing this was in their children's best interest, Terry and Janet made the heartbreaking decision to give them up. Soon after, Janet moved out of Terry's home, leaving him behind to start over. Terry picked up another job, but it paid little, and he was barely getting by. 8 months later, another blow hit the family. The church shut down, unable to afford the costs of caring for the children. The 4 siblings were separated, each sent to different families across the state. Derek and Alex, once inseparable, were now miles apart. Alex, in particular, struggled. No matter how much his new family tried, he couldn't adjust. He cried endlessly, mourning the loss of his father. His distress became so unbearable that his foster parents ultimately sent him back to Terry. The boy clung to his father like a lifeline, refusing to be apart from him again. While Terry worked, Alex would sit quietly in the lunchroom playing by himself. And at night, he made a makeshift bed by pushing 2 chairs together, anything just to be near his dad. Meanwhile, Derek took a different path. As he grew older, his rebellious streak intensified. By the year 2001, Janet received a call from his foster parents. They could no longer handle him. They were at their breaking point. And just like that, Derek was sent back to Terry, reuniting with his younger brother. Around the same time, Janet had moved to Lexington, Kentucky, after marrying another man. While Terry had finally reached some stability, he had bought a rental home with a large garden, creating what seemed like a fresh start for his boys. Derek and Alex were enrolled at Ransom Middle School, and at first, things seemed to be settling down. They were bright kids, performing above average in their classes. But just as life started to resemble some kind of normalcy, everything unraveled on November 16. The boys vanished. Terry reported them missing, frantic with worry. Days passed, and then he received a phone call from his own children. They told him to stop looking for them. But Terry refused to give up, frustrated by what he believed was police inaction. He even went to the local news, pleading for help. Then, on November 24, there was a breakthrough. Derek was found wandering near a wooded area in Pace. The next day, Alex resurfaced, returning home. Neighbors saw the three of them together, preparing to leave the house to visit a friend. It looked like things might return to normal. Later that night, they came back home, but within hours their house was engulfed in flames. Firefighters rushed to the scene, but what they found inside was far more horrifying than the fire itself. Authorities quickly pieced together the gruesome truth. The attack had happened in the dead of night. Terry had been asleep in his recliner, completely unaware that his own children were lurking in the shadows. Derek, gripping an aluminum baseball bat, struck the first blow, then another, and another. It was a ruthless, frenzied assault. The man who had fought so hard to keep his sons together was left unrecognizable. His skull had been shattered as his lifeless body lay there. The boys set the house on fire, hoping the flames would erase the evidence. But fire doesn't destroy everything. Instead of seeking help, Derek and Alex fled. They didn't go to the police or a family member. They ran straight into the arms of Ricky Chavis, a man who had been lurking in the background of their lives for some time. Chavis wasn't just a family friend. He was a convicted felon with a troubling history. While Terry had been busy working hard as a single father, Chavis had been keeping a watchful eye on his boys, offering them an escape from their strict household. His home was their hideaway, a place where rules didn't apply. Investigators soon uncovered disturbing details. Chavis had more than just a casual friendship with the boys. He had introduced them to alcohol and marijuana, blurring the lines of authority. But the most unsettling revelation came from Alex himself. He confessed that he and Chavis weren't just friends. He claimed they were lovers. Chavis had manipulated him, convinced him they were in love. Authorities found letters, love notes written by Chavis to Alex, diary entries from the young boy professing his devotion to the 40-year-old man. It was clear this was grooming, and it raised a terrifying question. Had Chavis orchestrated the murder of Terry King? To understand just how deep Chavis's influence ran, you have to understand who he was in their lives. Every neighborhood has that one house, the one where kids gather, where rules are flexible, where no one asks too many questions. For Derek and Alex, that house belonged to Ricky Chavis. To some, he was just a friendly neighbor, the guy who let kids hang out at his place, play video games, and escape their troubles. But to others, there was something unsettling about him. Rumors swirled over the years. Multiple minors had come forward with allegations of inappropriate relationships with Chavis. Yet somehow, nothing ever stuck. As a father juggling work and raising two kids, Terry King had no idea about Chavis's past when he first allowed his sons to spend time there. As a struggling single father, he saw it as a blessing, someone willing to watch over Derek and Alex when he was working long hours. But the relationship between Chavis and the boys became too close. Prosecutors had a tangled case on their hands. Two minors accused of patricide, a felon with suspicious ties to them, and a defense riddled with inconsistencies in statements of two young, angry boys. Alex took the stand first. His testimony retold a horrific tale. On the night of the murder, he claimed Chavis had sneaked into the house while Terry was asleep. The brothers had been woken and led outside, told to wait in the car while Chavis carried out the evils that he had kept hidden all these years. It wasn't until they reached Chavis's home that he revealed the truth. Terry, their father, was dead. The crime, he insisted, had been for them. The alternative, he allegedly warned, was far worse. Terry would have never allowed them to live with Chavis, even if it meant taking their lives himself. As the jury absorbed the disturbing details, Derek King supported his brother's version of events, though his emotions overwhelmed him. He spoke of how Chavis had promised them a better life, a life where they would be free, taken care of, and given everything they wanted. Yet as he tried to put into words the gravity of what had happened, his composure shattered, revealing the confusion of a child caught in the midst of something far beyond his understanding. With the prosecution's case laid out, the defense turned its attention to one crucial element, the confession. When the boys had first been arrested, they had admitted to the crime, offering chilling descriptions of their father's final moments. The defense seized upon this and argued that their detailed account clearly showed they had been present during the attack, not waiting outside in Chavez's car as they now claimed. The jury deliberated, reaching a decision in a short time. However, the verdict was sealed, its contents hidden until the conclusion of the second trial, the one in which Alex and Derek King, still barely more than children, would stand accused of the same crime. As the trial of the King brothers commenced, the two young defendants now sat in the courtroom in their best clothes, no longer just witnesses, but accused murderers. The prosecution put forth an argument backed by tangible evidence that Alex had harbored a deep resentment toward his father and had convinced his younger brother to act. The motive, they argued, lay in Alex's infatuation with Chavez, a man who had fed him fantasies of love and freedom from his evil father. This was backed by the letters that were found at the scene, one of which read something like this: "My life used to be cloudy before I made friends with Rick. My ultimate goal in life now is what his is. It is about sharing your life with someone else's. Before I met Rick, I was straight. But now, I am gay." Unlike before, Derek did not testify, but Alex once again took the stand. The court listened as the prosecution introduced the deeply unsettling letters written by the boy, in which he described how Chavez had changed him, how he no longer saw himself as straight, how his ultimate goal in life was to be with the older man. These letters, the prosecution argued, showed the dangerous and strong influence Chavez had over Alex, an influence firm enough to push him toward murder. The defense, however, turned the focus back to Chavez. They painted him as a manipulative predator who had lured the boys into his grasp, exploiting their troubled home life and preying on their vulnerabilities. He had given them gifts, let them indulge in forbidden pleasures, and most importantly, convinced them that Terry King was the enemy. To Alex and Derek, he had been the savior they thought they needed, until they were left alone to take the fall. The jury weighed the conflicting narratives carefully. Were these two boys, still so childlike in their behavior, truly capable of such a heinous crime on their own? Or had they been merely pawns in a far darker game? A final answer came swiftly. In just 5 hours, the verdict was in. Alex and Derek King were found guilty. Their knowledge of the crime scene, their shifting testimonies, and their own confession ultimately convinced the jury that they had been present when their father was murdered. Yet the court also seemed to acknowledge the complexities of the case. As most children their age prepared to return to school, Alex and Derek King prepared for a very different kind of future. A future inside the walls of Florida's juvenile detention centers. They had entered the world as victims, suspects, and pawns in a deadly game, and now they would pay for a crime whose true mastermind remained a mystery in the eyes of many. In an unconventional move, the prosecution tried both Chavez and the King brothers for the same crime. Chavez was acquitted, despite the damning letters and his attempts to cover up the murder. The King brothers, however, were convicted of second-degree murder on September 6, 2002. But in yet another twist, the judge overturned their convictions, citing violations of due process. Rather than face another trial, the prosecution and defense reached a plea deal. Both Derek and Alex pleaded guilty to third-degree murder. Derek was sentenced to 8 years, Alex 7. But was justice truly served? Why did nobody consider the disturbing relationship of a minor with a convicted felon? Almost nobody would ask this question. Derek and Alex King entered prison as children and left as men. Long after the trials had ended and the headlines had begun to fade, the King brothers still had those who remained invested in their fate. Among them was journalist and writer Catherine Medico, whose interest in their case had shifted from professional to deeply personal. What had started as research for a book had transformed into an emotional bond, particularly with Alex. She had spent months exchanging letters with him, their conversations stretching over long phone calls. But it wasn't until late 2002 that she finally met him in prison. From the moment they were face to face, she felt an instant connection, as though he were a child in desperate need of care. Catherine was not alone in this sentiment. In different corners of the country, strangers had been drawn to the case, outraged by the way 2 children had been thrust into the adult legal system. Their frustration turned into action, culminating in the formation of the King Brothers Trust in 2003. Lisa Drew Alton spearheaded the initiative, determined to provide support for the boys once they were released. It was, she believed, a gesture of faith, an assurance that, despite their past, they would not have to navigate their future alone. Among those who became involved was Dan Daly, a widower and freelance writer from Texas. Through online discussions about the case, he had connected with Lisa, who suggested he send Derek books in prison, a simple act of kindness that turned into something much more. When he received a heartfelt thank you letter from the boy, that letter marked the beginning of an unexpected friendship. Over time, they corresponded frequently, and Daly made the long drive to Florida several times to visit Derek behind bars. He was struck by the boy's openness, the way he spoke about his guilt without hesitation. For Daly, the relationship was not about the notoriety of the case, but about helping a young life find direction after a tragic past. As Alex and Derek spent their formative years behind bars, these unlikely supporters waited for them on the outside, but there remained a looming question: were the boys worth saving? Would they emerge from prison rehabilitated, or would they become hardened criminals like so many before them? When Alex King finally walked free, he did not dwell on the past. At 19, nearly a year and a half out of prison, he presented himself as someone who had left the darkness behind. He had built a new life, one he never imagined possible, with a family that embraced him as one of their own. Prison had changed him. Though for years he had felt emotionally numb, disconnected from reality, the full weight of his circumstances had not sunk in until he made a reckless mistake, one that nearly cost him his freedom all over again. In April 2005, with 3 years remaining on his sentence, Alex and another inmate attempted an escape. Their plan had been amateurish at best, stuffing their beds to make it appear as though they were still sleeping, then slipping into a classroom where they attempted to climb through the ceiling. The plan failed, and they found themselves right back where they started, caught before they even had a chance to make it beyond the walls of the facility. The consequences were severe. Arrested and booked on new charges, Alex faced the terrifying possibility of an additional 15 years behind bars. It was then that Catherine Medico rushed to see him, shaken by the news. When she expressed her worry, his response was dismissive. She wasn't his mother, he told her, but she refused to accept that. In her eyes, Alex was as much her child as her own biological children. Something in that moment shifted. The next time she received a letter from him, it was addressed simply, "Dear Mother." From that day forward, he never called her anything else. Derek was released at the age of 20 in 2009 after serving 7 years. Alex was freed a year earlier, in 2008, at the age of 18. But freedom didn't guarantee a new beginning. Alex King's life had been anything but ordinary. From a troubled childhood to a high-profile murder trial, his past had always loomed over him like a shadow he could never escape. And now, at just 35 years old, his story had come to a tragic end. For years, Alex struggled with drug addiction, a battle that, according to his uncle Greg King, had consumed him. The last time Greg saw Alex was 5 years ago in Pensacola. He had urged his nephew to enter a rehab program, but Alex found it difficult to handle confinement yet again. Whether it was prison walls or the strict rules of rehab, he always found a way to run. On April 14, Alex was found unresponsive in Missoula, Montana, after a drug overdose. Doctors at Providence St. Patrick Hospital fought to save him, but the damage had been done. It wasn't his first overdose in recent weeks. In fact, the doctor treating him recognized him immediately. Alex had already been in the hospital several times before. This time around, however, he wasn't so lucky. His heart had stopped. Medical staff worked desperately to revive him, but after days on life support, Alex King was declared legally dead. On April 23, 2024, his family gathered for a final goodbye, but not in person. His last moments were witnessed through a screen, a heartbreaking farewell from miles away. He had once been the boy at the center of a case that captivated the nation, the child who made a confession that changed everything. But in the end, Alex King was just another lost soul, caught in the tight grip of a past that never let him go. And Ricky Chavis, he remains incarcerated, serving a 35-year sentence, not for murder, but for false imprisonment and being an accessory to the crime. The murder of Terry King also ignited a media firestorm. Were the boys victims of abuse or cold-blooded killers? A book, A Perversion of Justice, a Southern tragedy of murder, lies, and innocence betrayed, argued that they were innocent. But Assistant State Attorney David Rimmer had his own take. There will always be people who believe Derek and Alex are innocent, just like there will always be people who believe that Michael Jackson is innocent. The murder of Terry King was not just a local tragedy. It became a nationwide sensation, dividing public opinion and sparking heated debates about justice, abuse, and manipulation. One of the most controversial takes on the case came from authors Catherine Medico and Molly A. Barrows in their book, A Perversion of Justice, a Southern tragedy of murder, lies, and innocence betrayed. The book painted the King brothers not as cold-blooded killers, but as victims, children caught in a web of manipulation and discrepancies in the legal system. It suggested that the justice system failed them, raising a question that left goosebumps. Were the boys innocent all along? Years after their release, Derek and Alex King sat down for an exclusive Dateline NBC interview in a special titled Second Chances. For the first time in years, the brothers reunited on camera, their faces now marked by time and the weight of their past. They reflected on the choices that led them to that fateful night and the scars they carried from it. The case was also the subject of Evil Kin, Season 1, Episode 5, titled Deadly Darlings. The episode delved deep into the chilling bond between the King brothers and the sinister influence of Ricky Chavis. The legal battle that followed was examined in American Justice, Season 12, Episode 21, Blood Brothers, the Derek and Alex King case. It presented the twists and turns of the trial, leaving audiences to decide, were these boys monsters or merely pawns in a much larger, darker game? Even decades later, the story of Terry King's murder remains as unsettling as ever. Some still believe justice was served, while others insist that the full truth has yet to be uncovered. What do you think should have happened? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. Make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. Let's get started. A jungle that enticed them in before engulfing them. A trail of eerie hints and eerie quiet was left behind when two young women disappeared without a trace. 10 years later, the truth is still buried in quiet, unheard, unanswered, and unwilling to be uncovered. Was it the fury of untamed nature, or something much darker lurking in the shadows? In Buka, April 1 began like any other sunny morning. After putting on their hiking boots, Chris and Lizanne, two students in their 20s who enjoy exploring, headed for El Pianista, a trail renowned for its stunning vistas and uncanny quiet. Before the hike, they reportedly had brunch with two Dutchmen. Others remembered them bringing a gregarious dog from a nearby eatery. Lizanne took pictures with her Canon PowerShot camera that morning, and nothing about them seemed strange. The pictures featured sunshine leaking through the clouds, mountain peaks, and happy faces. They appeared content and at ease. Just after 1 p.m., Chris was seen cautiously crossing a brook in image number 508, the final picture. Before nothing happened. It was an easy strategy. Eager to discover Panama's untamed splendor, Lizanne Froon and Chris Creamers had planned to climb the trail with a local guide. However, on the night before their trip, an odd incident occurred. Unexpectedly, they decided to go into the jungle alone, without a guide or anyone to keep an eye on them, a day sooner than they had originally intended. What made them do it? The solution is still unknown. The next morning, their guide arrived at the trailhead, expecting to meet the two tourists, but there was no sign of them. No footprints, no trace that they had even started the trail. A sense of unease began to settle in. It wasn't until the following day that the search began, but the clues didn't match the story anyone had expected. Against all logic, 2 hikers were found on the trail. Lisanne and Chris were already deep in the wilderness, but how had they gotten there? The answer lay in an unlikely source, a local taxi driver who had dropped them off near the trailhead. And to complicate things further, there were 2 other men in the vehicle. Who were they, and what role did they play in the women's bizarre journey? As the details unraveled, the story grew stranger. The women, eager and excited to explore, had ventured into one of the most treacherous areas of the jungle. Yet they had no map, no compass, no flashlight. They were walking blind into the heart of the unknown with no tools to guide or protect them. And so, in the dense, untamed wilderness, they began their journey into the dark unknown. Unprepared, unaware, and soon to vanish from the world. As the jungle swallowed them whole, they did not come back. No sign of the girls, no message, no movement. Concern spiraled into panic. Texts to Chris's father went unanswered. By April 6, their desperate families were on Panamanian soil, joined by Dutch detectives, trained dogs, and a hefty reward, $30,000, 0 cents, for any trace of Chris and Lisanne. The jungle was swept, rivers combed, air searched, but there was nothing, not yet. Somewhere past the last smiling photograph, their story took a turn, one that no one saw coming. So, what really happened after image number 508? What began as a hike through paradise quickly unraveled into a desperate fight for survival, unbeknownst to early searchers. Chris and Lisanne had started calling for help just hours after they were last seen. Chris's iPhone tried to reach emergency services, the first of what would become 77 failed attempts. Minutes later, Lisanne's Samsung followed. Both phones kept trying over the next several days, each call bouncing off the unforgiving silence of the jungle. There were no signals. Then came the photos, the strangest and most unsettling pieces of this tangled puzzle. From Lisanne's camera, investigators retrieved 133 images. Among them, 90 shots were taken in the dead of night on April 8. Almost all were seemingly random. Pitch-black jungle, flashes against leaves, eerie close-ups of rocks, and inexplicable arrangements. A mirror, strips of plastic, white tissues. One photo stands out like a ghost in the dark. The back of Chris's head slumped slightly forward, taking up the frame at 149 AIY. Some claimed to see blood near her temple. Others weren't so sure. But the most disturbing clue was what wasn't there. Photo number 509, missing from the memory card. Were they deleted? Corrupted? Or something far worse happened that we can never imagine? Whatever happened in that jungle wasn't quick, and it wasn't simple. The question now wasn't just how they died, but what or who was with them in those final harrowing days. It wasn't until June 14, more than 10 weeks since Chris and Lisanne vanished into the rainforest, that the jungle finally gave something back. A local woman stumbled upon a blue backpack near the banks of the Culebra River, far off the main El Pianista trail. Oddly, the bag was dry and clean, untouched by the unforgiving Panamanian rain. Even stranger, locals swore it hadn't been there the day before. Inside, authorities found both women's phones, $88.00 in cash, sunglasses, 2 bras, and Lisanne's camera, almost as if someone had carefully packed it, then left it behind on purpose. Close by, Chris's denim shorts turned up, though whether they were folded neatly on a rock or tossed in disarray depends on who you ask. And then came the remains. A foot still inside a boot, a piece of pelvis, bone fragments strewn along the river's edge. DNA confirmed the worst. It was them. But even in death, the mystery only deepened. Some of Lisanne's remains still had bits of skin. Chris's bones, however, looked almost artificial. Bleached, white, unusually clean, with phosphorus levels that didn't match the environment. No signs of trauma, no cuts, no answers. Just a heap of questions, piling as the investigation moved further. The questions only had silence as a response, a silence that grows louder with every unsettling clue. Who placed the backpack so carefully, and why? Why were the bones so drastically different? And what really happened deep in the jungle that April afternoon, when two bright lives vanished without a sound. The investigation into the disappearance of Chris Kremers and Lisanne Froon was anything but straightforward. In the months following their vanishing, Panamanian authorities shifted their theories several times. At first, the case was classified as a possible homicide. Then the focus turned toward abduction, with rumors swirling and pressure mounting from both the media and the Dutch government. But by March 2015, nearly a year after the girls vanished, the case was quietly closed. Officials concluded that Chris and Lisanne had died as a result of a tragic hiking accident. According to the final report, the treacherous terrain, steep, 30 to 40-meter cliffs, and fast, unpredictable river currents were to blame. The ruggedness of the jungle, they said, could easily explain why only scattered remains were found and why their discovery came weeks apart. Dutch forensic experts who had worked alongside Panamanian teams broadly agreed. They emphasized the dangerous conditions of the rainforest and the likelihood that the girls had gotten lost, injured, and ultimately succumbed to the elements. Their families, after months of agonizing uncertainty, accepted this explanation with heavy hearts. The bodies were flown home to the Netherlands, and Chris and Lisanne were finally laid to rest. In their memory, a small stone memorial was placed at the Mirador, the scenic viewpoint near the top of El Pianista, where their final smiling photos were taken. But even with the case closed, the public wasn't ready to move on. In fact, the official explanation only sparked more questions. Critics pointed out troubling inconsistencies, beginning with the mysterious appearance of the girl's backpack found along the Culebra River over 10 weeks later. It was strangely dry and clean despite the heavy Panamanian rains. Locals swore it hadn't been there the day before, and of course, there was photo number 509, the missing image from the camera sequence. It didn't appear in the memory card structure, leading some to believe it had been deleted, possibly to hide something. Perhaps most haunting of all were the failed emergency calls made from the girls' phones spanning days. Even after one phone had died, the final attempts came after the correct PIN was no longer used, hinting that only one girl may have remained alive, or that a third party had gained access to the phone. We will dive deeper into the details of their phone's history next. Each detail chipped away at the idea of a simple accident, inviting speculation and sowing doubt. And as the years passed, new theories emerged, each more polarizing than the last, because in this case, the facts are real, but the truth might be slightly evident upon the discovery of their phones. And let us tell you, it only gets more bizarre. In the days following Chris Kremers and Lisanne Froon's disappearance, investigators clung to every fragment of information they could recover, and what they found inside two phones, a white iPhone 4 and a black Samsung Galaxy S3, would become one of the most haunting aspects of the case. Both devices, retrieved from a backpack discovered over a week after the girls vanished, painted a picture of desperation, fear, and a chilling silence that slowly consumed them. The phone activity began on April 1, the very day the girls were last seen. Lisanne's Samsung made the first emergency call to 112, the international emergency number. It lasted for just a second due to no signal. A second attempt followed a minute later, again failed. Just moments after, at 4:51 p.m., Chris's iPhone also tried dialing 112. That call too failed. These frantic attempts to reach help suggested that something had gone terribly wrong, just hours into what was supposed to be a casual hike on the El Pianista Trail. On April 2, Lisanne's phone tried again, first at 6:50 AUYMM, and again at 10:53 AUYMM, both to 112. Still no success. The calls didn't connect, but the effort alone told a grim story. The girls were alive, stranded, and desperately trying to call out for help. And that same morning, Chris's iPhone tried to call 911 Panama's emergency number at 11:56 a.m., followed by more failed attempts throughout the day. On April 3, the calls continued in the morning, another to 911, then to 112, using both phones. But with each failed attempt, hope dwindled. What followed next was even more unsettling. After April 5, the Samsung showed no further activity. Its battery had likely died. The iPhone, however, told a more cryptic story. On April 6, it was powered on again, but this time the correct PIN wasn't entered. From that day onward, someone repeatedly attempted to unlock the phone, never successfully. The calls had stopped. Now all that remained were silent, failed attempts to access the device, as if Chris herself had been separated from her phone, or worse, someone else was trying to use it. Between April 7 and 11th, the iPhone was switched on multiple times, brief flickers of activity in the dark, but with no further calls, no photos, no messages, just a cold, lifeless glow each time the screen was lit. The final activity came on April 11, at 10:51 a.m., when the phone was turned on for the last time. After that, nothing. The timeline left behind by the phones is one of the most disturbing elements in the mystery. It's as if the devices were their last lifeline, slowly dimming, along with their chances of survival. While no call ever connected, the signal they left behind, a trail of unanswered cries, still echoes through the jungle and through every unanswered question in this haunting case. But the story the phones told wasn't just about failed calls. It was about what didn't happen, about the silence that followed and the disturbing gaps that raise far more questions than answers. Why, for instance, on April 11, Chris' iPhone was turned on for exactly 64 minutes, a full hour. No call was placed, no message typed, no photo taken. Just an hour of eerie silence with the screen on. Was someone scrolling through it, trying to figure out how to use it? Or did that glowing screen shine in the middle of the jungle, lighting up a final moment of helplessness? And after that, nothing. The phone was never used again. No further attempts to power it on, no final messages, no last goodbye. In a case that left behind hundreds of photos, attempted emergency calls, and desperate signals, the most baffling part might just be this. Why didn't they leave a message? No farewell, no explanation, no note typed into the phone, just silence. These unanswered questions continue to haunt everyone who has followed the case, because in the end, the phones didn't just tell a story of what happened. They left behind the most bizarre and disturbing turn of events that is enough to keep one up all night. In the years since Chris and Lisanne's disappearance, the case has sparked a wave of intense, often polarizing theories, each one attempting to shed light on the tragic mystery. With each new angle, a deeper layer of intrigue and tension unfolds, as the truth remains locked somewhere in the shadows of the jungle. One of the most chilling theories to emerge is the foul play theory, which suggests that the two women were not just lost but were victims of something far darker, perhaps a kidnapping or even murder. The case is filled with suspicious details that seem to point to foul play. The bizarre images on their camera, some of which show unsettling, unexplainable scenes, and the fact that their remains were only found nothing after large-scale search efforts had turned up nothing. The timing of their deaths, so far removed from the last known search, raises the uncomfortable possibility that someone, a third party, may have been involved. And then there's the possibility of tampering. Could their belongings have been staged, the camera manipulated to create a false narrative? The theory lingers in the back of people's minds, unshakable and haunting. But as theories swirl, one stands out for its bizarre and controversial nature: the unrequited love theory. This one is fueled by rumors circulating in dark corners of the internet suggesting a deep, hidden tension between the two women. According to this theory, Chris harbored unspoken love for Lisanne, a love that was never reciprocated. The story goes that a tense argument between the two led Chris to a moment of explosive anger, pushing Lisanne off a cliff in a fit of unrestrained emotion. Racked with guilt, the theory claims Chris wandered aimlessly through the jungle until her own death. This theory, however, is riddled with holes. There's no concrete evidence to back up these claims, no signs of a violent confrontation or a hidden romantic relationship. Most dismiss it as a sensational rumor, but it still lingers, unsettling in its intensity. Then there's the organ trafficking theory, a more sinister and outlandish claim. According to this theory, the host family in Bucha somehow got involved with organ traffickers, leading to the two women being abducted on the trail. The idea is that they were held captive for days, maybe even subjected to a horrific fate before being killed. While the suggestion of organ trafficking stirs unease, the lack of any credible evidence to support this theory makes it seem highly unlikely. Investigators have pointed out the absence of proof, leaving the theory to fizzle in the background. A haunting whisper rather than a legitimate possibility. Despite these wild and chilling theories, there's still a sizable group of experts who hold fast to the accident theory. A much simpler but no less tragic explanation. According to this perspective, Chris and Lisanne simply went off the beaten path, becoming disoriented in the dense, unforgiving jungle. It's easy to imagine how quickly the environment could have turned against them. Rugged terrain, sudden injuries, the crushing isolation of the jungle. One of them could have been hurt, forcing the other to venture out for help. The theory suggests that they eventually succumbed to the dangers of exposure, starvation, and the unforgiving landscape, with no way to escape. While it's a hard theory to accept, it's one that, for many, fits the known facts best. An accident, tragic and unavoidable, in a place where survival is a constant battle against nature. Each theory has its own unique set of supporters, and with every new piece of evidence, the questions grow. But the one thing that remains clear in this case is that Chris and Lisanne's final hours are shrouded in mystery, leaving behind only fragments of truth and endless speculation. The mysterious case of Chris and Lisanne has refused to fade into the past. Over the last 5 years, the story has continued to captivate the public's imagination, drawing attention, theories, and intense scrutiny. In 2021, Dutch authors Maria West and Jurgen Snoren stirred the pot once again with the release of their book. Having spent countless hours combing through police files and records, they uncovered new perspectives and inconsistencies that had previously gone unnoticed. Their work seemed to breathe new life into the case, offering alternative theories that reignited public fascination. The unresolved questions they uncovered left many wondering, had the official narrative been wrong all along? As the years rolled on, the 10th anniversary of the women's disappearance in April 2024 marked a significant milestone. Despite the passage of time, the case had not faded from memory. Instead, advances in forensic technology and the relentless curiosity of online sleuths led to renewed calls for the reevaluation of evidence, specifically the bones that had been found in the digital data from the women's phones. With the sharp precision of modern forensic methods, some wondered if hidden clues might finally come to light, possibly shedding new insights into what really happened to Chris and Lisanne. In September 2023, the release of a film took the global spotlight back to the case, once again reigniting curiosity about the two girls' final days. The film's re-examination of the case, highlighting alleged investigative oversights, gave a different perspective to how evidence had been handled. People began questioning, were critical pieces of information overlooked? Were the investigations flawed from the start? As the media spotlight once more focused on the tragic story, it stirred a new array of debate and speculation, causing so many people to wonder if there was more to this haunting mystery than anyone had realized. With each passing year, the case only grows more enigmatic. Its disturbing questions continue to haunt those who dare to dig deeper. New angles, fresh evidence, and renewed curiosity make it clear this is a story that refuses to be forgotten. As the years have gone by, the families of Lisanne Froon and Chris Kremers have steadfastly stood by the official conclusion of their loved one's tragic accident. Their belief in this explanation has offered them a measure of closure, even as the rest of the world remains captivated by the mystery. For them, the story may have come to an end, but for everyone else, the puzzle lingers. The phone records, camera images, scattered remains, and lingering forensic uncertainties provide enough material to fuel a host of competing theories. While the families try to heal, investigators, journalists, podcast hosts, and online communities are still debating. Some see a tragic, albeit straightforward misadventure in the treacherous landscape of El Pianista's rugged terrain. Others, however, sense the shadow of something far darker, a hidden truth that has yet to be uncovered. Lisanne and Chris's case has evolved into one of Panama's most confusing and talked about modern mysteries. Over the decades since their horrific hike, countless theories have surfaced, each more chilling than the last. Yet despite all the speculation, no definitive answer has emerged. As technology advances and new discoveries surface, there is always the possibility that one breakthrough, whether it's a fresh forensic analysis or a crucial new witness, could shed light on what truly happened during those final days. But until then, the questions remain unanswered, adding to the ever-growing sense of mystery that continues to surround the tragic deaths of Lisanne Froon and Chris Kremers. Was it simply a horrible accident, or was there more lurking in the shadows? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. Make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. Let's get started. April 2025. In a peaceful suburb of Cuiabá, Brazil, everything appeared to be as usual. With a few people, the hum of passing cars, and distant voices, the streets continued to move in their typical rhythm. Behind the facades of modest homes, life went on in a predictable and usual manner. However, something was unusual in one of those houses. It seemed to fit right in at first. It wouldn't be the main focus of a criminal inquiry until later. People came inside the residence during the day. By dusk, they were gone, leaving just silence behind a firmly closed door. No shouting, no loud noises, no outward evidence of concern. Observers saw nothing out of the ordinary. The automobile was parked neatly in front, and the windows were curtained. It wouldn't be evident until much later that something unimaginable was taking place behind that door during those exact hours. 2008 saw the birth of Heloisa Maria de Alencastro Sosa in Cuiabá, Mato Grosso. She shared a home with her grandmother and mother. The family blended in with their surroundings and lived a quiet, unassuming existence. Sulan, her mother, cared for her daughter while working to support the family. Heloisa attended the Adventist College, a private school located in the Centro Político Administrativo neighborhood. She was a focused learner who remained quiet during classes and never caused any problems in the classroom or with teachers. She avoided confrontations and consistently finished her chores. Heloisa didn't have many close connections. Her only close friend, someone she trusted enough to share personal thoughts, would later mention that Heloisa might have exhibited signs consistent with level 1 autism spectrum traits. While this was never officially diagnosed, her behavior matched many descriptions: reserved demeanor, avoidance of eye contact, and anxiety in social settings. Yet she remained warm and approachable with those she trusted. Her biggest passion was animals. Heloisa dreamed of becoming a veterinarian. She was serious about it, already looking into veterinary programs and exploring the field from an early age. According to her grandmother, she was helpful around the house and didn't need constant supervision. She could cook, clean, and take care of the family pet on her own. It was the ordinary life of a focused teenager moving steadily toward her goals without drawing attention. Benedito Anunciação de Santana was born in 1984, also in Mato Grosso, to a modest family. He was the younger of 2 brothers. The older, Alcino, would later become involved in a legal case linked to a violent crime against his former partner. Their father worked as a laborer, and their mother stayed home. The family lived in a suburb of Cuiabá. According to neighbors, both boys were reserved from a young age and didn't share a close relationship with their parents. As a teenager, Benedito began attending a local Catholic church, eventually helping out during services. This connection to the religious community later became a part of his public persona. After finishing school, Benedito landed an entry-level job at a local government agency. Over time, through personal connections and a reputation for being diligent, he moved up the ranks. At the time these events unfolded, Benedito held the position of head of the Transportation Division at the Secretariat of Science, Technology, and Innovation in the state of Mato Grosso. He earned a steady paycheck, had access to a work-issued vehicle, and was viewed as someone with a reliable social standing in everyday life. He lived in the Ribe Rome-do-Lipa neighborhood, where he was a familiar face at community meetings. He frequently attended local gatherings, voiced concerns about neighborhood issues, and proposed initiatives. He remained active in church, continuing to serve in the role of acolyte during services. On social media, he regularly posted religious content, quotes, snapshots from events, and images featuring places of worship. Most of his photos included his son, Gustavo, or were taken in front of churches and community celebrations. His online presence painted the picture of a stable, respectable man with deep faith. Little is known about Benedito's personal life prior to meeting Solange. At the time their relationship began, he wasn't married and wasn't living with the mother of his son. No formal records exist regarding past relationships because, judging by his behavior, he carefully kept his personal history at a distance, maintaining only the aspects that supported his public image. Solange worked at a government agency in Cuiabá, and it was through her professional environment that she met Benedito Anunciação de Santana. At first glance, he came across as confident, friendly, and composed. He was consistently polite, calm, and quick to offer help to colleagues within the workplace. He had a reputation for being a reliable and committed employee. This outward impression played a major role in Solange's decision to allow him into her life. According to publicly available information, their relationship began about 4 months prior to the events in question. Some reports claimed they were only together for around 2 months, but investigators obtained evidence showing that Benedito had unrestricted access to her home and regularly used her keys. This supports the idea that their relationship may have been more serious and long-term than it initially appeared. Benedito quickly became a fixture in Solange's home life. He started coming over unannounced, moved about the home comfortably, and didn't treat his presence as temporary or informal. His involvement in daily family routines was seen as something natural to outsiders. It looked like he cared, wanted to help, and was making an effort to be part of the household. He wasn't aggressive, didn't raise his voice, and had a way of putting people at ease, especially during the early weeks. It seems Solange didn't notice anything concerning. She viewed him as someone who could offer stability and support. He was older, held a steady job, and gave the impression of being responsible and mature inside the house. However, the dynamics were far from harmonious. Heloisa's grandmother, who lived with them, often felt uneasy about Benedito's frequent presence. It wasn't hostility that concerned her, it was the opposite. His over-the-top politeness and exaggerated gentleness felt forced. He was always trying to please, but in a way that seemed staged. Heloisa herself felt an immediate sense of discomfort from their earliest interaction. She didn't argue with him or cause any tension, but she clearly avoided engaging with him. She only confided her feelings to a close friend, explaining that she found Benedito unsettling, but couldn't fully articulate why. She was bothered by the way he looked at her, the way he spoke, and especially the way he posed in photos. What stood out most to her were his social media posts, where he made hand gestures that reminded her of criminal group symbols. She told her friend bluntly that he looked like someone connected to a shady background. Still, she kept this opinion to herself when it came to her mother, possibly out of fear of being misunderstood. According to her friend, Solange either didn't notice her daughter's change in behavior or didn't think it was significant. No one in the household asked questions about Benedito's past, his social circle, or his former relationships. His behavior never raised red flags, which made him even more dangerous. A person perceived as just decent had already secured a trusted place in their lives without attracting suspicion. Only Heloisa, without needing concrete reasons, sensed that something was off. Tuesday, April 26, 2025, a typical weekday in Cuiabá. Around 3 p.m., Solange and her mother were both at work. Heloisa was home alone. She wasn't expecting any visitors, and no unfamiliar vehicles were reported in the driveway. Everything appeared calm around that time. Benedito Anunciação de Santana arrived at Solange's house, driving a government-issued Fiat Toro. Assigned to his position at the Secretariat of Science and Technology. In the vehicle with him were 3 teenagers, his son Gustavo, and 2 others, ages 16 and 17. All 3 had been briefed ahead of time. They remained hidden inside the vehicle to avoid drawing attention from neighbors or security cameras. The plan was to wait until the house was empty of adults. Benedito parked the vehicle inside the garage. He entered the house alone. Surveillance footage shows he stayed inside for about 15 minutes. Then he returned to the car and drove away. The cameras didn't capture anything suspicious. He appeared calm. No neighbors reported hearing any noise or witnessing signs of aggression. But in that short window, Benedito had let the 3 teens into the house, leaving them inside with 16-year-old Heloisa, who had no idea what was coming. According to one of the confessions, They waited until Benedito had left the property. That's when they began to carry out the plan. Eloisa was inside by herself when she saw the unfamiliar faces. She panicked. She tried to run into another room, but one of them caught up to her. She was disoriented, too shocked to scream or resist. They tied her legs. What followed took place in a room where, tragically, her life was ended using a USB cable. The investigative team worked to determine who played what role in the act, based on testimony and forensic evidence. One of the teens later admitted that he was the one who pulled the cable, saying he did so under instructions from the older individual at the time of the crime. Benedito was not physically inside the house. He had left, allegedly for a work call. However, according to testimony, he was fully aware of what was taking place. Instructions had been given in advance. It was all part of the plan to remove himself from the immediate scene so as not to be directly implicated. Participants stated that he emphasized everything had to be done right and that the incident should look like a break-in with the intent to steal. After the act, the teens remained inside, waiting for the next phase, their target's return. According to their accounts, things moved quickly. Eloisa lost consciousness due to restricted breathing while lying on the floor. One of the assailants checked for a pulse and signs of breath, but claimed she was unresponsive. Her shifts, her blood pooled all the way down to the same size of the back of her arm. They used ropes and bedsheets to move her. The body was wrapped, dragged into another room, temporarily hidden, and the house was then ransacked to make it appear as though a burglary had taken place. Roughly 30 minutes passed between the time of the crime and Benedito's return. This time, he didn't pull into the garage. Instead, he parked further away and walked to the house. Inside, the others had already staged the scene. The next phase of their plan was to simulate an attack on Sulan. By 6 p.m., Sulan returned home with a relative, a woman holding an infant. Security cameras captured them approaching the property. Everything appeared normal from the outside, but inside, the perpetrators were preparing to act. The lights were off, but the air conditioning was running, which immediately raised Sulan's suspicions. She called out loudly for Eloisa, but there was no response. As they entered the home, the three teens sprang into action. They assaulted Sulan, used force to bring her to the ground, delivered several blows, tied her up, and dragged her deeper into the house. The woman carrying the infant was not harmed. She was told to sit quietly against the wall and not interfere. The attackers did not show aggression toward them. Sulan didn't immediately understand what was happening. She had been tied up, physically assaulted, and isolated in one of the rooms. She believed a robbery was in progress and that her daughter was possibly tied up elsewhere in the house. No explanations were given. The intruders did not reveal names or faces. However, at one point, Sulan recognized the voice of one of them. It was Gustavo, Benedito's son. That's when she began to realize this was not a random attack. After isolating Sulan, the group began removing valuables from the house. They loaded a TV, electronics, documents, and the sheet containing Eloisa's body into a vehicle. Everything was done swiftly and efficiently. The vehicle used belonged to Sulan. They used her own car to transport the stolen items. Neither neighbors nor people nearby noticed anything suspicious. Once everything was loaded, the group left the house. Sulan remained inside, tied up and injured, with no idea what had really happened. She believed that Eloisa had been taken. No one told her the truth. The crime had been disguised as a robbery with an abduction. The scene was left in disarray. Cabinets forced open, lights cut, a mess left behind. It looked like a chaotic break-in, but in reality, it had been carefully planned step by step. The individuals involved had hoped their actions would be interpreted as a standard home invasion. Sulan had no idea that the worst had already happened. Shortly after the others left, Benedito appeared near the house again. He didn't go in right away. Instead, he waited outside until he was sure everything was done. When he entered, Sulan, still bound and shaken, told him that a group of young males had broken in, attacked her, taken items from the house, and left with Eloisa. Benedito's reaction was performative. He acted surprised, worried, and rushed. But by that point, he already knew exactly what had occurred. He just played the part of someone hearing it for the first time. Benedito was the one who suggested taking Sulan straight to the nearest urgent care clinic located in the LeBlanc area. On the way, he began calling contacts, sending voice messages, and preparing social media posts. His behavior was carefully crafted to present himself as a distressed and concerned stepfather in desperate need of help. He contacted friends, claimed his stepdaughter had been abducted, and urged them to spread the word. He published a social media post featuring Heloisa's photo along with an emotional plea for assistance, stating she was missing and that he needed everyone's support. When they arrived at the hospital, Sulan was brought in a wheelchair. Surveillance footage showed Benedito helping her into the building, speaking to medical staff and remaining close by. He made no effort to avoid cameras. In fact, it appeared he wanted to be seen. Authorities launched an investigation immediately after receiving the report of an assault and possible abduction. While Sulan was being treated, police took her statement and began gathering evidence. The first step was tracking the vehicle, a silver Hyundai registered to Sulan. Surveillance systems traced the car's route. Cameras captured it traveling along Dubai Avenue, then heading toward the area between Riberand Ulipa and the highway leading out to Gia. In that vicinity, investigators discovered a white bundle made from bed sheets, license plates, and signs that the vehicle had stopped there. Nearby, they found an old concrete well. That's where the body had been disposed of. Fire department personnel were called in to safely recover the remains. Forensic experts determined that the lower legs had been bound and that there were markings around the neck consistent with restricted breathing. There were no clear signs of physical struggle. A foot fracture appeared to have occurred after passing, likely during the fall into the shaft. By this point, investigators had already begun focusing on individuals close to the family, reviewing surveillance footage. They noticed Benedetto's behavior, his conspicuous effort to present himself as a victim. But Sulan's testimony, the vehicle's path, and forensic findings began to paint a conflicting picture. Meanwhile, investigators started compiling information about Benedito's son, Gustavo. The first arrest came quickly. A 17-year-old teen involved in the crime was found hiding in an apartment in a housing complex in Ribe, Round Olipa. He did not resist and surrendered immediately. During questioning, he gave a detailed statement. He named all participants, including Gustavo, the second teen, and Benedito as the orchestrator. The teen explained how the group operated, where they hid, how tasks were assigned, who came up with the plan, and how the act was carried out. Using that information, investigators tracked down Gustavo's location. He was staying at his grandmother's house. Law enforcement arrived and arrested him without incident. Gustavo confirmed the previous testimony, didn't deny his involvement, and explained how his father had instructed him to gather people, outlined the plan, and personally involved him in the attack. His statement made it clear that Benedito had initiated the entire plot, and Gustavo participated in hopes of earning his father's approval. The final arrest was of the 16-year-old who was hiding in an overgrown lot in the Tropicalville area. He was found in possession of some of the stolen property, documents, and small electronics. He admitted to participating but offered fewer details. Nonetheless, by the time of his arrest, the investigation already had a full picture. Recovered items were found at the locations identified by the suspects, but the most significant evidence was their consistent testimonies. These accounts revealed how the crime had been planned, who was responsible for what, how they moved through each stage, and in what sequence. Technical evidence had already placed Benedito at the center, but now it was supported by direct confessions. After all individuals involved in the case had been taken into custody, Benedito was brought in for questioning. At first, he denied any involvement, claiming he had no knowledge of the crime, and that he too was shocked by what had happened. His statements directly contradicted the confessions provided by the others. Investigators decided to arrange a confrontation. The first face-to-face was between the 17-year-old teen and Benedito. When asked to speak, the teen didn't hesitate. He stated clearly that Benedito had given the order, brought them to the house, and left them there to carry out the plan. He identified Benedito as the mastermind and explained how he had received specific instructions. Benedito tried to defend himself, calling the teen a liar and emotionally unstable. He insisted he would never allow harm to come to Heloisa, and claimed he barely knew the teens his son spent time with. But things shifted when Gustavo entered the room. His response was unexpected. He looked his father in the eyes and said, "You're trying to run again, like before. You left my life once, now you're leaving me here to face this alone. Just admit this was your plan." A long silence followed. Gustavo's words were a turning point. He wasn't trying to excuse himself, he openly stated that he had followed his father's orders. The emotion in his voice was a mix of anger and heartbreak. Investigators noted that this was the moment Benedito's story began to change. He grew vague, deflected blame, and avoided specifics. Later, Benedito offered a new version of events. He claimed that Sulan had allegedly told him her daughter was exploring non-traditional personal identity and that she had supposedly asked him to remove the influence. According to his story, he interpreted this as a call to action. However, no evidence supported this claim. In fact, Heloisa's close friend informed investigators that she had never expressed romantic interest in anyone, avoided personal topics, and had never pursued any relationships. Her family confirmed that she lived in a private, inward world, showing no interest in intimacy or forming social bonds. This attempt to shift blame onto Sulan was seen as a clear strategy to avoid responsibility. Investigators found no indication that Sulan had any role in planning the crime. Benedito began to construct a narrative where he was a victim of circumstances, misunderstood someone's words, and never gave direct instructions. During psychological profiling, investigators noted signs of manipulative behavior. Benedito had a consistent pattern of influencing others while staying in the background, leaving no direct traces and maintaining control from a distance. Testimonies from the teens emphasized one point. Clearly, Benedito was the driving force, but took great care to avoid direct participation. He assigned roles, gave instructions, timed the events, and maintained an external alibi. It also emerged that in 2020, Benedito's biological brother, Anus Cau de Santana, Sound of Santana, had been convicted of a violent crime against his former spouse. The incident took place in broad daylight, with fatal injuries inflicted during the attack. At the time, Alcino was already under restraining orders, but that hadn't stopped him from following through with his actions. While legally unrelated to Benedito's case, investigators couldn't ignore the disturbing pattern of aggressive behavior in the Anunsacao family. Against the backdrop of the investigation, Benedito's true character emerged more clearly, as someone deeply manipulative and calculated. Not only had he involved teenagers in a serious crime, but he deliberately used his own son, assuming he would remain silent. His actions were cold, deliberate, and showed no hesitation. All attempts to spin a different version of events soon collapsed. His co-conspirators' testimonies, combined with hard evidence, formed a consistent narrative against him. Faced with undeniable facts during questioning, Benedito began to confess. In a conversation with investigators, he admitted that shortly before the crime, he had seen messages between Sulan and her former partner. He interpreted this as betrayal. According to him, he felt used and discarded, and that something snapped inside him. Benedito stated, "I didn't plan to take her life. I just wanted her to understand what it feels like to lose something. If she lost her daughter, she'd never recover. That was the punishment." He also acknowledged that Heloisa irritated him. He knew she didn't accept him and said she always looked at him with suspicion. However, he denied any personal hatred toward her, claiming he was only trying to restore fairness in his relationship with her mother. This confession was the final confirmation that the crime was not impulsive. It wasn't driven by greed or fear of exposure. It was rooted in a deeply personal desire for revenge, to break someone emotionally and establish dominance, all masked by the appearance of being a respectable man. During the interrogation, it also became clear that the physical aggression toward Sulan was not a spontaneous act. It had been part of the premeditated plan to immobilize her, break her will, and create a convincing illusion of a robbery. Benedito intended to use her physical state and emotional shock to portray himself as a concerned bystander and deflect suspicion. That's exactly what happened. At the time, Sulan had no idea her daughter was already gone. The assault and restraint were part of an elaborate lie. After the initial investigative steps, prosecutors officially confirmed that the case would be classified as a crime committed with premeditation and aggravating circumstances. The involvement of minors, the use of deception, the planning phase, a government-issued vehicle, and the staging of a fake abduction strengthened the prosecution's position. Benedito Anunciação de Santana remained the central figure. He was arrested, suspended from his public office, and soon formally terminated, given his appointed role within a government institution. The dismissal was expedited. Termination documents were signed on the day of his arrest. By the time the investigation was underway, all individuals involved were in custody. The teens were transferred to appropriate facilities. Gustavo, having turned 18, awaited legal proceedings in adult criminal court. Public reaction was swift and intense. The crime committed against a young girl and involving her stepfather sparked outrage. Local media gave the case widespread attention, discussing not only the brutality of the act but the motives of control, dominance, and personal vengeance. At the heart of the public's concern was the issue of trust, how someone who appeared decent could plan such an act against the daughter of his partner. Sulin learned of her daughter's passing while in the care of medical staff after the assault. She had been taken to the nearest urgent care facility for treatment. Initially, she believed Hiloiso had been abducted and hoped she could still be found alive. But as the investigation progressed and the body was discovered in the well, law enforcement informed her of the truth. Her reaction was immediate and devastating. Witnesses described her as entering a state of hysteria. She had to be sedated. According to hospital staff, she screamed that she didn't feel alive, that everything was over, and that it was somehow her fault. Later, during her testimony, Sulin admitted that she blamed herself for what had happened. She said she failed to see the true nature of the man she had allowed into her life. To her, Benedito seemed reliable, kind, attentive. He helped around the house, showed care, acted like a man of faith, smiled often, and treated her mother with respect. No one in the home ever saw him as a threat. Only Hioza had distrusted him from the very beginning, but Sulin dismissed it as typical teenage resistance. She never imagined that someone she welcomed into her family would be capable of something so horrific. Sulin survived, but what she went through left her with a profound loss that could never be undone. After the investigation concluded, in May 2025, prosecutors formally charged Benedito Anunciação de Santana and his accomplices. The trial was held publicly and drew considerable attention from both the media and the community. Evidence presented during the proceedings included surveillance footage, witness testimonies, and confessions from those involved. Benedito was found guilty of orchestrating and executing the crime. The court weighed the deliberate nature of his actions, the involvement of minors, and the level of cruelty. He was sentenced to 40 years in a high-security prison. His son, Gustavo Benedito, who had reached legal age at the time of the crime, received a 20-year sentence. The court noted that his participation was intentional and that his age did not mitigate his responsibility. The two underage accomplices were placed in juvenile detention facilities for up to 3 years, pending behavioral evaluation and rehabilitation. Eloise's memory lived on, not only within her family. The school she attended issued an official statement expressing condolences and recalling her dream of becoming a veterinarian. Teachers and classmates described her as kind, quiet, and sincere. Her relatives urged the public to be more cautious about who we allow into our homes, especially when it involves those we care for most. The story of this family ended in tragedy, but it also became a powerful reminder. It proved that danger can come disguised as kindness, and that the role of the justice system is not just to punish, but to prevent surveillance. Technology, law enforcement, and digital evidence analysis all played critical roles in solving the case, but the most important defense remains our attention to the small details, those early signs that something just isn't right. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Today, we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Love can be liberating, but in some cases, it can turn deadly. It's often said that life begins after 40. With age comes self-awareness, confidence, and the chance to finally live on your own terms. For many, it's a time of rediscovery, especially for those who spent their younger years living according to someone else's expectations. Maybe they chose the wrong partner. Maybe they stayed in a life that didn't feel like theirs, out of fear of judgment or failure. But once the children are grown and the fear of what others think begins to fade, that second chapter can finally begin. Janine Starbuck believed in that second chance. At 42 years old, Janine was ready to rebuild. A mother of 5, she had recently gone through a divorce and was hoping to rediscover happiness on her own terms. But her hope for a fresh start ended in tragedy. On December 3, 2011, police found Chanin's lifeless body on the floor of her bedroom in her own home. She was lying on her back in a disturbing, staged position. Placed on her stomach was an erotic massager, an act investigators believed was meant to humiliate her, even in death. There was no question that she had been murdered. Chanin's body was covered in bruises and abrasions. The coroner's report would later confirm the use of a stun gun and signs that her body had been moved after death. But the ultimate cause was clear: strangulation. Whatever Chanin had hoped her new life would bring, it ended not in love or freedom, but in a violent betrayal that shocked everyone who knew her. Detectives faced a tough task. They needed to establish the last hours of this mother of 5's life and find the criminal. The disappearance of a mother of many, the police learned of the woman's lack of contact a day before the grim discovery. Initially, her ex-husband Clay Starbuck raised the alarm. The 47-year-old man reported he had been unable to contact his wife since December 1. Around 3 p.m., Chanin texted her daughter that she was unable to pick up the kids from school due to feeling unwell and asked them to wait for their father, whom she supposedly had informed of the change in plans. However, his phone was off, so he was unaware of the situation. Marshall and Serena, the younger brother and sister, were tired and hungry. Therefore, the 15-year-old Logan decided to call her older brother. She asked him to drive them to their father's house, located a couple of blocks from their home. Upon arrival, Austin reported that he too could not get in touch with their mother. Perhaps she had turned off her phone to rest and recover. The boy put the kids in the car and drove them to Clay's house. The man was not expecting them, but was genuinely pleased by the unexpected circumstances. After the divorce, the older children had stayed with him, and the 3 youngest with their mother. Therefore, the father decided to enjoy their company and did not disturb Chanin. Moreover, such incidents had happened before with her. Besides, he expected to see his former wife at the school basketball game that evening, but she never showed up. On December 2, Mr. Starbuck drove the children to school and headed to his ex-wife's home. The front door was locked and the blinds were drawn. Since he didn't have a spare key, he tried to enter but was unsuccessful. Clay then sent a message stating that if Chanin did not show up by 7 p.m., he would contact law enforcement. After waiting until the agreed time, he went to the police and explained the situation. 2 sheriff's deputies went to the provided address, but finding nothing suspicious, returned. The officer suggested waiting another day. If she didn't make contact by then, he should come back disappointed. Clay went home and waited for news. The next day, he went to the station again. Unexpectedly, they told him that his wasn't the only report. A friend and Chanin's mother had also been unable to reach her. This was uncharacteristic of her. This time, the police approached the case more responsibly. 48 hours had passed since Mrs. Starbuck's disappearance, and several people were concerned. After obtaining the necessary permission, the police went to her home again. What secrets did Mrs. Starbuck's home hold? Upon arriving at the residence, officers broke the lock and entered. There were no signs of a break-in or robbery. At first glance, everything was in its place. However, the idyll was disrupted as soon as they entered the woman's bedroom. That's where the grim truth was revealed. Chanin Starbuck hadn't just disappeared. She had been brutally ended. It appeared she had just gotten up. Her bed was unmade. The blanket lay nearby, the sheet was missing from the bed, and the mattress cover was stained red. The deceased's cell phone and diary were on the dresser. Forensic experts focused their attention on her room. They examined all available surfaces for fingerprints. Some had been wiped clean, but 12 latent prints were found on the massager's box and the bathroom mirror. Numerous traces were also found in common areas. For further DNA analysis, specialists took scrapings from under the nails, face, and neck of the body. Detectives suspected that the homeowner had been deprived of life after she got out of the shower, was then moved to the bed, and eventually dragged to the floor. Notably, the removed sheets were found in the washing machine. Perhaps the perpetrator wanted to remove evidence. In this way, Clay sheds light on his ex-wife's lifestyle. By noon, Clay arrived at Shannon's house. He was eager to find out what had happened. The scene in his ex-wife's yard did not inspire positive thoughts. The perimeter of the building was cordoned off with yellow tape, and an ambulance and several police cars were parked near the lawn. Mr. Starbuck was the first to be informed of the woman's tragic end. The detectives needed to gather any information about the victim and her lifestyle. Therefore, after the ex-husband managed to calm down a bit, they questioned him. He explained that they had an arrangement. Every morning he picked up the younger kids and took them to school, and she picked them up after school. However, this routine was sometimes disrupted. That happened on the morning of December 1, when his car broke down a couple of blocks from home. Usually waking up early, he would drive around the neighborhood and warm up the car. That time, Clay texted Shanine and asked her to take the kids to school. He then went home to wait for it to warm up. Around 11 a.m., he tried to start the car again, but once more it wouldn't start. Giving up, he went back inside to nap. Mr. Starbuck didn't notice as he slept for several hours during that time. His cell phone died. To substantiate his claims, he showed the correspondence with his ex-wife. At first glance, everything added up. Moreover, Clay was very cooperative, handing over his cell phone, DNA material, and fingerprints. He also confessed that he had been worried about Shannon because the divorce had changed her and made her more vulnerable. When officers asked him to elaborate, he shared that being single, the woman had registered on a dating site. As she remained attractive, she had a wide circle of admirers. According to Clay, she might have been seeing some of them simultaneously. Following his logic, one of these lovers might have sent Shannon to the afterlife. Unfortunately, he couldn't name anyone, as he didn't have such information. Throughout the conversation, Starbuck desperately cried. He explained that it was difficult for him to accept the fact of his former lover's death and to speak of her in the past tense. After recording his statement, the officer sent the man home. Poor guy had to tell the children about their mother's death. Beginning of the investigation, the case involving Chan and Starbuck's demise was gathering momentum. Investigators questioned the Starbuck family's neighbors, focusing on every detail, especially reports of unfamiliar people and vehicles. In recent weeks, an autopsy confirmed chest trauma consistent with the use of a stun gun and also revealed that she had 10 broken ribs. The injuries inflicted upon her head and body were severe and likely caused by a blunt object. The external appearance of the injuries made it difficult to determine the exact time of death. The expert estimated that her life was ended sometime between December 1 and 2. Scratches on her body suggested she had been moved because her neck bone was broken. The medical examiner stated that something soft was used during the act of strangulation, possibly a hand, a towel, or even a sheet. A slight clarity in the case emerged from the body samples taken, including male DNA, suggesting that the suspect might be among her close male acquaintances, starting from her ex-husband to secret admirers. Shannon's darker side hoping to catch his former wife's perpetrator quickly. Clay Starbuck cooperated fully with the investigation. He underwent an examination during which he agreed to document any injuries and damages. Detectives speculated that the perpetrator might also have sustained injuries during the struggle. However, no such injuries were found on Clay's hands. Following him, the 21-year-old Austin and 18-year-old Blake were also examined. Questions arose only regarding the older son, whose hands bore old cuts, but these were attributed to his job in a window manufacturing plant. During conversations with the children, some facts were established that were later clarified. Many of them knew that after the divorce, their mother often went on dates with men and did not approve of it. The teenagers had even seen explicit photos on her laptop, which led them to speculate that she might have been targeted by a predator operating online. It was clear that everyone loved their mother and were deeply shaken by her departure. However, they disagreed with the changes in her life. In a follow-up interview, Clay was more articulate. He blamed Shannon for the family discord. While he was away on business trips, she frequently saw other men. He even admitted that he suspected that Marshall might not be his son. Nevertheless, he loved him as his own. In his view, after their relationship ended, Shannon started to indulge excessively and inappropriately for her age. He disapproved of how she would drop the kids off at his place when going on another date, among other things. However, by this point, the investigators had managed not only to talk to him and the children. Having interviewed Shannon's relatives and some friends, the detectives formed their own picture of the deceased and her family. The rise and fall of the Starbuck family. Chanine was born on April 19, 1969, in Anderson, Indiana. She was the youngest in her family, spending her childhood with two brothers. Over time, her parents divorced and started new families, giving her additional siblings from a young age. Chanine dreamt of creating a large and loving family of her own, a vision strengthened by her active participation in church and deep faith. She grew up modest and kind-hearted, with a passion for drawing, which earned her numerous awards and prizes. At the age of 20, she met 25-year-old Clay Starbuck. Their paths crossed in Florida, where Shannon had moved with her family in her youth. Clay, originally from Alaska, was vacationing in one of the warmer states. They met at a party hosted by mutual friends and immediately took to each other. That evening, Shannon learned a lot about Clay, including that he had continued his education at a school for diesel mechanics in Colorado after high school, then returned home to work on the Trans-Alaskan Pipeline, making a good living. However, she discovered he was already married and had two beautiful children from that union. Shannon was not deterred by his complicated past. In fact, she saw it as a positive, believing that it gave him valuable experience for married life. The couple married soon after. The newly minted Mrs. Starbuck moved in with her husband, initially struggling to adapt to the new environment and weather but quickly settling in. However, married life wasn't as idyllic as Shannon had hoped, with Clay often away, leaving her to manage the household alone. Yet love gave her strength, knowing that his work shifts would eventually end, and he would be back by her side. Meanwhile, she embraced motherhood with his children from his first marriage. It wasn't long before they had their own children together. First, a son named Austin, and 3 years later, a brother for him named Blake. In 1996, their family grew again with the birth of a much-awaited daughter, Logan. But with Logan came challenges. She was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder at a young age. Shannon embraced her daughter's diagnosis with grace and became her best friend. Later, another daughter brightened the Starbucks' lives, whom Clay named Serena. Shannon devoted her time to her children, overseeing their health, education, and church teachings. She was known throughout the community for her hobbies, cooking, and crafts. Yet she was so immersed in her role as a caring mother and loving wife that she didn't notice when her husband began an affair at work. This was a tremendous shock to her, perceived as a deep betrayal. Consequently, in 2000, she filed for divorce, marking a new chapter in her life. Still harboring feelings for her ex-husband, she decided to move to Arizona to dull the pain of their painful separation by starting a relationship with another man. However, this attempt failed, as Chanine realized she still loved Clay, who was also reaching out, asking her to return. Convinced he had repented, she gave him a second chance in 2001. The couple welcomed their son, Marshall, their fifth child. Yet, instead of solidifying their marriage, he became a new point of contention. Even a formal remarriage in 2006 could not save their fractured relationship. 6 months later, they moved to Deer Park in Spokane County, Washington. Clay found a suitable house for their large family. He continued to work at his previous job, so he was away most of the time. Shannon was left to manage the household and kids on her own, taking them to movies, theaters, and parks, and organizing home parties. However, doubts and distrust poisoned their marriage, further impacted by the long separations and breaks in their relationship. Ultimately, in 2010, the couple permanently separated. Crossing into her 40s, Shannon began to rebuild her life, holding on to hope that she might still experience the joy of love. She resolved never to give up or repeat past mistakes. Even when Clay suffered a serious injury, she chose not to return to him. Nonetheless, she supported her ex-husband and provided whatever help she could. In February 2011, Clay left his job and settled permanently in Deer Park, staying close, not just to his children, but to Shannon as well. He still hoped she would return, but she did not share his view. Finally, finding freedom, she enjoyed it. After undergoing surgery, Austin and Blake moved in with their father, happy to be away from under their mother's constant supervision. Shannon, breathing new life, found a part-time job and enrolled in a dental assistant course. Tired of being a housewife and needing to support her family, especially as her ex-husband stopped paying child support due to his illness, she still had him nearby for emergencies. The children stayed with him after school every Wednesday, as well as the second and fourth weekends of the month. That summer, Chanyeon proudly received her certification, marking off one dream and starting to pursue another, hoping to meet a worthy man. She created a profile on a dating site, feeling a keen need to live for herself. She also regretted spending her best years on a man who did not appreciate her and was capable of deceit. However, a criminal plan one December morning ended her dreams. Shannon's Starbucks funeral took place on December 10, 2011. The large number of people who came to the service testified to her being a bright and sincere person. She found her final resting place at a cemetery in Orlando. Search for the culprit. Public attention to the woman's death spurred law enforcement to move quickly while focusing on her ex-husband. Detectives decided to verify his alibi. As a result, they retraced Clay's movements on December 1. He once again explained what had happened that morning and detailed where and how his car had broken down. Additionally, the results of the initial examination came in. Starbucks fingerprints did not match any found at the crime scene. This led to a decision to check him against existing databases, while also focusing on Shannon's mobile phone, laptop, and personal diary. At the same time, they explored the possibility of other people being involved in the crime. After carefully examining Mrs. Starbuck's mobile phone, detectives added several names to the list of suspects. Men she had communicated with on the dating site raised suspicions. One, Tom Walker, had scheduled a date with her on December 5, hours before her demise. They had candid conversations and exchanged photos. Tom had asked Shannon to take a photo using an adult toy, which she refused. Notably, her body was later found in the exact pose mentioned by Tom. Within an hour, Walker was located. He was shocked, not only by the news but also by being considered a suspect. He immediately explained his activities on the day of her death, which were confirmed by colleagues and surveillance cameras. Next on the list was John Wilson, who had scheduled a meeting with Shannon on December 1. From their correspondence, it was clear he was not looking for a serious relationship. Their interaction was merely casual. It also turned out that the suitor had used a fake name. His real name was John Ken Lane. He worked in a completely different field than he had claimed and was married, hence the secrecy. On the day of the crime, Shannon postponed their morning meeting to a later time, citing headaches. Eventually, the date did not take place. After taking a DNA sample from him, he was released. His alibi was corroborated. Even as his deception was revealed to his family, critical evidence after these developments, the investigation reverted to square one. While examining Shannon's mobile phone, detectives made a request to the cellular service provider, uncovering another significant detail. It turned out that a 911 call was made from the victim's phone at 9:18 a.m. on the morning of December 1, but the suspect deleted it from the call log. Thanks to a request to the emergency services, the 30-second call was retrieved. Unfortunately, it contained nothing but sobs and rustling sounds before abruptly cutting off. It was also discovered that after the failed call, the call center operator tried to return the call, but it went to voicemail. According to GPS data, Shannon's mobile device was located at her home, pinpointing the exact date of her demise. She had been deprived of life after dropping her kids at school and returning home. This meant that the 11 messages sent afterward were not sent by her. The suspect tried to confuse the investigation. Moreover, he was close to the Starbuck family, as he used a nickname for the youngest son, calling him Marsh in the correspondence. After this information, Clay's statements underwent further scrutiny. He had sufficient motive for ending his ex-wife's life. Divorce. Not all partners accept new realities with dignity. Moreover, he had a perfect opportunity, knowing her daily routine. Thus, authorities decided to again track the suspect's car route, this time using street surveillance camera recordings. This is where officers' suspicions took shape. Starbuck's car had not broken down concurrently. Results from another analysis arrived. DNA material collected from Shannon's body matched the suspect's samples exactly. Harsh reprisal, the scenario unfolded as follows. On the morning of December 1, Clay sent a message to his ex-wife, asking her to take the kids to school, fabricating a car breakdown. While she was out, he entered the house and waited. During this time, he accessed her unprotected laptop and found personal correspondences that infuriated the already jealous Starbuck. When Shannon returned, a heated argument ensued, which ultimately led to bloodshed. This explained the unusual pose in which the deceased was found, an act of vengeance for her newfound freedom. Afterward, Clay stayed in the house, impersonating her in text exchanges. His intentions to harm his ex-wife might have been long-standing. Now, a friend's words to detectives took on new meaning during a conversation. She mentioned that Clay and Shannon's relationship was far from what it seemed. Shannon had confessed in candid conversations that she was tired of his constant control and criticisms, daring to divorce. She feared he might harm her someday. From June to November 2011, she had repeatedly contacted the police, claiming her ex-husband was stalking her. She felt unsafe even in her own home, hence did not trust anyone with the keys. Ultimately, she managed to secure a restraining order against Clay, so their communications were confined to text messages. Careful examination of Mrs. Starbuck's diary made it evident that she not only feared her former lover, but believed he was turning the children against her. He concocted vile stories and portrayed her as promiscuous. Thus, the children's reaction to their father's arrest on February 6, 2012 was not surprising. They refused to believe in his involvement. They were not perturbed by the fact that a tracking program was found on their mother's laptop and a hard drive labeled Chanine's desktop computer in their father's house, along with printed correspondences. The older children doubted the authenticity of the DNA analysis, believing the accusation against their father was far-fetched and the case fabricated. However, the views of law enforcement and other relatives differed. Triumph of truth and justice. At the trial, the prosecution was confident in the man's guilt, supported by a substantial amount of physical evidence and testimonies. In June 2013, justice prevailed. Clay Starbuck was found guilty of first-degree deprivation of life under aggravating circumstances and disrespect to human remains. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. In 2015, Clay's attorney filed an appeal against the verdict, but it was rejected. To this day, the perpetrator remains behind bars at the Airway Heights Corrections Center in Spokane County. Shannon's relatives mourn the woman's untimely departure profoundly, yet their hearts are even more shattered by the thought that the children sided with their father. He was so obsessed with his ex-wife that in seeking revenge, he forgot about the consequences. Unable to accept his new reality, he left his children effectively orphaned. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. Make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. Let's get started. A person's mind and will can be totally overtaken by addiction, leading them to engage in some of the most unsettling and terrifying behaviors. Whether the addiction is to gambling, alcohol, illegal drugs, or even another person, its hold can be just as harmful. Most of the time, the matter is just disregarded, but occasionally people realize they've become captives or hostages to their compulsions. Because the affected individual frequently thinks they can stop whenever they choose, it gets worse over time. Although the terrible tale of Donna and Gulem Monda is regrettably not unique, it rocked the sleepy, lovely hamlet of Hermitage, Pennsylvania in 2005. This vibrant and prosperous couple were practically considered hometown superstars by the people. He had his own clinic and was a well-known and respected doctor. Nearly 25 years younger than him, she was a breathtaking beauty. Their existence appeared picture-perfect to everyone around them. A lovely, flourishing romance. However, that illusion was destroyed by a single gunshot on a warm May day, revealing a far darker reality rife with treachery, dependence, and crushing greed. One of India's biggest cities, Hyderabad, has slums where Gulamunda was born and reared. He was exposed to the harsh realities of hunger and poverty at a young age. But it's possible that those trying times helped him develop his strong character and gave him a clear objective: to get out of poverty and start a better life. He put forth a lot of effort, concentrated on being the greatest, and ultimately decided to pursue a career in medicine. Ghulam was accepted to a medical university after high school and immediately became the best student in his class. Soon, luck was on his side once more. One of the most prominent clinics in the United States offered him an internship abroad. He was employed in the urology department and soon established himself as a young, brilliant specialist. Ghulam chose to remain in the United States after receiving a lucrative job offer after his internship. He also started the citizenship application procedure. He had made his home in Pennsylvania by the middle of the 1970s in the sleepy small town of Hermitage, which had a population of just over 16,000. Soon after, he established his own urology clinic there. His career took off rapidly. Ghulam was a top-tier professional, incorporating cutting-edge technology and the latest equipment into his practice. His clinic became one of the best in the state. He took on the most challenging and seemingly hopeless cases, and patients came to him from even outside the country. Dr. Munda was admired not just for his expertise, but also for his generosity. He often treated people without charging a dime, and would even purchase expensive medications out of his own pocket for those who couldn't afford them. His empathy stemmed from personal experience. He never forgot his own hungry and difficult childhood, and it fueled his desire to help others with a successful practice. Ghulam earned a substantial income. He bought a luxurious home in an upscale neighborhood and enjoyed a life of comfort. He believed in living fully, spending on things that brought him joy: delicious food, travel, luxury watches, rare collectibles, high-end cars, and time with beautiful companions. Well into his 40s, he remained a lifelong bachelor. Until one day, everything changed when he happened to see a young woman named Donna walking down the street. He fell for her instantly. Donna was 24 years younger than Ghulam. She had grown up in a devout Catholic family and had just graduated from high school when she met the doctor. At first, she was cautious about the attention from an older man and kept her distance, but she did accept his lavish gifts and allowed him to pursue her. Donna's family struggled financially and couldn't afford to send her to a prestigious college. When Ghulam learned this, he offered to cover her tuition, especially since Donna had aspirations of working in healthcare. He helped her become a registered nurse and later paid for her to complete a master's degree in anesthesiology. Their romantic relationship didn't begin until several years after they met, surprisingly despite their religious values. Donna's parents didn't object. They were fond of the kind and generous doctor who had supported their daughter's education and well-being. Donna went on to become a top-level nurse anesthetist and found a position at a major medical center. Ghulam continued to support her ambitions, helping her advance professionally. The couple lived in his luxurious home. He gifted her an expensive car, showered her with jewelry, and took her to high-end vacation spots. Ghulam proposed to Donna when she turned 30. By then, he was 54. She said yes, and the couple held a lavish wedding ceremony, attended by more than 150 guests, including family, friends, and many of Ghulam's professional colleagues and business partners. It seemed like they were set for a long and happy life together, and at first everything did go smoothly. Donna and Ghulam became local celebrities in their town and were likely the wealthiest residents around. They had everything money could buy, traveled often, and the doctor spared no expense when it came to his much younger wife. The couple regularly attended charity galas and were always seen together at public events. Donna decided to focus on her career and didn't rush into starting a family. Ghulam respected her decision and never pressured her. People saw Donna as upbeat, friendly, and full of life. At least that was the image she projected. Until tragedy began to unravel her world. At the age of 37, Donna lost her father after his long battle with a serious illness. It was a crushing blow. She had always been close to him, often called it a daddy's girl, and saw him as her greatest source of strength. After his passing, Donna fell into a deep emotional spiral. She withdrew from everyone and even spoke about not wanting to go on. Ghulam tried to support his wife in every way he could. He fulfilled her every wish, even taking her to Hawaii for a change of scenery. But nothing seemed to help except for antidepressants, which she began taking in increasingly high doses. Donna buried herself in work, searching for comfort in her routine, but it brought no real relief. A few years later, Donna was diagnosed with a kidney condition that caused severe back pain. Although her husband was a renowned urologist, even he couldn't fully alleviate her suffering. The treatments only provided temporary relief, and the symptoms kept returning stronger each time. In desperation, Donna became reliant on strong pain medication, so much that she began secretly taking doses from her workplace. Since she was responsible for managing and administering medications, it was easy for her to skim small amounts unnoticed. She would discreetly use portions intended for patients, just enough from each dose to go undetected. Combined with her antidepressants, the prescription painkillers numbed both her physical and emotional pain. Donna felt like the world had turned its back on her and she was left alone to face her struggles. She began to drift away from Ghulam, despite his continued care and concern for her well-being. Eventually, things spiraled out of control. Donna's dependence on the medications grew so intense that she could no longer function without them. She began increasing her dosages and stealing more frequently. It was only a matter of time before her actions drew attention. She was caught red-handed, and there was no denying what had happened. Her dismissal from the clinic was scandalous, and criminal charges were filed against her on multiple counts. Ghulam immediately stepped in to protect his wife, doing everything possible to contain the situation and preserve her reputation. Thanks to his efforts, none of their friends or family ever found out about Donna's dependency. Instead of facing jail time, she paid a large fine and agreed to undergo rehabilitation at a specialized facility. Ghulam personally selected the center and arranged for Donna's stay, telling relatives, neighbors, and friends that she had gone on a vacation. No one questioned him. He was calm, persuasive, and remained as cheerful and sociable as ever. While at the rehab center, Donna, now well into her 40s, met a much younger man named Damien Bradford. Damien was 23 and had a record of multiple offenses related to the distribution of banned substances. He landed in rehab after a severe overdose that nearly cost him his life. Despite their age difference, Donna and Damien quickly formed a close bond and became nearly inseparable. They shared many of the same struggles, and although their connection seemed unusual, it quickly turned intense. What began as simple conversations evolved into a passionate affair. Donna's husband was approaching 70, and due to his age and existing health issues, their physical relationship had all but faded. Meanwhile, Damien was young, energetic, physically fit, and undeniably attractive. He spent a lot of time at the gym, but to maintain his physique, he frequently relied on steroids and various supplements. It's hard to pinpoint what exactly drew Damien to a woman 2 decades older than him, but for Donna, he became a breath of fresh air, someone who reawakened feelings she thought she'd lost. She surrendered herself completely to this connection, quickly becoming emotionally consumed. Despite strict rules at the rehabilitation center against romantic involvement between patients, the two began meeting in secret. They sought privacy wherever they could, in storage rooms, restrooms, and other out-of-sight areas. The danger of being caught only intensified their bond. Donna became so wrapped up in the affair that she couldn't imagine life without him. Their relationship didn't end when they left the rehab facility. Damien was a passionate partner who showered Donna with attention, called her affectionate nicknames, and seemed to genuinely enjoy making her feel special. It's entirely possible that he developed real feelings for this elegant, confident woman who had clearly taken care of herself by this time. Donna was no longer working, but she had full access to all of her husband's bank accounts and could spend freely. Ghulam never questioned her about expenses or how much money she was using. Taking advantage of this, Donna began pampering Damien with expensive gifts, designer clothes, accessories, and even covering all his living expenses. She rented him a cozy apartment where they could meet in private. Essentially, Damien became financially dependent on his affluent lover, but neither of them seemed to mind. Prior to moving in alone, Damien had shared a modest apartment on the outskirts of town with a woman named Charlene McFraser. As it turned out, they weren't just roommates, they were romantically involved, and Charlene considered herself Damien's fiancée. When she discovered he had left her for an older woman, it stung deeply. Her pride wounded, Charlene began tracking the couple. She soon found out where Damien had moved and who he was seeing. She learned Donna's full name and the fact that Donna was married to a wealthy and well-connected man. Feeling betrayed and furious, Charlene decided to expose the affair. She went straight to Ghulam's clinic and told him everything, that his wife had been seeing a much younger man behind his back. Ghulam had long suspected something was wrong. He noticed the changes in Donna's behavior, but had chosen not to confront her. He understood she was much younger, that she had emotional and physical needs he could no longer meet, and he had long since come to terms with their passion fading over time. So instead of anger, he approached the situation calmly and asked Donna if they needed to part ways. Donna was stunned when she found out that Ghulam knew about her affair, but she reassured him it was nothing more than a fleeting distraction, something that happened during a difficult time. She admitted to meeting the young man during rehab when she was at her lowest and needed support, and he seemed to understand what she had gone through better than anyone. She told Ghulam that despite everything, he was still the one she loved, and promised to cut ties with the younger man because he didn't truly matter to her. Ghulam, moved by her words, chose to believe her. He forgave her and decided they could move on together, as if nothing had happened. In reality, Damien had become Donna's new and overwhelming dependency, one she simply couldn't shake. She felt irresistibly drawn to him. Around Damien, she once again felt young, desired, and genuinely cared for. Her thoughts began to revolve around one goal, removing the one obstacle that stood in the way of her happiness: her husband. The affair continued at the apartment she had rented for Damien, though now they were much more cautious. Ghulam believed the fling was over, and Donna intended to keep it that way. When they couldn't meet in person, the two were constantly in touch, calling up to 20 times a day and exchanging hundreds of messages. Donna had no intention of letting go of her boyfriend. There were also selfish motives at play. A divorce would mean losing the financial security Donna enjoyed. Prior to getting married, she and Ghulam had signed a prenuptial agreement that limited her share to $250,000, 0 cents if they separated. However, once Ghulam discovered she had been unfaithful, he tried to handle things quietly and even offered to raise the settlement to a full $1 million, 0 cents, to avoid public scandal. Donna rejected the offer, convincing her husband that she still loved him and wanted to save their marriage. But in truth, the doctor's net worth had grown to nearly $12 million, 0 cents, and the proposed amount wasn't enough for her. Driven by greed, Donna wanted everything: immediate access to wealth so she and Damien could live freely and indulge in whatever they pleased. Every time they met, Donna painted Ghulam as a controlling tyrant, someone who emotionally suffocated her and treated her like property. She wanted Damien to view her husband as the enemy, someone who deserved payback for the emotional pain he allegedly caused her. Manipulative storytelling worked perfectly. A dark plan began to take shape in Donna's troubled mind, one she intended to carry out with the help of her young lover. She figured that, since Ghulam was much older and battling several chronic health conditions, his time was limited anyway. So why not just accelerate the inevitable? To Donna, it seemed like the perfect solution. No one would interfere in her new life, and she would legally inherit all of Ghulam's assets, properties, and wealth as his surviving spouse. She laid out her plan to Damien, promising him half of Ghulam's fortune if he helped her take care of the problem. Damien didn't hesitate. The promise of a massive payout was more than enough to cloud his judgment. Together, they began planning the crime. People around Ghulam knew he always carried a significant amount of cash in his wallet. He often joked that if anyone ever tried to rob him, they'd leave happy. Donna and Damien decided to use this to their advantage and stage the event as a failed mugging that turned into a tragic incident. The plan took nearly 2 months to develop. Donna and her partner in crime worked meticulously, trying to think through every detail to avoid mistakes. During this time, Donna played the role of the devoted wife flawlessly. She stayed close to her husband, accompanied him everywhere, and ensured no one suspected any trouble in their marriage. Friends and neighbors genuinely believed they were a happy couple. Even Ghulam believed it. Their first attempt to carry out the plan failed. Bradford was supposed to ambush Ghulam as he walked from the hospital to his car in the parking lot, but there were too many people around, and Damien backed off, fearing the presence of too many witnesses. It took them another month to come up with a new plan. This time, they decided to strike on a deserted road where no one would be around to interfere. The idea was simple. Damien would follow their car at a safe distance, and Donna would pull over at a prearranged spot under the pretense of a medical emergency. The planned date was Friday, May 13, 2005. On that day, Dr. Munda had scheduled a trip to a neighboring state to check out a house he intended to buy as a wedding gift for his nephew. Donna volunteered to come along, but her 72-year-old mother, who was visiting them at the time, insisted on joining the trip as well. Donna tried to discourage her, but Ghulam saw no problem with it and agreed to bring his mother-in-law. Damien, dressed in all black, including ski goggles to hide his face, got into his car and waited for a message from Donna that would signal their vehicle had left the house. Once he received it, he followed the agreed route, keeping a safe distance behind. After a stop to refuel, Donna took the wheel, wanting to maintain control over the timing. As they drove along a desolate highway, she faked a sudden illness and pulled over, claiming she needed to take her medication. Just then, a black Volkswagen pulled up behind them. A man in ski goggles jumped out, ran to the passenger side where Ghulam was seated, pointed a firearm at his head, and demanded his wallet. The older doctor didn't resist. He handed over his wallet without argument, but as soon as the attacker got the money, Then he bolted back to his vehicle and sped off into the distance. The bullet struck Ghulam in the head. He died instantly. Donna called emergency services, screaming and crying, begging them to save her husband. She portrayed the image of a devastated widow so convincingly that no one initially suspected she could have played any role in what had happened. But inconsistencies in the accounts emerged quickly from the very first interview. It was clear something was off. Donna claimed she didn't see the attacker or his car. It had all happened so fast and she was in shock. Her mother, however, had a completely different version. She said she clearly saw the assailant and the vehicle. According to the elderly woman, the person who shot her son-in-law was a young black man driving a black Volkswagen. Donna was visibly shaken by this and even argued with her mother, trying to convince her she must have been mistaken. But the woman stood firm and began offering more and more specific details. Donna claimed that they had pulled over because Ghulam asked her to, but her mother told a different story. She said it was her daughter who pulled the car over, pretending to feel unwell. Investigators also questioned why the assailant only harmed one person while leaving two potential witnesses unharmed. 2 days after the incident, Dr. Munda's widow held a press conference with tears in her eyes. She responded to reporters' questions and made an emotional appeal to the public, asking anyone who might have information about the case to come forward and assist with the investigation. Soon after the press conference, police received a phone call from a woman who claimed that the real mastermind behind the incident was none other than Donna herself, and that she had been assisted by her lover, Damien Bradford. The caller also provided the make and license plate number of Damien's vehicle and even his home address. That caller turned out to be Charlene McFraser, the same woman who considered herself Damien's fiancée. She had been following the couple closely and shared everything she knew. That same day, police arrested Damien and searched his apartment. While he had managed to dispose of the weapon for reasons unknown, he had kept the victim's wallet and brought it home. Inside were around $3,000, 0 cents in cash, several bank cards in Dr. Ghulam Munda's name, and a photo of Donna. Authorities also found clothing with small bloodstains matching the doctor's. Damien was booked and taken into custody. He was under the illusion that his wealthy lover would take care of everything and somehow get him released, but Donna, fearing for her own freedom, chose to remain silent, hoping all the blame would fall on Damien, especially since the physical evidence was stacked against him. When prosecutors informed Damien that he could face the death penalty, he agreed to cooperate in exchange for a reduced sentence. He revealed the entire plot, providing text messages and documentation, including proof that Donna had bought him the car he was driving. Damien pled guilty to the crime and testified in court, sharing all the details of the scheme. In light of his cooperation, he was sentenced to 17.5 years in prison. Donna, on the other hand, was found guilty as the primary orchestrator of the crime. She received a life sentence without the possibility of parole. She has never admitted to any wrongdoing. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. In downtown Melbourne, Australia, on an ordinary Wednesday evening in January 2019. To a sinister turn. What began as a casual outing with friends for a young international student quickly escalated into a terrifying ordeal that stunned the entire country and the world. Kaya Maya Sarway was born in 1997 in Baqa al-Gharbia. At the age of 21, I moved to Israel with my Palestinian Muslim family. Aya Maya Sarway, a Palestinian citizen of Israel, embarked on a journey that was meant to be transformative. She had come to Australia for a one-year exchange program at La Trobe University in Bundoora, Melbourne. Her thirst for knowledge and love of languages drove her decision to study abroad. However, the January night proved fatal for her. Aya Maya Sarway's night of January 16, 2019 began just like any other. After attending a less talkative English social event, she went to a comedy show in North Melbourne with her friends. For Aya, these gatherings were more than just social occasions. They provided opportunities for her to improve her English and connect with people from various backgrounds. Aya's time in Australia was part of an on-campus exchange program with La Trobe University in Bundoora, Melbourne. She was a dedicated student who studied Chinese and English at a Shanghai university. Her time in Australia was intended to help her improve her English language skills, which are an important part of her academic journey. Australia had quickly become a place she adored, a place where she could discover new places, try new experiences, and form meaningful bonds. Her enthusiasm for life was contagious, and she possessed an innate ability to see the beauty in every moment. But Aya was more than just an adventurous spirit. She was a conscientious student who took her studies seriously. Her language skills were impressive, as she was fluent in Arabic, Hebrew, and Mandarin. Her commitment to learning and personal development was demonstrated by her decision to spend a year in Australia, pushing her limits and broadening her horizons. Throughout her time in Australia, Aya maintained regular contact with her family back home. She spoke with her parents and sisters almost every day. Her family was preparing to visit her in Australia, a prospect filled with excitement and anticipation. The prospect of reuniting with her loved ones on the other side of the world sparked great excitement. On that fateful Wednesday night, after attending a comedy show with friends, Aya returned to her student housing at La Trobe University. The night appeared ordinary, with Aya taking the tram to her destination. She disembarked at her usual stop on 23 at 12:05 a.m. He was concerned for her safety, as he often was when walking alone at night. Aya made a phone call to her sister Ruba. This precautionary measure was Aya's way of feeling more secure during late-night walks. Ruba was at home in Israel and answered the phone, not expecting her sister to answer at that time. What happened during that phone call sent terror through Ruba's heart and soul. The sound of her sister's screams and shouts pierced the telephone line. In a matter of moments, Ruba went from hearing her sister's voice to witnessing a terrifying and unexpected silence. Ruba remained on the line, heart racing as she listened to the eerie silence. She could hear the distant hum of a passing car, but her sister never returned her call. It was a moment of terror, helplessness, and dread. You were panicked and worried because you had no idea what had happened on the other end of the line. Ruba immediately contacted her other sisters who were in China at the time. They tried to contact Aya by phone and text message. However, there was no response. Their anxiety increased with each unanswered attempt to reach Aya. Dawn approached, but Aya had still not returned their calls. Ruba and her sister took a fateful decision. They reported the disappearance to the Australian police. It was approximately 6 a.m. When they took the step, they had no idea a horrifying truth that would soon be revealed. Around the same time, a passerby on his way to work discovered the lifeless body of a young woman behind a hedge, changing his life forever. That young woman was Aya's. The discovery of Aya Maya Sarway's lifeless body behind a hedge on the fateful morning of January 16, 2009, marked the start of a perilous journey into the heart of a heinous crime. Her body was discovered just 100 meters from the tram stop, where she had disembarked in less than a mile from her student housing at La Trobe University, and word of Aya's brutal murder spread. The Australian authorities responded quickly, and when police arrived at the crime scene, They were met with a killing tableau of violence and brutality. Aya had sustained serious head injuries as a result of a relentless and brutal assault. Her body was covered in burn marks, adding to the horror she had experienced. The discovery of a hat and a shirt thought to have been left behind by the person responsible for Aya's murder was one of the first clues that proved critical to the investigation. These items would be sent for forensic testing, providing crucial evidence in the pursuit of justice. From the start, the authorities assumed they were dealing with a random attack. The community, still reeling from the shock of Aya's murder, was gripped by fear and anxiety as they tried to comprehend how such a heinous act could have occurred. Seemingly at random, the police, determined to bring Aya's killer to justice, launched a thorough investigation. They meticulously reviewed CCTV footage from the area, piecing together the events leading up to the murder. They interviewed people who had been in the area at the time of the crime, hoping to learn anything that could lead them to the perpetrator. In their unwavering pursuit of justice, the authorities also focused on a known offender, investigating their whereabouts in the hopes of determining a connection to Aya's murder. The investigator felt compelled to solve this case because he recognized the profound impact it had on the community and the international community as a whole. Only 2 days after Aya's lifeless body was discovered, a breakthrough occurred. Australian police arrested Cody Herman, 21, and charged him with rape and murder in connection with Aya's death. For those following the case, the arrest brought both relief and shocks. The swift apprehending of a suspect demonstrated law enforcement's dedication to finding answers. Cody's arrest sent shockwaves through the community and around the world as the horrific details surrounding Aya's death emerged. Surveillance footage and forensic evidence were crucial in his identification. What was most astonishing in this case was Cody's decision to plead guilty to rape and murder charges before the trial began. This plea spared Aya's family and the court from a long and painful trial. However, the key questions about the crime's motivations and circumstances remain unanswered. The guilty plea was a significant development in the case because it indicated that there would be no traditional trial. Instead, the court would hold a sentencing hearing in which the prosecutor would explain the details of the attack. This would provide a glimpse into the horrifying chain of events that resulted in tragic and premature deaths. The court proceedings revealed a chilling account of what occurred on that fateful night. While Aya had never met Cody prior to the attack, disturbing details about his previous interactions and intentions emerged in the month before the murder. Cody had made attempts to enter her apartment complex, raising suspicions of premeditation. In December 2018, just 4 months after arriving in Australia, Aya attempted to gain entry into the apartment building by falsely claiming to have misplaced his key. However, he did not live there and was at the time without a permanent address and abode. Cody returned a few days later, and residents noticed him standing outside the building, evoking an unsettling connection to Aya. Cody's online activities increased the case's intrigue. Under the rap name Makodes, he posted disturbing lyrics on Facebook, including references to suicide and demons in my head. Despite the alarming online posts and attempts to gain access to Aya's apartment complex, police initially suspected that these incidents were linked to Aya's murder. The motivation for the attack remained a perplexing mystery. The court proceedings also shed light on the events leading up to Aya's murder. While Aya was at the comedy show with her friends, Cody was hanging out at the Palazzo Shopping Center. At 12:07 a.m., he left the shopping center, cutting through the parking lot and arriving at Main Drive. Cody spotted Aya walking down the street that night, and without warning or provocation, he launched a vicious attack. He struck her 4 times in the head with a metal pipe, causing her to drop her phone and fall to the ground, unconscious. The speed and ferocity of the assault rendered Aya defenseless, with no way to protect herself or flee. Cody's actions after the initial attack were equally horrific. He dragged the unconscious Aya behind a low hedge between the footpath and the car park, where he brutally assaulted her. The brutality didn't stop there. He continued to strike her head with a metal pipe 9 times. The details of the injuries were equally distressing. The force of the blows had fractured her skull multiple times, and while lacerations on her brain would be fatal, the nature of a neck injury is unknown, leaving investigators puzzled as to whether it occurred during strangulation or while she was being dragged into the bushes. Following the assaults, Cody attempted to eliminate any evidence linking him to Aya's body. He fled the scene, carrying Aya's belongings with him. Surveillance footage shows his escape as he climbs over the fence of a nearby nature reserve, leaving behind a black cap that was caught. He also discarded his shirt, the murder weapon, and the can of WD-40 fluid used to burn the bodies. One critical question went unanswered throughout the proceedings: whether the attack was premeditated. Did Cody roam the shopping center looking for a potential victim? Was he waiting specifically for Aya? The evidence indicated that he had the metal pipe in his possession prior to the attack, indicating a deliberate action. Cody claimed he couldn't recall anything from the 2 hours preceding the attack, leaving investigators in the court to grapple with the motivations for the senseless act of violence. During the sentencing hearing, the prosecutor meticulously recounted the terrifying sequence of events that occurred that fateful night. The details were chilling, emphasizing the brutality of the crime. Cody had relentlessly assaulted Aya, a young woman he had never met before. Cody began the attack by striking Aya 4 times over the head with a metal pipe without provocation, knocking her unconscious in her vulnerable state. He dragged her behind a low hedge and assaulted her in a horrific manner. This was followed by 9 additional strikes to her head with the metal pipe, resulting in a catastrophic brain injury. Aya suffered horrific injuries, with multiple skull fractures, brain lacerations, and an unexplained neck injury. Investigators were unsure whether she was strangled or dragged into the buses. The gruesome details were revealed in court, leaving the audience in shock and disbelief. The victim's humanity, the brutality of the crime, and the attack's apparent motivelessness left everyone in attendance feeling deeply saddened and outraged. Throughout the preceding period, opposing viewpoints emerged regarding Cody Herman's sentencing. The defense claimed that Cody had a troubled upbringing characterized by instability and substance abuse. His attorney acknowledged the gravity of the crime, claiming that there was no justification for the attack. He portrayed Cody as someone who, despite committing a heinous act, was not inherently a monster. Instead, he contended that Cody's life had been plagued by extraordinary disadvantages, resulting in a distorted view of the world. A forensic psychiatrist provided insight into Cody's psychological profile, describing him as having a severe personality disorder. A forensic psychiatrist described the attack as the result of male rage directed at a female. He suggested that Cody's actions were motivated by a combination of humiliating experiences, including a broken relationship, substance abuse, a worsening mood state, and unresolved anger. In a handwritten letter to the court, Cody apologized for his actions. Recognizing that there was no excuse for what he had done, he expressed deep regret and promised to spend the rest of his life trying to make amends. On the other side of the courtroom, the prosecution argued for a harsh sentence, claiming that Cody should not receive leniency. They highlight the attack's sheer violence and depravity, emphasizing the importance of justice being served. Throughout the preceding period, Aya's family provided victim impact statements, which provided a moving glimpse into the profound loss they had suffered and would continue to suffer. Ruba, Aya's sister, described Aya as someone who looked up to those who knew how to deal with difficult situations. Her mother, Kidam Aya, described her daughter as a beautiful girl and expressed his deep sadness when speaking of her. She described their daily conversations and her longing for her mother's embrace, while another sister remembered Aya as always cheerful and energetic. Justice Elizabeth Hollingworth presided over the sentencing hearing, and she addressed Cody directly. He emphasized the importance of women's freedom to walk the streets without fear of being violently attacked by strangers, as well as the gravity of his actions. According to Justice Hollingworth, Cody struck Aya with the clear intention of killing her, and his savage attack left her physically small, unprepared, and alone with no way to defend herself. Justice Hollingworth also addressed the issue of premeditation, stating that there was no evidence to suggest that the attack occurred while Cody was intoxicated or in a drug-induced psychosis. Instead, he noted that Cody's actions were influenced by a number of factors, including previous violent experiences, relationship breakdown, substance abuse, worsening mood states, and unresolved anger. Finally, Cody Herman sentenced Justice Holly to 36 years in prison with a 30-year non-parole period. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will talk about what happened in 2007. Kelsey Smith, 18, mysteriously disappeared after going to the store in Kansas, United States. What happened to Kelsey drew media attention, and CCTV footage helped solve the case. Kelsey Ann Smith was born May 3, 1989 in Overland Park, Johnson County, Kansas. Kelsey was the fifth child of Greg and Missy Smith. She graduated from Shawnee Mission West High School on May 24, 2007, and was excited to start college in the fall. People recognized her as an outgoing and friendly individual. Her sense of humor left no one indifferent. She was a member of a marching band and played clarinet. Kelsey worked at an AMC movie theater on June 2, 2007. She had another shift. Missy, her mother, was leaving for a friend's wedding that morning, unaware that her family's life would be forever changed and that she would never see her daughter alive again. Missy said her goodbyes to Kelsey before leaving. Kelsey drove to work in the car her parents gave her. Her morning shift concluded without incident. After work, she went to see her father and sister, Lindsay. They visited an amusement park together. It had been a wonderful day, but it did not end well. Kelsey had decided to go shopping around 6 p.m. She asked her sister if she wanted to keep her company, but she declined. Kelsey left the house alone and drove to the nearest Target. Before leaving, she told her father, Greg, about her plans and expressed her love for him. Greg, a police officer, adored his children. The man taught them basic self-defense techniques and advised them to always take precautions. Kelsey called her mother, who was returning from a friend's wedding, about an hour later to say she was going shopping. They spoke briefly before agreeing to meet at home. After a while, John, Kelsey's boyfriend, arrived at Smith's home. John was one of the guys who boosted Greg's confidence. He frequently spent time at their house, and everyone expected their relationship to develop into something more. Kelsey went shopping that evening for a gift for John. The latter attempted to call her but was unable to get through. He went to her house, but she was not present. Greg tried calling his daughter, but she did not answer. Greg, a police officer, became concerned after several unsuccessful attempts to contact Kelsey. He tried to remain calm, but as a father, he became increasingly concerned with each passing minute. Greg began calling his daughter's friends. But no one knew where Kelsey was or why she wasn't returning calls and texts. Kelsey was unlike her peers. She always called her family, even if she was a little late. After a while, John and Kelsey's sister Lindsay got into their car and began driving around the area, hoping to locate Kelsey's car. What if she gets into an accident? Perhaps the police pulled her over for speeding. They first inspect the parking lots of various stores. In one of those, they noticed a Buick belonging to Kelsey. She informed her father that she was going to the Target store. However, they discovered her car near another store. John checked the car, but Kelsey wasn't present. Lindsay called her father to say they had found Kelsey's car. Greg warned them not to touch anything because the car could be a potential crime scene. After all, if this was the case, it was critical not to destroy any evidence that may have been left there. Greg contacted the police to report his daughter missing. The police conducted an official investigation. The detectives immediately arrived at the location where John and Lindsay discovered Kelsey's car. Greg and everyone else noticed something odd right away. Her car was not in the Target parking lot. It was next to another store in a dimly lit area of the parking lot. The detectives carefully examined the car, hoping to discover anything useful about Kelsey. But all they found inside was a package of gift wrapping paper and the gift the girl had bought for her boyfriend, John. There was nothing inside the car that suggested a crime. There were no signs of struggle. There was no trace of blood or anything like that. The keys were under the driver's seat. But then, the detective noticed something strange and suspicious. They noticed some fabric that resembled a t-shirt sticking out of the trunk, causing anxiety in his heart. Greg opened the trunk. It was empty. Kelsey was not present. She bought a gift for John at Target. That meant she was present at some point. The forensic experts thoroughly examined the car and discovered a thumbprint on the seatbelt. It didn't belong to Kelsey or anyone who had access to the car. Kelsey had recently graduated from high school and was preparing to attend the University of Kansas to become a veterinarian. She was always an excellent student. Kelsey was an ambitious and cheerful young lady. She had her entire life ahead of her. But now she had mysteriously vanished, and her family was desperate for answers. The police continued their work. However, other than an unidentified fingerprint, there was no evidence that her car was a crime scene. It appeared that someone had just left the car in this parking lot. The detectives went to Target to gather new information about Kelsey's disappearance. CCTV footage could answer some questions. By the time the officers arrived, the store had already closed. Despite the fact that it was nearly 11 p.m., they were able to locate the person who let them in and showed them the recordings. The police spent several hours at the monitors, watching Kelsey's every move, but her trip to the store was routine. She found the necessary items, paid for them, and proceeded to the parking lot. There was no indication that anything was wrong. While at the store, Kelsey did not argue or speak with anyone. She remained calm and left there alone. But here's what appears strange. Kelsey got into her car and drove in the opposite direction of her house for some reason. The recording quality was poor, making it impossible to see any details. As a result, a number of new and important questions emerged. Why didn't Kelsey go home as scheduled? Did she drive the car herself? Could she have concealed her own free will? Before dawn, Greg and Missy went to the police station, where detectives questioned them. As a cop, Greg was aware that this was a common practice. When investigating such cases, detectives must rule out the possibility that someone in the family is involved in the crime. He knew that if he and Missy answered the questions quickly, they would no longer be suspects and the police would be able to focus on other leads. The couple answered all of the questions. Kelsey's parents were not the suspects. The police wanted to investigate the next person for his involvement in Kelsey. His disappearance was caused by her boyfriend John. After all, Kelsey had spent the majority of her free time with him over the last few days. He was the last person she had contact with. They needed to know where John had been before he went into Kelly's house and informed her father that he couldn't contact her partners, which is frequently linked to what happened to their soulmate. As a result, the detectives decided to put pressure on the suspect. They began asking him the same but differently phrased questions to see how he would respond and whether he would change his story. It lasted approximately 2 hours. But John insisted that he was not involved in Kelly's disappearance and that their relationship was fine. He answered all of their questions and let the detectives examine his phone. The officers were inclined to believe that John was not lying and had no involvement in Kelsey's disappearance. Still, the detectives did not remove him from the suspect list. Kelsey's family could not simply sit and wait, so they began an unofficial investigation. Greg was well aware that if his daughter had been abducted, the chances of finding her alive decreased with each passing hour. Greg, Missy, and John gathered willing volunteers and divided them into groups to search the area. Each volunteer carried a bundle of printed missing person flyers and walked around the designated streets, asking if anyone had seen Kelsey. Greg also called radio stations and requested some airtime. He inquired about his daughter's disappearance and advised anyone with any relevant information to contact the police or the Smith family. An hour after the radio stations reported Kelsey's disappearance, TV channels broadcast the news. It improved the odds of finding Kelsey as soon as possible. Her classmates joined the search. They moved from one door to another. Perhaps someone from the house heard or saw something suspicious, or something that did not appear suspicious at first glance but could aid in the investigation. Any information was critical. One of the questions the police had to answer was where Kelsey was for the 3 hours between when she left Target and when John and Lindsay found her car. To answer this question, the investigators returned to the surveillance cameras. The parking lot where they discovered Kelsey's vehicle belonged to another store. Fortunately, there were cameras there as well. However, due to the poor quality of the recordings and insufficient lighting in that area of the parking lot, the detectives were unable to see anything that would help them determine where Kelsey had gone. They observed how her car drove into an unlit area of the parking lot, after which the headlights turned off. The driver exited the vehicle and drove away shortly after, but it was just a silhouette of a person. It was unclear if it was Kelsey or someone else. The police were disappointed. Kelsey's family thought it was a good sign. The family members understood that she had no reason to hide. The most important thing to them was finding Kelsey alive. The police had no new leads yet, so they decided to look at the Target surveillance camera footage again. However, the detectives now use higher quality monitors. They retracted Kelsey's every move while she was in the store, but she discovered nothing suspicious. Everything appeared normal. Kelsey purchased the necessary items and exited the store like any other customer parking lot. What could have happened there to cause Kelsey's disappearance? Despite the poor recording quality, the detectives discovered a suspicious detail. After leaving the store, Kelsey went to the parking lot to park her car and opened the back door to store the purchased items. Then she approached the driver's door. At that moment, the investigator noticed a blurry spot following her. The police believed Kelsey had been attacked when she got into the car, indicating an abduction. The investigators repeatedly watched the recording. However, due to the viewing angle and recording quality, they were unable to see the full picture. The door closed in about 15 seconds, and the car left the parking lot. Perhaps her car turned in the opposite direction from her house because she wasn't driving, or someone threatened her. Detectives didn't want to tell Kelsey's parents that their daughter had most likely been abducted. The police had only a video recording of the abduction as evidence. However, it was impossible to see who did it. This person wore a white t-shirt and dark shorts. Thus, the investigators returned to the Target CCTV footage. But this time, they're hoping to see someone in a white t-shirt and dark shorts. And then they noticed something new. A man in a white t-shirt and dark shorts followed Kelsey everywhere she went. He maintained his distance so Kelsey would not suspect anything, but he was always present. It was clear that this man was following Kelsey. When Kelsey approached the checkout to pay for the goods, he made his way to the exit without hurry. He obviously left the store first and waited for her in the parking lot. Soon after, the police were able to obtain a clearer image of his face. It wasn't a perfect quality, but they hoped someone could recognize this person. The police asked the community for help in identifying the man. The number of calls with potential leads surpassed 1,000. It took a long time to review this amount of data. Detectives attempted to filter out information that was unlikely to be relevant to the investigation. The police interrogated several people who resembled this man, but none of them were the one they needed to locate. The breakthrough in this case came after the police located Kelsey's phone. After she vanished, her phone was found in a wooded area near Longview Lake, Missouri, about 15 miles from Target. By this point, the FBI had joined the investigation. They focused the search in the area where Kelsey's phone was last active. Around 200 people took part in it. Kelsey was discovered 4 days after her kidnapping, and only 45 minutes after her cell phone company provided information about her cell phone activity that is worth paying close attention to. We will address this issue later. Unfortunately, she had died. The criminal attempted to conceal the evidence of the crime by hiding her body beneath the leaves and tree branches. Kelsey was naked, revealing the motive for this crime. Her belongings were a few feet from her. During the forensic examination, the experts determined that Kelsey died from strangulation. The criminal committed suicide with her own belt. The police had to deliver the worst news of her parents' lives. Kelsey's death devastated her family and friends. The criminal was still out there, and the police needed to find him as soon as possible because they feared he would kidnap another person. At this stage of the investigation, the police only had CCTV footage. As a result, the researchers decided to conduct another study on them. Knowing that someone had abandoned Kelsey's car in the parking lot at 9:17 p.m., the officers decided to look into what was going on in the Target parking lot at the same time. They saw a man rush up to a dark pickup truck parked in the parking lot, get inside, and drive away. It was around 9:22 p.m., however, it is possible that this was just a coincidence unrelated to the case. The pickup truck left the Target parking lot after it had already gotten dark. But what if the person driving the car arrived during daylight hours? The investigators reviewed the recording, which confirmed their assumptions. The blue pickup truck arrived in the Target parking lot at 6:55 p.m. Kelsey pulled into the parking lot a minute later, parking next to this pickup truck by some evil coincidence. Perhaps that was the first time the criminals saw her. The police released images of the pickup truck and the man who was following Kelsey in the hopes that someone could identify him, and it resulted in people calling the police station to say they knew the man in the picture. One of the callers introduced himself as a colleague and the other as a friend. Both callers gave the same name, Edwin Hall. He was 26 years old, owned a pickup truck, was married with a son. The police investigated Hall's past and discovered that, while he had no adult convictions, he did have a juvenile record for threatening his adoptive sister with a bread knife when he was 15 years old. If Hall was the one who kidnapped and murdered Kelsey Smith, he may have attempted to flee after his image appeared in the media. As a result, the police went to his home right away. When the cops arrived, they noticed Hall packing things into his car. He intended to flee with his family, but the police apprehended him first. They arrested Edwin Hall and transported him to a police station for questioning. He told detectives that he had no involvement in Kelsey Smith's disappearance and death. He said he had no idea who she was. However, everyone knew he was lying because Target's CCTV footage clearly showed Hall following Kelsey. When they told him about the recording, they were able to refute his claims. He admitted that he watched Kelsey because he admired her legs. However, Edwin continued to deny any contact with Kelsey after she left the store. He agreed to give the police his DNA sample and fingerprints so that he would be removed from the suspect list. Hall was certain he'd left no trace. However, he was mistaken in believing that his thumbprint matched those found on the seatbelt and Kelsey's car. This information directly linked Hall to the kidnapping and death of Kelsey Smith. After all, there was no other explanation for his fingerprint on the seatbelt. Hence, regardless of what Edwin Hall said, the police knew he was the one who approached Kelsey in the parking lot. After the detectives informed him of the fingerprint match, he decided not to wait for the DNA results and confessed all, to avoid the death sentence. Hall agreed to reveal all of the details of the crime he committed. He stated that he liked Kelsey when he saw her in the Target parking lot. Hall began following her while she was shopping and then waited until she reached the car. After this, he pulled out his gun and attacked her. Hall pushed her into her car and took her to a wooded area outside the city. There, he told Kelsey to undress and eventually killed her because he was afraid she'd tell him everything. Then Hall hid Kelsey's body beneath branches and leaves and drove away. After leaving Kelsey's car in a nearby parking lot, he returned to Target, where he had previously parked his pickup truck, and drove home. Missy and Greg Smith stated that following Kelsey's death, they noticed that the majority of violent crimes targeted children and young adults. We wanted to stop this from happening to others. Missy Smith stated that with that goal in mind, they developed safety awareness seminars. Greg Smith was a police officer when his daughter died, so he applied the training methods he learned in the military to a civilian environment. The Kelsey Smith Act was passed in Kansas in 2009. And similar laws exist in 23 other states. However, in 2016, it failed to pass the United States House of Representatives. Members of Congress who voted against the bill cited privacy concerns and the ability for law enforcement to access information without subpoenas. The Smiths state that only one location will be released, so texts, pictures, and phone calls would be prohibited. For 13 years, the couple has been advocating for change in Congress. One thing keeps them going. It's Kelsey, without a doubt. Greg Smith identified Kelsey as an 18-year-old recent high school graduate who walked out of a Target in Overland Park and vanished. It took a cell phone company 4 days to release her phone's location information. Once it did, police discovered her body within 45 minutes. The Smiths dedicated their lives to enacting legislation to speed up the process for other families. It would have saved you days of searching for her and not knowing if your child was still alive or what her fate was. Missy Smith stated that if law enforcement determines that an emergency exists, the Kelsey Smith Act requires wireless communication providers to disclose a device's location information. It also grants the phone company immunity for doing so. Overall, it serves as a tool for law enforcement. We live in a technological age, so why not give them every tool they need to find someone? According to Greg Smith, the legislation states that the information should be released if officers believe the phone was used to call 911 within the previous 48 hours, or if there is reason to believe someone is in danger of death or serious physical harm. In September 2008, the jury found Edwin Hall guilty of all charges. During the trial, he apologized to Kelsey's family and expressed deep regret. The court sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Kelsey, who would have turned 34 on May 3rd, has become the face of a movement to force telecommunications providers to be more responsive in emergency situations, particularly as GPS and cell phone technology have improved and evolved over the last 16 years. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Escaped to their deaths in 2003, this high-profile story shook Brazil and received widespread coverage in the international media. Hundreds of law enforcement officers, rescuers, and volunteers, as well as those interested in the story, were looking for the young couple who went missing in the forests of Embu-Guaçu province. They hoped to find them alive, but their hopes were dashed, and the young people's final days became a nightmare. However, grieving members of the families of the missing faced another ordeal when the main criminal rapist, torturer, and brutal killer was not prosecuted. Furthermore, he found himself in better living conditions than before. This is the case of Liana Friedenbach and Felipe Café. Liana B. Friedenbach was born in São Paulo. In May 1987, the girl was the eldest of her parents' 2 children, and she grew up in a relatively well-known and wealthy family. Ari Friedenbach, the family's patriarch, was a successful lawyer and well-respected member of the community. Felipe Silva Café, born in July 1984 in São Paulo, grew up in a large, modest family. He has worked part-time since he was a child, trying to support himself and his relatives. The young people met as schoolchildren, and their friendship developed into mutual sympathy and the first youthful love. However, they had to conceal it in every possible way. It is worth noting that Liana's parents were religious and raised their daughter strictly. She went to church on a regular basis and attended Sunday school since she was very young. Her father and mother were adamantly opposed to her romantic relationships at such a young age. Furthermore, social inequality played a significant role in this case because, as I previously stated, the girl came from a wealthy family while her chosen one was poor. However, their parents' prohibitions did not force the young people to end their relationship. Instead, they began to conceal their affair, secretly scheduling dates in different locations where no one could see them, in order to spend at least some time together. On one final trip in the fall of 2003, the lovers decided to get away from everyone for a while, traveling to a remote, deserted area to be alone. They carefully planned the trip, which was supposed to be an exciting adventure for them, and most importantly, the boys made sure they had a plausible alibi that would justify their absence and avoid suspicion. Felipe told his parents that he and his friends were going camping, and Liana told her parents that she was going sightseeing with the guys from church. She was confident that this excuse would work and that her parents would let her go with no questions asked. The Friedenbach and Café families believed the teenagers' stories and allowed their children to die without fear. Liana and Felipe were overjoyed. They could spend the entire week together without fear of being judged by their parents. The young people decided to travel to the picturesque province of Embu-Guaçu. They packed a tent, sleeping bags, some personal belongings, and a small supply of provisions, but the couple had almost no money. They had the right to free public transportation as students, so the guys planned and calculated their route to their destination by bus ahead of time. Early on October 31st, the lovers met at the agreed-upon location, making certain that no one who knew them saw them together. They took the first bus and spent the night at the bus station after arriving in another city late in the evening. Then 2 more vehicles took them to their destination. From there, they had to walk a few kilometers to a deserted spot hidden in the woods where they planned to camp and spend a few days alone together. The day was warm and sunny, and despite their exhaustion from the long journey, the young people were in good spirits, joking, laughing, and planning their short vacation. When they arrived at the location marked on the map, they began to set up their modest but cozy camp. Uninvited guests, when Liana and Felipe traveled to such a remote and secluded location, they failed to consider the fact that poverty reigns in those areas, fueling crime. So the presence of well-dressed young men carrying large backpacks and bags did not go unnoticed. As the couple walked through the forest to the abandoned farm where they planned to stay, they came across some local bandits fishing near a pond. They were Paulo Cesar da Silva Marques, a.k.a. Pernambuco, and Roberto Aparecido Alves Cardoso, a.k.a. Champinha. The latter was only 16 years old, but he was already the gang's leader. He organized the criminals who were attracted to strangers, particularly a beautiful young girl. They also decided that there was something in their backpacks that they could steal. The bandits followed the guys stealthily and began to watch them from the thickets. The lovers pitched a tent, ate a snack, and then set about beautifying their parking lot. The intruders waited in ambush until they were certain that no one else would join the young men and that they had no weapons with them. Pernambuco and Champinha then attacked and threatened Liana and Felipe. The latter, terrified, did not even attempt to flee or fight back against the unknown assailants. After searching all of the bags and backpacks, the criminals discovered nothing that would interest them. The bandits then decided to demand a ransom for the boy and girl from their relatives. Liana, who was terrified, quickly confirmed that she came from a wealthy family and that her father would give them any amount of money they requested. The criminals were pleased with this turn of events, but because they lacked experience in such situations, they had no idea how to organize everything so that they could keep the money and be free. Finally, while the plan was being developed and the bandits were determining who they had in their hands and how much they could demand for their lives, they decided to hide the prisoners so they could not flee. Initially, they were taken to a dilapidated structure near the farm where the boys were staying, which lacked windows and doors. It was quickly decided to take the pair to the home of one of the gang members there. Felipe was tied up and severely beaten, preventing him from escaping or resisting. That same night, each gang member took turns exploiting the bound and helpless girl, eventually breaking her morally. The criminals couldn't figure out how to demand and collect the ransom, so they simply killed the captives and hid their bodies somewhere in the woods so they wouldn't be discovered. The boys were taken to a deserted area in the woods the following day after being tortured. The half-dead Felipe was led deep into the forest, where a shot was heard, before the bandit returned alone. Liana realized what had happened. Her beloved was no longer alive, although the kidnappers tried. They had other plans for the lovely young Liana after assuring her that they had released the young man. The scoundrels wanted to keep her as a plaything until they got bored of her, especially since no one had begun looking for the missing boys. A few days after their daughter's departure, her parents discovered that there was no excursion trip with the church guys, and Liana's friends had no idea where she had gone. The Friedenbach family suspected that their heiress had fled with her boyfriend and immediately contacted his parents to inquire about their children's whereabouts. But Café's family was certain that their son had gone camping with his friends, so there was nothing they could do to help find the couple. The situation was complicated by the fact that neither of the young men had communicated in several days, and their phones were turned off. Ari Friedenbach used his connections and money to put all of the city's cops on their feet. They were able to reconstruct the route the young people took after tricking them into fleeing home. The police soon arrived in Embu-Guaçu, where the boys had gotten off their last bus, and their route continued through a deserted wooded area. It was also where their phones were last active. A large-scale search began involving police officers, rescuers, and concerned citizens who had learned about the incident and wanted to help. A large local businessman also joined the operation, bringing his personal helicopter to search from the air and handing out leaflets with photos of the missing young people. Their camp was discovered quickly, and it appeared frightening. Despite the absence of blood and fighting, it was obvious that something terrible had occurred here. The couple's personal belongings had been removed from their bags and carelessly scattered. The tent had been opened from top to bottom with a knife, and the guy's cell phones were scattered about. Felipe's lifeless body was quickly discovered by rescuers. The tied-up guy had been shot in the back of the head almost at point-blank range, so he had no hope of being rescued. It became clear that the chances of finding Liana alive were slim, but as they say, hope dies last. Ari Friedenbach involved the press in the search, ensuring that the entire process was widely covered in the media, and that as many people as possible were aware of it, in the hopes of learning anything about Liana's whereabouts. An impressive reward was announced, but it did not help the situation. The massacre of Liana began after the criminals had killed Felipe. They returned Liana to the house where they had previously kept them both. By then, the bandits had been joined by their accomplices, Antonio Caetano da Silva and Arnaldo Pires. Pernambuco proudly informed them that Liana was his property, and he could do whatever he wanted with her. He invited everyone to have their dirtiest fantasies with Liana, and his offer was quickly accepted. A day later, after learning of the large-scale search operation, the criminals decided to change their location and accompany the victim to the home of Antonio Matias de Barros, another gang member. They went fishing that evening, accompanied by Liana. The ringleader threw his jacket over her because it was cold outside, and he wanted to show concern in this way. Champigna's older brother, whom the juvenile delinquent had not informed about his affairs, arrived at the same location later that evening. Champigna informed his brother that Liana was his lover, but he immediately recognized her as the wanted girl. He took his brother aside and informed him that his captive was being actively sought and that the police were literally following them. Champigna interpreted his brother's words as a sign and a call to action. He decided it was urgent to get rid of Liana before fleeing and concealing himself. He lied to Liana, claiming she was free and that he would take her to the road. In fact, the bandit led his victim into the forest, where he brutally killed her with a knife before smashing her head with a rock to ensure her death. Liana's body was not discovered until 5 days after the massacre. She was literally lifeless. She had been severely mutilated. Liana was wearing the killer's jacket, which later became one of the most important pieces of evidence. The criminals were extremely cruel, cynical, and ruthless, but they were also stupid and short-sighted in that they did not try to flee or hide, did not bother to destroy physical evidence, and believed that no one would ever find them. The bandits' naive self-confidence allowed the police to quickly identify and apprehend all members of the criminal gang. As previously stated, Champigna left his sweat-stained jacket on the victim's body. In addition, he brought the murder weapon into his house, washed it and hid it in the yard while attempting to wash the clothes, stained with the murdered girl's blood so that he could continue to wear them. DNA analysis revealed the identities of the gang members who had committed violence against Liana. The gang members were apprehended almost simultaneously. The ringleader not only did not deny it, but he immediately began to testify, boasting that he had kidnapped, abused, and murdered the unfortunate victim. He went into great detail about what had happened to Liana in her final days. After a lengthy trial, nearly all of the adult members of the criminal gang received harsh sentences. Pernambuco was sentenced to life imprisonment for Felipe's murder. Antonio Caetano da Silva and Arnaldo Pires were also sentenced to life in prison, but Antonio Matias de Barros was only sentenced to 6 years because he did not torture the victim, but rather provided the gang with his home where it all took place. However, with the ringleader and the most brutal member of the gang, things were not as simple. He was barely 16 years old when he committed these crimes. As a result, the individual was sent to a specialized prison for minors with a relatively mild regime. Champigna attempted several escapes and behaved aggressively and inadequately, prompting a psychiatric examination. He was discovered to have several mental abnormalities that, while not inherently dangerous, combined to create a monstrous result, transforming the young man into a sophisticated sadist and murderer with no feelings of pity or remorse. Following such a diagnosis, the criminal was transferred to a closetype medical facility where he was required to undergo mandatory treatment and rehabilitation. Despite numerous appeals from the families of the murdered young men, he received no further punishment. As a result, Champigne's situation improved from before the crime. He now had his own private, cozy room complete with a large television, internet access, and a comfortable bed with an orthopedic mattress. He eats 4 balanced meals per day from a customized menu, as required by the medical facility where he is being held. His monthly maintenance is estimated at around $1,200, $20,500. In recent years, the perpetrator has repeatedly petitioned for his release, claiming that he has completed a full course of treatment and no longer poses a threat to others, allowing him to return to his normal life. This is a monster story. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Donna Ellen Brown was born November 10, 1963, in Florida. Donna was the eldest of 3 girls. She was attractive, intelligent, and successful in her job as an operating room technician. She met nuclear engineer Mark Winger, and the two married in a traditional Jewish ceremony in 1989. Donna and Mark appear to be the picture, perfect couple. They were successful and had a nice house in a nice neighborhood. However, not every story ends perfectly from the start. On Tuesday, August 29, 1995, at 4:27 p.m., Mark Winger called 911 to report that a man was harming his wife, Mark, who lived in Springfield, Illinois. His 31-year-old wife, Donna Winger, called the dispatcher to report that he had shot the man. When the cops arrived, Donna was in critical condition after being hit in the head with a hammer 7 times. A 27-year-old man named Roger Harrington was found beside Donna in critical condition, having sustained 2 gunshot wounds to the head. Both victims were immediately transported to the hospital, where Roger died shortly after arrival and Darla died a few minutes later without regaining consciousness. The police secured the residence and discovered no evidence of forced entry. Mark, visibly distressed, told the police that he shot the man after witnessing the attack on his wife. Mark described how he was in the basement on the treadmill when he heard noises upstairs, prompting him to investigate. He found their adopted baby Bailey on the bed in the master bedroom, but no sign of Donna. When Mark heard more noises downstairs, he grabbed his handgun from the bedroom nightstand and headed for the dining room. Mark saw a man in the hallway wielding a hammer and assaulting Donna. Mark shot the man, and as he attempted to rise, he fired a second shot. The police discovered the bloodied hammer used in the assault, which belonged to both Donna and Mark. The house also contained a .45 caliber semi-automatic handgun, which Mark confirmed was the weapon used. When Mark asked about the identity of the man who had attacked his wife, the police confirmed that it was Roger. Mark then said, "That's the man who has been harassing my wife this week." According to Mark, Donna had traveled to Florida to visit her parents 6 days before. Her mother dropped her off at the airport, and a driver named Roger, hired through a limousine company in St. Louis, Missouri, drove her back to Springfield. According to Mark, Donna, Roger was excessively talking and flirtatious during the 2-hour drive, expressing a preference for older women and inviting them to intimate parties. The conversation took a dark turn when he revealed hearing a disturbing voice named Dom instructing him to harm others. Mark called the cops, saying the guy scared her. She stated that he was extremely frightening. He threatened to kill people, set car bombs, and mutilate them. Dawn has returned to Springfield. She informed her family about the unsettling encounter, expressing fear and discomfort as a result of the disturbing conversation and erratic driving. Mark told the police that, despite safely returning home, the situation persisted. Donna received several strange phone calls, and based on the timing, she suspected Roger was the caller. The police found a note in the house that described Donna's unsettling car ride. Mark also told the police that he reported the incident to Roger's employer, which resulted in Roger's suspension, which Mark believed could have exacerbated the situation. The police discovered Roger's car parked outside the Winger house, facing the wrong direction. They discovered various weapons inside, including a knife and a tire iron. Authorities concluded that Mark acted in self-defense, and they chose not to press charges due to the traumatic circumstances. The case was closed with an acknowledgement that Mark had already experienced significant distress. Mark appeared deeply affected by the events. Mark and Donna had moved to Springfield shortly after their wedding, where they discovered happiness. Donna worked as an operating room technician at Memorial Medical Center, and Mark was an engineer with the Illinois Department of Nuclear Safety. Despite facing challenges, such as Donna's initial distress at learning she couldn't conceive, their lives took a positive turn when a doctor informed them of a teenager willing to place her baby for adoption. On June 1, 1995, Donna and Mark happily welcomed Bailey, their adopted daughter. Following Donna's tragic death, Bailey, now responsible for the infant, chose to remain in the same house. To help with childcare, he hired a nanny, Rebecca Simic. Rebecca unexpectedly became pregnant a few months into her job and gave birth to a daughter named Anna. Mark and Rebecca married just over a year after Donna died. Mark decided to sell the house and sever ties with Donna's family. The new family, Mark, Rebecca, Bailey, and Anna, relocated to a different town. They gradually expanded their family by adding 2 more children, Maggie and Ben. Donna's close friend Donna Schultz told the police in 1999 that she had an affair with Mark while Donna was still alive, and that Mark made troubling statements that she remembered. Mark believes it would be easier for us to be together if Dawn had just died. All you'd have to do is enter and find the body. Donna also provided disturbing information that raised concerns with the authorities. When Mark learned about Donna's unsettling experience during the car ride back to Springfield, he allegedly told her that he needed the driver in his home. This revelation prompted the police to reopen Donna's case. However, they were disappointed to find that some evidence had gone missing. Mark filed a civil lawsuit against BART Transportation, seeking accountability for Diana's death as a result of Roger's actions. Roger's attorney requested access to the civil suit's evidence and files because he worked for BART Transportation at the time Diana died. Despite this, the police were able to save some files and access photos taken on the day of the incident. Donna and Roger are shown on the ground before being transported to the hospital. However, the positions of the bodies appeared to contradict Mark's earlier account, given to the police years ago. Mark told the police that he saw Roger kneeling beside Donna's head, assaulting her with a hammer, which prompted him to open fire. Mark claimed Roger fell backward, and in an attempt to get up, Mark shot him again. According to Mark's description, Roger's feet should have been near Donna's head, facing the opposite direction. However, after reviewing the photos taken by the police upon their arrival, it appeared that Roger and Donna were both on the ground, facing the same direction. This inconsistency prompted the police, for the first time, to suspect Mark of being involved in his wife's murder. The question of why Roger was at their house that day remained unanswered. Simultaneously, during the civil suit involving Mark, a possible explanation emerged. BART Transportation hired a blood spatter expert who concluded that the blood spatter patterns indicated Mark's involvement in the deaths of Donna and Roger. As the police dug deeper into the case, they discovered more incriminating evidence. Susan Collins, Roger's roommate, informed law enforcement that she overheard Roger arranging a meeting with someone on the day he was killed. Furthermore, a note written on a bank deposit slip inside Roger's car was discovered, which contained Mark's name, address, and a time. Susan informed the police that Roger had mentioned agreeing to meet with Mark to resolve issues raised by Mark's complaints about Roger's driving and the concerning conversation he had with Donna. Roger left the house around 3:30 p.m., and the note indicated a meeting time of 4:30 p.m., which corresponded to the prosecution's belief that Mark had asked him to come to the house at that time. On August 23, 2001, Mark was arrested and charged with 2 counts of murder. The prosecution claimed that Mark was responsible for Donna and Roger's deaths. They claimed that Mark wanted to remove Donna from his life, but did not want to risk losing custody of their adopted daughter Bailey, so he avoided divorce. Mark allegedly saw an opportunity when he learned about Donna's problems with Roger, seeing it as an ideal opportunity to eliminate Donna and frame an innocent man. The prosecution proposed that Mark contact Roger, whom he had never met before that day, and invite him to the house. When Roger arrived, Mark allegedly led him inside and fatally shot him. This narrative was supported by the fact that there was no forced entry at the residence. The prosecution also claimed that Donna, who was in the master bedroom with Bailey when she heard the gunshot, went downstairs and was beaten to death with a hammer by Mark before dialing 911. The prosecution used a note found in Roger's car, which contained Mark's name and address, to prove that Mark had lured Roger to the house. The jury discovered that, despite having weapons in his car, Roger did not bring them into the house and instead used Donna's hammer to attack. This raised questions about Roger's intentions, assuming he had gone there with the intent of assaulting Donna. The court was also made aware of inconsistencies between the location Mark claimed Roger was in when he shot him and photos taken on the same day, which contradicted Mark's account. Dean's testimony was crucial in shedding light on Mark's alleged statements, expressing a desire for Donna's death. The court learned that on August 25, 1995, 4 days before the murders, Mark inquired with his coworker Candace Bolden about the fate of his adopted daughter if Donna died. Later that day, Mark complained to Ray Duffy, the president of the transportation company where Roger worked, about Donna's ride. Mark called back a few days later, asking for the driver's full name and expressing a desire to speak with him directly about the situation. During the trial, the court was informed of Donna and Roger's severe injuries. When the cops arrived at the house, Donna was found face down on the floor, with Roger on his back. Donna died from brain trauma caused by multiple blunt force injuries to the head, consistent with hammer strikes. Roger died from brain trauma caused by gunshot wounds to the top left side of his head and above his left eyebrow, as well as contusions on his chest from hammer strikes. The defense argued that Roger's erratic decisions that day, such as his weapon choice and unusual parking, demonstrated mental instability. His behavior during the car ride with Donna supported the claim they made concerning the position of the bodies in the photos. The defense argued that while Donna and Roger were critical when paramedics arrived, they were not dead and they may have moved in an attempt to save their lives. However, the paramedics denied moving them before the photographs were taken, and Mark did not testify at the trial. Regarding Deanne's testimony, the defense claimed she was motivated by personal feelings of rejection. While Mark admitted to having an affair with Donna, he married the nanny he hired shortly after Donna died. The defense claimed Donna harbored resentment for not being chosen by Mark to marry. Despite the defense's arguments, the jury convicted Mark of 2 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced him to life without the possibility of parole. While still serving time for his first-degree murder convictions, Mark became involved in a failed murder, for-hire plot in 2005. He allegedly attempted to orchestrate attacks on Deanne for testifying against him, as well as on Jeffrey Gilman, a childhood friend, for failing to post his $1 million bail. Investigators discovered 19 handwritten pages that detailed Mark's desires for Donna. He allegedly wanted her kidnapped and forced to write a statement recounting her testimony, claiming Mark's innocence before plotting her death. Mark claimed in court that these notes were simply a fantasy he never intended to carry out. Despite Mark's assertion, he was found guilty of soliciting murder and sentenced to an additional 35 years in prison. Donna's mother, Sarah Jane, and stepfather, Ira Drescher, responded strongly to the evidence against Mark, emphasizing the brutality of Donna's murder. What makes it difficult to understand is how he murdered Donna in such a vicious and violent manner. Throughout the legal proceedings, Mark has maintained his innocence. Donna, who testified against him, was granted immunity and received no charges as a result. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On November 6, 2014, Mexico City police discovered human remains. Part of the torso was discovered in a vacant lot near the city's exit. A few days later, bags containing arms and legs were discovered in various areas of the capital. The fact that there were no fingers on the limbs was horrifying. The police sounded the alarm. Apparently, a particularly violent criminal was operating in the region. Squads of officers were formed and patrolled the streets. The main goal was to find the unfortunate man's head and limbs and prevent future crimes. At the time, everyone was certain that this was the work of a brutal serial killer. The fingers and head were never located. However, the professional work of forensic experts revealed that the remains belonged to the same person. However, the absence of fingers and teeth made it impossible to determine who this person was. The story takes place in North America, with the main character, Alejandra La Fuente, a stunning brunette with gorgeous hair and bright brown eyes that highlight her thick black tar lashes. She had an athletic, trim figure, which he attempted to maintain through fitness, yoga, and breathing exercises. Alejandra enjoys taking care of herself. She could frequently be seen at a beauty salon, massage spa, or spa. In warm weather, she lounged on the beach doing scientific research, and on cloudy days she could go to tanning salons. Overall, we can conclude that the young woman adored herself and saw herself as the pinnacle of female attractiveness. Alejandra did not lag behind in her career. Her father, Alberto Lafuente, is a doctor of sciences and a well-known psychiatrist. He is a scientific luminary who works on psychiatric disorders such as schizophrenia and manic depression. He is also well known for his experiments on patients, in addition to his scientific work. Alejandra regarded her father as an idol. She followed in his footsteps, hoping to achieve the same level of success. She enrolled in the best university for psychiatry and graduated with honors. Her perseverance, resourcefulness, and extraordinary intelligence, combined with her father's connections, assisted her in writing and defending her thesis on manic syndrome. Alejandra did not, however, pursue a career in psychiatry. Instead, she was drawn to the work of a psychotherapist. With her father's money, the young woman obtained a license and established her office in a new business center in the heart of the capital. There were plenty of clients, but she only saw women. Women with eating disorders, depression, relationship problems, and low self-esteem sought counseling. Alejandra helped to resolve family issues. However, as is often the case, her personal life left a lot to be desired. The young woman's first marriage failed, but the couple did have 2 children, 2 lovely girls with Alejandra's eyes and her father's sense of humor. However, Alejandra was not discouraged. She did not believe that having 2 children was an excuse to abandon herself. She still hoped to meet her other half, a man who could be a good father to her daughters. After the couple separated, Alejandra's ex-husband, whose name is unknown, returned home. It was a common practice for the couple. The man would come on weekends to spend time with his daughters and assist his ex-wife with household chores as needed. However, the ex-husband had no idea this would be his last visit. Alejandra asked him to enter the house from the backyard, claiming that the front door lock was jammed. The man entered the house. Alejandra explained that her youngest daughter was currently bathing and invited him into her bathroom. The man went in with no suspicions. There was a ringing silence throughout the house. There were no sounds, just the usual cartoons and children's laughter. The man entered the bathroom. There was tape on the floor and no daughter in the filled bathtub. He became aware that something was going wrong. Right at that moment, his ex-wife appeared behind him, wielding a hammer, and delivered a powerful blow to his head. The man fell, and blood poured out of the gaping hole in his skull. Everything around him was blood-stained. As the experts later discovered, the man had no chance of saving himself. Death occurred almost immediately following the first blow from a heavy, blunt object. The eldest daughter, who had unexpectedly returned early from a friend, was an unwitting witness to this truly horrifying scene. The children frequently witnessed their parents' quarrels. Alejandra was determined to be mentally disturbed. She frequently took it out on her friends, who noticed how the young woman could hit her husband. They frequently noticed scratches on his arms and neck. The housemates were constantly observing her temper tantrums and poor behavior, but this time the situation spiraled out of control. The daughter dashed out of the house and began calling for help. Almost immediately, a neighbor came running and called the police. The psychologist has been arrested and charged with murder. At the station, the young woman was placed in a cell and had to stay there for a month until her first hearing. Alejandra denied guilt during the trial. Lawyers proposed a version of self-defense. According to them, Alejandra's ex-husband was extremely jealous of her and made up stories about her bringing men into the house, which could have a negative impact on the psyche of young girls. On the day of the crime, he showed up unexpectedly at his ex-wife's house and entered through the back door, hoping to catch her with another man. Then he pounced on Alejandra, who was in the bathroom attempting to put together a nightstand. She then had to use self-defense, and he delivered 2 blows to the back of her ex-husband's head. On June 14, 2012, the sentence was imposed based on the defense's evidence and the presence of 2 minor children. Alejandra was sentenced to 1 year and 4 months. Thanks to the coordination of lawyers and his father's money, a suspended sentence replaced the term behind bars. A few months later, the appeal was filed again, this time requesting that the charges be dropped. The claim was that the assault was in self-defense. Human rights activists demanded a jury trial and felt deeply sorry for the poor woman, who was presented as a victim of domestic violence. As a result, the court reviewed the case and acquitted the accused. After her release, the young woman continued to provide her psychological counseling. She portrayed Alejandra as a victim of gender inequality who fought for her rights in the same way that most women in North America do, and this image helped her gain even more popularity with potential clients. Maria Alejandra soon met Alan Carrera Cuella, a prominent Mexican businessman and the son of Adrian Carrera Francis. He was a tall, attractive, and statuesque man. His father had previously served as the Central District's head of special services, where he had achieved considerable success. Alan quickly expanded his business, establishing a nationwide chain of construction stores. A portion of Alan's business was legalized. The other part, which few people knew about, was closely related to crime. By the way, his father was removed from his position because one of his son's financial frauds was discovered. In addition, Alan had a stake in a criminal organization that transported psychotropic substances to the United States. Their base was in a border town and was patrolled by newly hired police officers. This group controlled a small portion of the South's psychoactive substance trafficking. Alan's father was proven to be involved in his son's affairs. The police were able to obtain a statement from him, and he faced a 20-year prison sentence. However, Adrian Carrera was released early on July 18, 2000, as a result of the Witness Protection Program. Following his release, he devoted all of his time to his son and his legitimate business. The son matured quickly, adopting his father's perspectives and experiences. After graduating from college, Alan Carrera decided to follow in his father's footsteps as an entrepreneur. He was very interested in the store of household appliances, and despite his young age, he completely let himself in. This business was not as large as his father's, but it provided a good income. There were always a lot of women around him, but Alan had been in love with a classmate who he thought was smart, beautiful, and came from a good family since childhood. The marriage was brief but bright. Daddy had a gorgeous daughter. However, a lot of work and Alan's almost complete absence from home caused this marriage to end. It was extremely difficult for Alan to part with a woman he had loved since high school. New novels did not bring pleasure, and loneliness and sadness drove the man to drink. This became a bad habit over time. Alan tried many things to cope with his long-term depression and addiction to alcohol, including books, circles, and drips, until fate led him to a consultation with the famous psychiatrist Alberto, Maria Alejandra's father. Alan's now ex-wife was also dealing with a difficult divorce. Alan was the only male in the young woman's life. Despite their separation, she could not allow anyone else to be with her. To alleviate her loneliness, Alan's ex-wife also decided to see a therapist. The psychiatrist who rehabilitated Alan explained that he couldn't lead both spouses for ethical reasons and suggested the woman turn to Alejandra. However, he did not inform the clients that Alejandra was his daughter. Alejandra quickly realized that her patient's ex-husband could be an ideal match. He was described as a pleasant man in his prime and quite wealthy. Alejandra did not think long before asking her client to bring her ex-husband for another consultation. According to the therapist, she would be able to resolve their issue in one session and break the former spouse's strong bond. Alejandra began carrying out her plan to seduce the entrepreneur as soon as the steamy session began. The result did not last long. Following the session, Alan offered the therapist a cup of coffee to discuss family issues. The young woman initially refused to go on a date because she believed it violated medical ethics. However, their date took place on the same evening, and it quickly became an affair. Alan's ex-wife soon learned of the situation. She was shocked. She even planned to report the incident to the doctor's ethics committee. However, she didn't. Alejandra was a highly competent specialist who was able to persuade her client to let the situation go. After all, it indicates jealousy and a refusal to let go of the former spouse. As a result, the doctor believes that a happy future will be ineffective. Alan's ex-wife decided not to apply both during and after the commission sessions. Meanwhile, the relationship with the newly married couple progressed quickly. A few months after their first date, the young couple decided to live together. After 2 more months, they decided to formalize their relationship, but Alan had no idea what skeletons he had in his closet that were hiding his fiancée. What were her reasons for divorcing her ex-husband? In April 2014, Alan decided to spend the weekend with his parents and flew there. It became an excellent opportunity to talk about his beloved and the upcoming wedding. Alan's parents were taken aback that they would learn such important information so late. They had never heard of Alejandra in their son's life, which seemed strange. A week after meeting with the parents, the marriage was registered. Interestingly, Alejandra asked her husband not to contact her friends and family. No invitations were sent. The wedding was supposed to be modest, and the budget didn't allow for inviting everyone one would have liked. However, as it turned out, the bride's father did attend the wedding ceremony. Initially, the young family's life appeared to be a fairy tale, young and happy with a lot of plans and desires. However, it did not last long. Alejandra was unable to conceal her hysterical personality as she approached the horrifying conclusion of this story, but no one suspected it yet. The newlyweds' relationship began to undergo dramatic changes. Alan was a very private person, and details about his personal life were not shared with his friends. As a result, very little was known about the couple's personal lives. However, it was clear that the former relationship had cracked, and the couple no longer appeared to be happy. After meeting Alejandra, Alan distanced himself from his family. The final straw was the wedding, to which parents were not invited. Following that, they stopped calling each other. Alan's remaining friends began to notice that his wife became more nervous, sometimes acting inappropriately and quickly losing her temper. After a few such incidents, Alan felt ashamed and decided to limit joint meetings. Family quarrels occurred on a daily basis and were almost always without merit. According to her own testimony, Alejandra decided to access her husband's cell phone one evening. As is often the case, correspondence with some women was discovered to contain racy content. Of course, it was impossible to ignore such things. According to Alejandra, this was the final straw. She claimed in court that her husband beat, insulted, and humiliated her in every way possible. When cheating was discovered, it became pointless to save the marriage. For unknown reasons, Alejandra attempted to save the relationship by using non-traditional psychotherapy techniques. After thinking about her husband's cheating, the young woman decided to deal with Alan using a method she was already familiar with. As soon as she made this decision, her entire attention could be focused on devising the perfect murder plot. Meanwhile, Alan maintained his usual, measured pace of life. He had no idea what was in store for him. Alan still communicated infrequently with his family, but he couldn't miss the family's annual feast to celebrate his beloved grandfather's birthday. Alan, of course, attended the feast, but his parents made it clear that his wife was not the most welcome guest in their home. This situation irritated Alejandra and aggravated the couple's relationship. Was it possible that this would be the last time the family saw Alan alive? Dated October 31, 2014. Alan last used his phone to send a text message to his family informing them that he had arrived home safely from his birthday party. He has not communicated since then. He hadn't been seen at work in several days either. This was quite unusual because it had never happened before. The entrepreneur took extreme responsibility for his work. And soon, the opening of a new store was anticipated, making the presence of the head absolutely necessary. The reason for this was the spouse's terrifying plan, which she carried out. After Alan returned from his vacation, there was another scandal, which prompted Alejandra to immediately dispose of her husband. She added a powerful sleeping pill to the milky tea she used to drink before bed. Then she smothered him with the pillow. She enjoyed watching her husband gradually lose consciousness in a pitiful attempt to remove the pillow and breathe. Then came the most difficult part, getting rid of the body. She had not had time to prepare for this moment. Alan was too heavy, so she had to make do with what she had. The time was short. So Alejandra dashed to the neighbor's vegetable garden to retrieve an electric saw. With a grim smile on her face, she attempted to cut her husband's body apart. Only a genuine sadist would do such a thing. She then placed the body parts in garbage bags and had the foresight to cut off fingers and pull teeth. It was these that would aid the investigation in identifying the person, if the body was discovered. Alejandra attempted to remove the corpse from the house without suspicion by stuffing all of the bags into suitcases, but she was unsuccessful. As dawn broke, Alejandra was unable to leave the house with the suitcase unnoticed. An elderly neighbor with insomnia watched her from her window. She was a little concerned about the young woman's early departure. Besides, for some reason her husband did not help lift the heavier suitcases, and Alejandra was acting strangely. She was constantly looking around. Alejandra returned home around dawn. This surprised the vigilant neighbor even more, as it turned out she had scattered bags containing her ex-husband's remains throughout various neighborhoods to conceal her tracks. As the new day dawned, she resumed her normal life. On November 6, 2014, Mexican police officers made the first horrifying discovery: a human torso with no teeth and no fingers on the hand. The entire police force was put on high alert because the incident was so brutal. Less than a day later, other body parts were discovered throughout the city. It is also noteworthy that the distance between the locations where the packages were discovered was quite significant. Later, this would be attributed to Alejandra's prolonged absence from home. All body parts were sent to the best forensic laboratory, where experts quickly determined that they all belonged to the same person. In order to avoid suspicion, the perpetrator began sending messages to Alan's relatives. She attempted to avoid suspicion, but she only made matters worse. She had no idea that her husband had recently distanced himself from the family and had no contact with his relatives. Alejandra informed Alan's parents on his behalf that they were going on vacation and would be out of contact. Alejandra's father ruined the entire plan. Alberto began calling Alan's father's house, wanting to know if his son-in-law's family knew where Alejandra was. Alberto hadn't heard from her in a while, and the patients are concerned about not being able to attend counseling sessions. Later, he calls Alan's relatives again to inform them that his daughter has been found and has been forcibly admitted to the clinic because she is depressed as a result of her husband's infidelity. This alarmed the relatives, who attempted to locate Alan but were unsuccessful, prompting the businessman's family to contact the police. The laboratory experts decided to compare the recently discovered corpse to Alan's characteristics. The similarity was 100, and his relatives also identified him. It was especially difficult for Alan's grandfather immediately following the identification. He became ill with heart disease because he was his only grandchild. The investigation issued a search warrant for Alan's residence and office. A hillock of fresh earth was discovered in the backyard of the house. After some digging, the man's fingers and teeth were discovered. The discovery further shocked the capital city. Alejandra was immediately apprehended. Blood traces were discovered in one of the rooms, as well as in the car's trunk and garage. Alejandra initially tried to avoid admitting her guilt. She hoped she'd be able to get away with it as freely as she had with her previous husband. But the investigation quickly resolved the case. The testimony of an elderly witness was helpful. The time she gave matched Alan's estimated time of death. Alexandria took advantage of her position to obtain a powerful sleeping pill, the type of medication that only doctors could obtain. This aggravated the situation. The evidence obtained helped to establish a link between Alexandria and her husband's brutal murder. CCTV cameras also helped to determine that the man entered the house and never left. CCTV footage confirmed that the suitcases had been taken out. On December 10, 2014, the jury returned its verdict. Alejandra was sentenced to life in prison for murder, with brutality, and attempted to conceal the fact by using her official position. All of this was unfavorable to her father, the former psychotherapist who attempted to save his daughter from imprisonment through connections and bribes, but was also unable to assist. However, he was only able to keep the trial hidden from the public and the press in order to avoid further publicity. However, he did everything for the sake of his own career. Now, few people will consult a specialist who raised such a ruthless monster and failed to diagnose problems with his own daughter in a timely manner. The death of Alejandra's first husband was also brought up during the trial. However, due to the passage of time, the evidence in this case was not discovered. The version about Alejandra's father's involvement in the events was also considered. There were suspicions that he colluded with his daughter and committed crimes for scientific reasons. However, there's no evidence to support this idea. Following several appeals from the victims, the sentence was commuted to death. This is an unprecedented situation. Such sentences are extremely uncommon in Mexico, particularly in these times. The defendant is also not entitled to a review of the proceedings. All of the accused property, including his home, must be given to the victim's family. Who can be comforted by this, though, if the person cannot be brought back? Alejandra appears to have been a pragmatic and cruel woman. She had severe mental health issues, despite medical examinations denying this. She also relied on her father's influence and used her official position to carry out her maniacal plans. Impunity for her first crime had only released her. Alejandra felt invincible and continued to do evil. Perhaps Alan would still be alive if this horrible woman hadn't been acquitted the first time, but it was too late to discuss it now. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The tragic story of Laci Peterson, a young schoolteacher, not only shocked the public with its unimaginable cruelty and inhumanity, but it also set the stage for the passage of the Laci and Connor Act. Connor was the name of her unborn son, who died alongside his mother, and the law was intended to protect children from violence before birth and punish those who endanger their lives and health. The case is far from unique, but the fact that a pregnant woman was abused by someone close to her, who was supposed to protect and care for her, is shocking and puzzling. Several television documentaries have been produced about the case. Despite circumstantial and controversial evidence, no one questioned the defendant's guilt. And he, in all of his appearances, demonstrated that he is not sorry or repentant for what he did. This is one of those stories that gives you chills all over. But let's try to figure out how the guy who was considered a model family man decided to commit such an atrocity. Who was Laci Peterson? Laci Denise Peterson, maiden name Rocha, was born in May 1975 in Modesto, a small town in the central part of California. Dennis Rocha and Sharon Anderson had known each other since high school, and their teenage romance resulted in marriage and the birth of 2 children, Brandon, the eldest, and Laci, the daughter. Curiously, the mother named her daughter after a local beauty queen that she admired. The family owned their own farm, so the children learned to work in the fields and care for animals from a young age. The girl was extremely close to her mother. They worked together to create a beautiful garden filled with flowers and fruit trees. Then Laci considered connecting her future life to this occupation and pursuing a specialized profession. When the kids were still small, the family faced a crisis, and no matter how hard the spouse tried, they were unable to save the marriage and soon divorced. By mutual agreement, the children continued to live with their mother in their hometown. 2 years later, Sharon remarried. Her chosen one was a childhood friend named Ron Grant Ski. Ron treated his wife's children as his own, and in fact replaced their birth father, who was uninterested in the heirs' lives following the divorce. The girl even started calling him Daddy. A few years later, the couple had a daughter named Emily Laci, who grew up to be a kind, sociable, and open girl. She always had a large group of friends. She did well in school and was a member of the cheerleading team. After graduating from high school, the dark-haired beauty passed her exams and was accepted into the prestigious California State University. She decided to pursue her childhood dream of becoming a landscape designer. Laci has always been a creative person who enjoys drawing, so she found her chosen profession, which is Scott Peterson. Scott Lee Peterson is also a California native, but he was born on October 24, 1972, in the large metropolis of San Diego, in the southwest of the state, to Jacqueline Helen Latham and Arthur Lee Peterson. The boy grew up in a fairly well-to-do family, and from a young age, he knew nothing to refuse. His father owned a business that produced packaging materials, and his mother ran a designer clothing store. By the way, her boutique was located in Hollywood. Among the regular customers were several celebrities. Scott's difficult personality began to emerge in childhood. He enjoyed being the center of attention, did not tolerate bans or refusals, and was described as a spoiled, capricious, and even arrogant child in school. The boy began playing golf at a young age and considered pursuing a professional career in the sport. He was friends with Philip Mickelson, also known as Lefty, the future professional golfer who was ranked second in the world in 2012. As a teenager, Scott was one of San Diego's best athletes. Following graduation, the young man enrolled in one of Arizona's universities, where a promising athlete paid for half of his education. However, Peterson was unable to receive a diploma because he was expelled for inappropriate behavior following a raucous potluck, already consuming strong alcohol in the presence of other students. After months of deliberation and searching for a suitable location, the young man applied to the University of California, where he initially intended to study economics but later changed his mind and transferred to the Faculty of Agriculture. By the way, Scott took the educational process very seriously and responsibly this time, becoming an exemplary student, because his parents threatened to leave him without a job if he was expelled again. Scott and Lacey, a love story. Young people met while studying at university. Scott began working part-time in one of the local coffee shops, where he also worked as a waitress alongside a former classmate and close friend of Lacey. Lacey frequently stopped by to eat and see her friend, and when she noticed the handsome young man, Scott noticed the smiling petite brunette and began to give her his full attention. One day, Lacey went to the coffee shop but didn't see her friend. She decided to ask Scott what was wrong. They quickly started talking. However, because Scott had to work, Lacey wrote her phone number on a napkin so they could contact each other later. Scott called her back that evening, and Lacey was thrilled. After speaking with him, he informed her mother that she had contacted her future husband. A few days later, he asked his new acquaintance out on a first date, and Lacey readily agreed. It's worth noting that Peterson had another passion besides golf, fishing, so he invited Lacey to go deep-sea fishing in an open body of water. She accepted the offer, but she became seasick on the boat, forcing the couple to quickly return to shore and family life. Nonetheless, after that not-so-great first date, the couple began to meet, and a few years later, they decided to move in together. Scott had finally abandoned his dreams of a professional sports career and decided to start his own small business. In the summer of 1997, he used the startup capital to help his parents. After Lacey received her diploma, the couple held a traditional wedding with a white dress veil and vows at the altar. They only invited family and close friends to the celebration. And as a venue, they chose the popular Sycamore Mineral Springs Resort, which is located on the ocean in Western California. Following their wedding, the couple moved to San Luis Obispo, a small resort town between Los Angeles and San Francisco. They decided to open their own sports bar, but the idea was doomed from the beginning. There were rumors that Scott's parents once again assisted with the execution of the business plan. However, they later denied it, claiming that their son was a poor businessman who they discovered while he was still attending university. Anyway, the couple's business was not very successful. They initially had constant problems, first with the institution itself, then with the management, but they eventually managed to spin the number of visitors up over time, and by 2000, when the Petersons decided to sell the institution, it was already a well-known and popular destination. The couple decided to settle in Lacey, their hometown, and start a family. They bought a small, cozy house in a good neighborhood, a car, and a dog. And about a year later, the young woman told her husband the happy news that they would soon be parents. Lacey had already decided to change her career path and accepted a position as an art teacher at a local school. Her husband was having difficulty finding work and was forced to accept a position with a fertilizer and organic fertilizer company. Lacey tried to be the perfect wife in order to bring comfort and peace into her and her husband's new home. She kept everything in perfect order, loved cooking, entertaining guests, and had a lovely flower garden on the lawn. Scott appeared to be supportive of his wife in all aspects, and from the outside they appeared to be the perfect couple. He accepted the news of the upcoming addition to the family with joy. When the couple discovered they would have a boy, they actively began to choose a name for him. The future parents chose the name Connor for their son, and everyone was sure that they were looking forward to the child's birth as a pregnant teacher. Lacey, who was 8 months pregnant at the time, mysteriously disappeared on December 24, 2002. Lacey's mother and stepfather, who had been unable to contact her throughout the day, raised the first alarms. She did not answer the phone or return calls, which was unusual for her. As it turned out, the husband had been unaware of his wife's whereabouts the day before. She had visited her parents as well as the beauty salon where her sister Amelia worked. She was cheerful as she prepared for the Christmas and New Year's Eve celebrations. Lacey allegedly went for a morning walk with her dog, but a few hours later, neighbors discovered the Petersons' dog wandering down the street, dragging a dirty leash behind him. At the time, no one suspected anything wrong. The neighbor, he said, simply thought the dog had escaped, so we took him to the owner's backyard. For the evening, the concerned parents called the police and reported him missing, requesting that they begin searching immediately because Lacey was pregnant, and if she was in trouble, She required assistance as soon as possible. However, she was never found that day or the next. A day later, word of the missing teacher spread throughout town, prompting hundreds of volunteers to join the search. People combed the area, pasting flyers with portraits of the girl and organizing search pages and social networks where they posted detailed information about the missing mother and stepfather. The older brother and younger sister appealed to all concerned on television, requesting assistance in the search and sharing any useful information for which a reward was even announced, except that Scott behaved strangely and even suspiciously, refusing to participate in press conferences, showing little interest in the search results, and appearing unconcerned. Mr. Peterson's behavior, according to the investigator in charge of the case, raised suspicions from the start. He was frighteningly calm, and the police officer's questions annoyed him. He asked no questions, acted arrogantly, and, most interestingly, confused his statements by changing them multiple times. Scott was the last person to see his spouse on the day she went missing. He went to the golf course in the morning to get some exercise and play while his wife stayed at home, intending to walk the dog and do some cleaning later. When he got home, he found the dog in the backyard, but Lacey was nowhere to be found. Scott did not go to the police because he believed his wife was visiting her parents. However, when she still did not show up, he became concerned and called his mother-in-law's house, where he was informed that Lacey had not arrived, and that's when the first inconsistencies in Scott's testimony became apparent. First, no one could confirm his alibi because he hadn't been seen on the golf course. Second, the father-in-law claimed, as confirmed by the taped conversations, that he had called Scott himself while looking for his stepdaughter. But he replied that he had no idea where she could be. Peterson then abruptly changed tactics, stating that he had changed his mind about playing golf and instead planned to go fishing at a secluded location in Berkeley Harbor. He explained the confusion over the phone calls by stating that all of the relatives were on edge and couldn't remember who had called whom or when during the inspection of the couple's home. A strange and frightening detail was discovered. Lacey's purse, which contained her house keys, phone, and some cash, had gone missing. She wouldn't have left the house without at least taking her dog for a walk to the nearby park. How would she lock the front door? This nuance was alarming, raising suspicions that Lacey had not vanished on the street, but rather from her own home. A grisly discovery. On April 13, nearly 4 months after the pregnant teacher went missing, local fishermen noticed something strange on the rocky shores of San Francisco Bay and decided to investigate further. As it turned out, their attention was drawn to the body of an infant that had washed up on shore. The boy's body had hardly decomposed, but it was severely disfigured, apparently as a result of the body being battered by the waves against the rocks for quite some time. His umbilical cord appeared to have been torn rather than cut. A day later, in a different part of the bay, a few kilometers from where the infant was discovered, a severely decomposed body of a young woman was discovered. The corpse was so disfigured that it wasn't immediately identifiable as human remains. But the most gruesome aspect was that the body was missing its head and most of its limbs. There were only a few fragments of clothing left on the body, including a special maternity bra. It was simply impossible to identify the body, so only DNA testing could determine that it belonged to the missing teacher. According to criminalists, the baby was well preserved because he was in the womb the entire time, but the body rejected the fetus during the decomposition process. According to eyewitnesses who discovered the boy, something strange resembling a ribbon or rope was wrapped around his neck, and he had a large cut on his body. Although the autopsy results were never officially released, the experts claimed that the cut was caused by a wave hitting the body against a sharp rock, and that the noose around his neck was simply trash. Scott evaded capture during the investigation and search. Furthermore, Lacey's parents actively defended their son-in-law for the first few days, describing him as an ideal husband and their marriage as happy and built on love and trust. But the more the police learned about this man, the more suspicious he appeared to them. Peterson began cheating on his wife almost immediately after the wedding, even before the couple moved to Modesto. Later, he had numerous mistresses with whom he lied about not being married or recently widowed. Thus, in the fall of 2002, Scott went on a blind date with a lovely blonde named Amber Frey. The girl worked as a seuse and raised her young daughter alone. She was looking for a life partner who would love and accept her and her child, and Scott was handsome and polite. She knew the feelings were mutual. Scott almost immediately admitted that he had recently been widowed and that the upcoming Christmas would be the first without his beloved deceased wife. Amber consoled him as best she could, and from that point forward, they communicated almost daily. Scott soon told his mistress that they could move in together after the holidays, and the couple began to plan their future together. True, Scott stated that he has never wanted to have his own children and plans to undergo a sterilization procedure known as a vasectomy, but he was also prepared to raise daughter Amber as his own. Everything was fine until Amber happened to see a TV report about the disappearance of a pregnant local teacher. Despite the fact that the missing woman's husband did not give an interview or appear in front of the cameras, the broadcast featured photos of her and Lacey together, and Amber recognized her lover. Another intriguing feature was Scott's drastic change in appearance following his wife's disappearance, which included growing a beard and bleaching his naturally dark hair on his head and face. Amber couldn't believe what she was seeing and hoped it was all a dream. However, she soon realized that she was dating the same guy. She went straight to the police and told them everything, even agreeing to record their phone conversations. Amber wondered why Scott had told her he was a widower a couple of weeks before his wife vanished, but he must have sensed something was wrong. Despite his evasiveness, as soon as the bodies of the deceased mother and child were found, the question of immediately arresting Scott as the main suspect arose. Despite the fact that the investigation lacked hard evidence, there was a good chance Scott would try to leave the country. In fact, that was exactly what he planned to do. But, fortunately, he did not have time. On April 18, 2003, the widower was taken into custody, but he refused to admit his guilt. Simultaneously, his house, garage, and car were thoroughly searched, yielding frightening results. Microparticles of Lacey's dried blood were discovered on tools in the garage, the trunk of the car, and the bottom of the fishing boat. Experts discovered several hairs from the deceased woman. The clothes Scott was wearing on that fateful day had long since been discarded. The house had undergone several general cleanings with the assistance of cleaning services, and the building itself had already been listed for sale. But the most difficult aspect of the investigation was the inability to determine the exact date of Lacey's death, which made it impossible to verify the suspect's alibi. Traces of cement were discovered in the garage, trunk, and Peterson's boat, further complicating the investigation. The material was thought to be the foundation for a homemade anchor, with which he intended to dispose of the body so that it would never be discovered. However, there was no direct evidence against Scott. He was found guilty of 2 counts of first- and second-degree murder. Despite the lawyer's vigorous and confident defense, almost no one doubted Scott's guilt. His actions were the most obvious indication of this. He was neither excited nor upset. He took no part in the search. He was in a hurry to get rid of the evidence, selling his wife's house and car almost immediately after her disappearance, changing his image, and leaving the country with his mistress. Investigator Jonathan Bueller, who had been working on the case since Lacey's disappearance, stated in court that he had no doubts about Peterson's guilt from the beginning. He realized this after his initial conversation with him. The court first imposed the death penalty as a punishment. However, after an impressive number of appeals, the sentence was changed in 2021 to life in prison with no chance of parole. In addition, the court redirected the deceased's mother to receive $250,000 in life insurance for Lacey, which was originally assigned to Scott. This high-profile case horrified the public and highlighted the importance of protecting unborn children from violence, as they may become victims of similar crimes. Thus, in the spring of 2004, the Lacey and Connor Act was signed in the presence of the deceased woman's parents and sister. 3 years after the tragedy, Sharon Rocha wrote a biographical book called In Memory of Lacey, a mother's story of love, loss, and justice, in honor of her daughter and grandson. All proceeds from the sale of the publication were donated to charity. The book was one of the top bestsellers in American nonfiction. Lacey, Sharon's husband and stepfather, died of a heart attack in the spring of 2018, just before another court hearing. He was buried next to his beloved stepdaughter and grandson. By the way, Lacey's father died in December of the same year. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In September 2017, a chilling and perplexing series of events occurred in a quiet community, leaving its residents in shock and disbelief. What started as a seemingly routine missing person case turned into a harrowing story of love, betrayal, and tragedy. On a sunny Tuesday in September 2017, a young woman named Laura Wallen awoke in her cozy home in Olney, Maryland. She was 31 years old and loved her job as a teacher at Lake High School. She was so good at her job that she was named Teacher of the Year just the previous year. Laura had worked hard to prepare for the new school year. She spent weeks getting her classroom ready for her students. She was looking forward to starting school again. However, something strange occurred on that fateful day. Laura didn't show up for work, which worried everyone. Her family, particularly her parents, became concerned after receiving a call from her boss informing them that she had not arrived at school. Laura was never one to miss work, particularly on the first day of school. She was passionate about teaching, and her students adored her. So when the Lauras received that call, they knew something was seriously wrong. They decided to contact the police and report her missing. The police decided to check on Laura and her home. When they arrived, her house appeared normal, with no signs of trouble. It was puzzling. Where might she be? What caused Laura to disappear? Even more concerning was that she was 4 months pregnant. The police had to find her. They contacted her boyfriend, Tyler Tessier, hoping he could provide some answers. However, Tyler stated that he had no idea where Laura was. A frantic search began. Laura's black Ford Escape was discovered parked at an apartment complex near the high school where she worked. Volunteers gathered in Howard and Montgomery counties, handing out flyers featuring Laura's photo and posting missing posters wherever they could. Tyler and Laura's parents even went on television to ask for assistance and promise a reward. Does anyone know where Laura is? Tyler, who was desperate to find Laura, addressed the news conference. He pleaded with the public to share any information they possessed. He adored Laura and was constantly worried about her. He said, "Laura, it doesn't matter what happened as long as you listen. It makes no difference what kind of trouble you're experiencing. There is nothing we can't solve together. So many people miss you. There are so many people out who have not slept, and we have not eaten. We are simply looking for you or praying that you are safe." But Tyler was also pleading for help. The police and Laura's family began to suspect that he was hiding something related to Laura's disappearance. The police noticed some inconsistencies in what he was saying, and allowing Tyler to speak at the news conference was a strategy for gathering more information. Laura was still listed as missing at the time. No one knew what happened to her or where she was, but as the investigation progressed, Tyler began to reveal some disturbing information, raising even more questions. He told the cops that Laura had asked him for assistance. According to Tyler, Laura wanted to disappear because she was pregnant with a student's child, and she was terrified and embarrassed. She did not want anyone to find out. However, only 2 days after that press conference, everything changed. Laura was a missing person until September 13, 2017, when she was murdered. The police received a tip that led them to a remote field in Damascus, Maryland. Tyler was known to frequent the area, and they discovered newly dug ground in a hidden corner of the field. They discovered something horrifying with the help of specially trained dogs. Laura's body was buried in a shallow grave. An autopsy later revealed that she had been shot in the back of the head. This was a heartbreaking and horrific turn of events, and the police were now faced with the difficult task of determining when she died, who murdered her, and why the discovery of Lauren's body marked a dark and tragic chapter in the story. And it was clear that there was a lot more to uncover. Laura's family, still reeling from the shock of her disappearance, now had to deal with the devastating reality of her murder. The search for answers has only begun. Tyler was considered a person of interest in the case because he was thought to be the last person to see Laura alive. This suspicion stemmed from inconsistencies in the various accounts he provided about his whereabouts and activities. During the relevant time period, the police had evidence that Laura was alive on September 1, as her family saw her that day. The next day, September 2, Laura went on an outing with Tyler. During this time, Laura texted her sister about the adventure Tyler had taken her on. The message read, "Tyler has taken me on a country adventure. I am not sure why, but it is for something waiting in a field." The police discovered an important clue while investigating Laura's financial transactions. They discovered that Laura's debit card was last used at a Safeway grocery store near her only residence on September 2nd, between 8:30 and 9:30 p.m. What made this discovery significant was that surveillance footage from the grocery store showed Laura wasn't alone during the transaction. Tyler was alone during the transaction. Tyler was seen with her. This information piqued the police's interest in Tyler as they attempted to piece together the events surrounding Laura's disappearance and subsequent death. But why does Tyler want Laura? The answer lay in their complicated relationship and Tyler's hidden life. Tyler and Laura had had an on and off relationship for a decade. They always found their way back together after breaking up. Their love was turbulent, with highs and lows, but Laura was looking forward to starting a family with Tyler, unaware of the dark secrets he was keeping. Laura was not aware of this. During one of the breaks, Tyler had begun dating another woman, a fellow teacher, back in 2012. He even moved in with her while still in a relationship with Laura. Neither woman knew about the other, and Tyler was able to keep his double life hidden. When Laura found out she was pregnant with Tyler's child, her father, Mark Wallen, confronted Tyler about his intentions. He was aware of Laura and Tyler's on and off relationship, as well as rumors of another woman. Tyler assured Mark that he would take care of Laura, even showing him an engagement ring and claiming he intended to propose. He also informed Mark that he had not seen the other woman in 2 years. However, it was later revealed that the ring Tyler had given Mark was used to propose to another woman, not Laura. The other woman had agreed, and their wedding was scheduled just a month after Laura was due to give birth to Tyler's child. Laura and the other woman thought they were in exclusive relationships with Tyler, but the truth was much more complicated. It appeared that Laura discovered Tyler's deception shortly before her death. She text messaged the other woman on August 28, 2017, seeking a meeting to clarify something. She made it clear in her message that she was looking for answers rather than a confrontation. Tyler allegedly began plotting Laura's murder within days of sending that message, according to the police. He appeared to have convinced the other woman that Laura was unstable and stalking him. When the other woman received Laura's text, he informed Tyler, who sent a chilling message, "I could actually kill her." Tyler initially denied any involvement with anyone other than Laura when confronted by the police. However, when confronted with evidence to the contrary, he finally admitted to his double life. Tyler was believed by the police to have brought Laura to a remote location with the intention of killing her in order to silence her and protect his secret life. Laura thought she was going to see some land Tyler wanted to buy, but the reality was far more sinister. He chose a field near the farm where he worked, a place he was very familiar with. Laura's sister had asked her to take a picture during the trip, and Laura agreed. The police would later use that image to pinpoint the location where her lifeless body was discovered. Tyler had taken her there twice, once in September 2017 and again the next day. The police believe Tyler shot Laura on September 17, and their actions following the murder were calculated and disturbing. On the same day, he texted a friend and requested a late-night ride to Baltimore. However, the friend declined to advise against such a late-night trip. Tyler's response was chilling. It's probably just attempting to clean up a mess, where the prosecutors Tyler's actions were clear at all times. A premeditated murder. They believed that his meticulous planning and choice of location indicated that he had intended to kill Laura in order to protect his secrets from Tyler, with the goal of providing closure and justice to Laura's family. But the truth would remain elusive. The shocking and tragic story of Laura Wallen and Tyler Tessier was far from over. As the case nears its climax in court, a sudden and unexpected turn of events would stun everyone, and the pursuit of justice would take a new direction. Detectives believed that after Tyler shot Laura, he used text messages to conceal evidence and cast doubt on the paternity of Laura's baby. He used Laura's phone to send a message to her sister stating, "I'm about 95 sure Tyler is not the father. I will try to contact Antoine." Laura's sister found the text confusing. She had a close relationship with Laura and was aware that if Laura had any doubts about the baby's paternity, he would not discuss it via text message. She told the cops that Laura had dated someone named Antoine about 2 years before her death but had no contact with him since then. Tyler was arrested and charged with first-degree murder, obstruction of justice, tampering with evidence, and false statements. He faced only one murder charge because Maryland law requires that the child be viable outside the womb before additional charges can be filed. When questioned by the police, Tyler initially denied any involvement or knowledge of Laura's situation. However, he later provided several conflicting accounts of the events. He initially claimed that During a heated argument in September, Laura became enraged and attacked him with scissors, causing her to fall and seemingly die after colliding with a porch post. Tyler buried her in a field, believing she had died. When questioned about the gunshot wound found during the autopsy, he stated that he was concerned that he had buried her alive and then returned to shoot her to ensure she was dead and would not suffer. Tyler later changed his story, telling the police that African-American men had entered Laura's home and kidnapped her. He claims they compelled them to drive to Damascus, where Laura was shot. When asked why he wasn't shot, Tyler explained that he begged the men to let him go. The prosecution was confident in their case, claiming Tyler was responsible for Laura's death. They contended that Tyler, who had been living a double life for years, was concerned that his secret was about to be revealed because Laura had discovered the truth. Tyler allegedly planned Laura's murder after she contacted the other woman he was involved with. Tyler was supposed to spend the weekend of September 2 with the other woman in Pennsylvania, ostensibly to look for bridesmaid dresses. Instead, he claimed he couldn't go because of a knee injury sustained while walking her dog, which proved to be a lie. He arranged to meet Laura and transport her to a remote field in Damascus, Montgomery County. The prosecution contended that Laura's murder was premeditated, as evidenced by the isolated location where she was killed and buried. They wanted to take the jury to this remote location to show the extent of its seclusion and the planning required. This visit would necessitate four-wheel drive to navigate off road terrain, ascend a curved hill, and descend to the corner of a grassy field, demonstrating the location's remoteness and hidden nature, supporting their claim of premeditation. They also planned to show the jury an animal processing facility near the field. Prosecutors believe Tyler used a skid loader on the property to dig a shallow grave for Laura's body. Laura's front license plate and cell phone were found in a dumpster on the property. The prosecution was concerned that photographs alone would not accurately depict the field's hidden maker, implying that someone familiar with the area had chosen. They had an aerial image of the site with a tree line and a photograph of Laura in a truck at the same location. Laura had sent her sister a photo of herself from that location. Furthermore, phone records for Tyler and Laura showed them at the location where Laura was later discovered, and the prosecution planned to tell the jury that after burying Laura, Tyler drove her car to a Columbia apartment complex, where it was later discovered. They planned to call witnesses, including one of Tyler's friends, who claimed Tyler asked for a ride from the apartment complex and requested the opportunity to present their case to a jury on September 28. At 5 a.m., Tyler's lifeless body was discovered in his jail cell only hours before his trial was scheduled to begin. He hanged himself inside the Montgomery County Correctional Facility in Rockville, Maryland, leaving 5 suicide notes on the top of his bunk bed. This tragic turn of events meant that the prosecution would be denied the opportunity to outline and prove their case to a jury. Tyler's death brought an abrupt and unexpected conclusion to a case that had sparked widespread interest due to its complex and disturbing circumstances. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. An unthinkable event occurred on a summer day in the heart of Borough Park, a close-knit community in Brooklyn, New York, sending shockwaves far beyond its boundaries. It was a day when the rhythms of daily life in this small community were disrupted, leaving its residents to deal with fear, uncertainty, and an overwhelming sense of tragedy. On that hot summer day, July 11, 2011, the sun hung low in the sky over Borough Park in Brooklyn, a neighborhood rich in Hasidic Jewish traditions. It was a typical day, complete with the laughter of children playing in the streets and the soothing hum of a close-knit community going about its business. No one expected this ordinary day to take such a heartbreaking turn. Yehuda Kletsky, also known as Libby, was born on July 29, 2002, to Nachmen and Saint Forster Kletsky. He was the third of 6 children and the only son of a Hasidic boy in our family. Within their close-knit community, family ties were sacred, and the Libby Kletskys were revered as the embodiment of their dreams and traditions. As the school day came to a close, the young leader felt a surge of excitement. He begged his parents for permission to walk home from day camp on his own, a small step towards independence for the 8-year-old. The move was marked by his parents' trust and support, as they had spent the previous day training with him on the route. His mother, Saint, waited at a predetermined location, a few blocks away, at the intersection of 50B Street and 13D Avenue, eagerly anticipating the arrival of her beloved son. Little did she know that a seemingly insignificant misturn would set off a chain of events that would change their lives forever. Gretzky set off on his solo journey, a backpack slung over his small sleeves and a rush of adrenaline coursing through him. But fate had different plans. Walking down familiar streets, he missed a critical turn that would have taken him safely home. He found himself going in the wrong direction, unintentionally triggering a chain of events that would leave an indelible mark on history. The disappearance of young Libby Kletzky has shocked the Borough Park community in Brooklyn. It was a neighborhood where families knew each other, children played on the same streets as their parents, and everyone trusted one another. When Levy vanished, the collective emptiness was palpable. The community rallied. At precisely 6:14 p.m., a pleading mother called the Brooklyn South Shomrim Volunteer Citizen Patrol on that fateful evening. The urgency in her voice reflected her growing concern that her 8-year-old son was in trouble. Brooklyn and South Summering have previously handled missing child cases, but this time was different. They knew time was their enemy, so they acted without hesitation. Their volunteers searched the homes of friends and relatives for traces of the missing boy. By 8:30 a.m., it quickly became clear that this was not a typical case. The showman made an important decision to contact the New York Police Department. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the police declared a Level 1 search, which involved mobilizing all available resources. Police used canine units to sniff out suspects, mounted officers to navigate busy streets, and helicopters to survey the area from above. However, as night fell, the situation became increasingly dire. It was a race against the clock and anxiety. During this difficult time, the Borough Park community demonstrated its true fortitude. The following Tuesday morning marked a watershed moment in the quest to leave. The police asked for volunteers to assist. The call reverberated throughout synagogues, homes, and community centers. Reaching far beyond Borough Park, 5,000 Orthodox Jewish volunteers responded to the call from both the local community and remote areas of the tri-state region. Their dedication and unwavering commitment to finding young Levi was admirable. They began searching block by block, roaming the streets with unbridled enthusiasm. The outstanding unity demonstrated by the community it crossed cultural boundaries, with Bangladeshis from nearby Kensington joining the search and providing assistance during the crisis. It was a powerful demonstration of the shared humanity that brings people together, regardless of their backgrounds. State Assemblyman Dov Kind played an important role in the search. He promised a $5,000 reward for any information that led to Libby's safe return. People desperate to reunite a missing child rallied around the incentives, eventually raising the reward to a whopping $100,000. During the search operation, Yaakov Herman, the Leaf teacher, took on the task of canvassing the surrounding area. He and his son carefully reviewed CCTV footage from shops and offices along Levy's route. Levi walks past locksmiths on the rim of 44th Street and 15th Avenue before continuing along 44th Street to 17D Avenue. However, the most important footage shows Levi on 18D Avenue. He spoke briefly with a man who would soon become the central character in this heartbreaking story. This stranger, who crossed the street and entered the dentist's office, unintentionally determined the fate of young BB. When the man left the dentist's office, we followed him as he appeared to get into his car. Everyone who saw the footage was taken aback by the inexplicable nature of the encounter. Our days turned into days, and the police's hard work and the community's tireless efforts were about to yield results. After carefully reviewing CCTV footage, the police gained a significant advantage. They knew Levy had met the man outside the dentist's office on Edit Avenue. The police located the dentist, who notified his secretary. He gave them the name and address of the suspect who arrived that day to pay the bill. This was the first step in identifying both the man and the footage. Late in the evening, at around midnight on Tuesday, police made another breakthrough. They quickly identified the vehicle in the surveillance video as a gold 1990 Honda Accord. This was a crucial discovery, but what came next was even scarier. About 45 minutes later, 2 volunteers looking for the missing boy in Kensington discovered the same gold Honda Accord. They quickly jotted down the license plate number of this car. With this critical information in hand, the police drove to the address listed on the car. Police arrived at the suspect's Kensington apartment around 2 a.m. On Wednesday, when officers arrived, they discovered the door open, a foreboding sign of what lay ahead. In the apartment, they were met with a terrible scene. When the man who lived there, Levi Aaron, was asked where the missing boy was, he allegedly nodded towards the kitchen. It was a frightening gesture that sent shivers down the veteran officer's spine. When they entered the kitchen, they were met with a scene that would haunt their dreams for years to come. Kitchen knives and stone towels were discovered in the bags, indicating a terrible act. The legs of young Libby Klasky were discovered in the freezer. The shock and horror that overtook the officers at that point are indescribable. Levi Aaron, the man seen leaving in the surveillance footage, was apprehended by police at 2:40 a.m. On that fateful Wednesday, Levi Aaron was a man from Brooklyn, New York. He grew up in the city as an Orthodox. His father worked at D&H Photo, a Hasidic-owned store. Unfortunately, his mother died about 5 or 6 years before these events. Levi lived in his parents' apartment in the Kensington neighborhood. He had gotten married twice. Unfortunately, both marriages ended in divorce. Levi worked as a clerk at a hardware supply company in Brooklyn. People who worked with him described him as a quiet and socially awkward individual. At the age of 9, he was hit by a car while riding his bike. This injury caused problems, and some believe it contributed to his severe sinusitis and unusual behavior as he grew older. Surprisingly, Levi had no previous criminal record. However, in January 2007, he was served with an order of protection, which is typically issued when there are concerns about someone's behavior. He also received a fine for failing to wear his seatbelt and a speeding ticket. Levi Aaron, the man accused of Levi Klasky's heinous crime, claims he encountered Levi when the boy asked for directions and arrived. Levi wanted to go to the bookstore, but Aaron suggested they attend a wedding in Monson, New York. Instead, they returned later in the evening, around 11:20 p.m. Aaron initially intended to return Levi to his family the following day. When Aaron saw posters about missing children and realized that people were looking for Levi, he became panicked. Aaron took me back to his apartment where he killed Levi with a towel. After that, he placed my body in bags. Aaron then placed the bags in a suitcase and disposed of them in another location. Following Aaron's words, police raided Kensington, Brooklyn, and discovered the body of Libby Klasky of Borough Park. The Lifting Boys' remains were discovered in a dumpster at 20 D Street and along the avenue in Greenwood Heights. They were wrapped in a black plastic trash bag and placed inside a red suitcase. Police say emergency workers in protective suits retrieved a suitcase from a Sunset Park trashing where Levi Aaron, the suspect in the murder of Libby Klasky, instructed them to clip the baby. After the discovery, no one questioned the killer. Aaron appeared in Brooklyn criminal court on July 14, 2011, and pleaded not guilty. Attending the hearing, Aaron's lawyer stated that he has hallucinations and hears voices. The court ordered Aaron to be admitted to Bellevue Hospital Center's prison ward for psychiatric evaluation. Aaron's lawyer claimed that after being hospitalized, he listened to music to drown out the voices in his head. They also referred to his behavior as abnormal. On July 20, 2011, the New York City Medical Examiner's Office released its findings, which revealed that Levi had ingested a poisonous mixture and then strangled. After the results were released, the case was officially classified as murder. On August 29, 2012, Aaron was sentenced to 25 years to life for second-degree murder and 15 years to life for second-degree kidnapping. This will qualify him for parole when he is 74 years old. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more.